Alright, I'm sure y'all can hear me right now. Give me a sec because my intro screen's jacked up, so I gotta do this test real quick. Make sure it works. Give me 1 second to make sure I can hear myself. That's super early. Okay, yep, we're good. Alright. Welcome to another Gundam Monthly Live build. And since you requested it, I forgot to actually get it out. I forgot to actually get it. Give me 1 sec. Where is it at? Where is it at? Well, I mean, you can already see what we're building today. Where are we going? Come on. Alright. We are... Man, why is this running choppy? I don't know why it's running like that. Alright, let me check something real quick. Ooh, that don't look good. There we go. There we go. Alright. Yep. Alright, we're even. So, yeah. This stream, I definitely had issues starting. Okay. Why? Oh, this is why. I'm like, why am I freaking hearing myself? Wait a minute. I can't mute it? Wait a minute. I can't. Why can I not? This is so annoying. Okay. This is early. Alright. Good news, I got my Kick account back. So I just want to say I'm back fully on Kick. As you see, I can now, before I was just streaming, but I couldn't access anything. Now I can actually access my dashboard. I'm trying to figure out why I cannot mute this. Here, can you mute it? There we go. Okay. Now we're good. Okay. So anyways, I had to mute that real quick because that was giving me issues. Alright, let's go here real quick and see what we can find. Okay. Just so you know, next week I will be doing comments address, so that will be happening next week for sure. Shoot, my bad is I've been very inconsistent with posting videos on my YouTube channel, but that's only because I've been doing the job search thing, and I'll be honest with you, it hasn't been going well for a while, so it kind of sucks. I'm not really happy with how the job search is going, so it's been very hard to be on here and then having to, look for work. But anyways, so there we go. As you see, man, it is early for me. We saw what y'all voted for. We saw what you want at 44%. I was really hoping that y'all would vote for a high grade like Shenlong or the Gundam G5, but y'all wanted the Tallgeese real grade. So this month, you're going to get the Tallgeese real grade. So yeah, so some other quick updates while I'm opening this up. Man, the reason is because real grades, this is going to be a long build. I'm going to be here for a while. Oh, you know what? Let me just show you real quick. Sure, there's no address on here, so y'all can see it for yourself. So yes, this is a P Bandai Tallgeese animation color. So anyways, so beyond the job search going basically to crap, that's the other thing. So that's why I've been so slow with doing uploads on YouTube. The good news is we're only 51 subscribers away from hitting my second milestone. So once again, for everybody who's new on this channel, at least new over there on YouTube, I want to thank y'all. Definitely appreciate it. So yes, we are, as of right now, 51 subscribers away from hitting our next milestones. So that's something I want to say thank y'all. Definitely appreciate it. 449 over there on YouTube. 51 subscribers later, we will be hitting the second milestone. So that's the hope. The hope is that we will hit the next milestone hopefully by next year. Well, I should say the second milestone. No, my fault. No, I want to hit the second milestone because actually in man, my bad. It's early for me. I want to hit the next milestone hopefully by the end of this year. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. It's clear. Here, I'll showcase it right here. Got the clear. Can you see it? Barely. But anyways, the hope is that we hit the second milestone before the year is out, and that's the goal. But anyways, y'all wanted a real grade, so I decided to start early. I wish I wanted to start early. I actually wanted to start at 5 o'clock in the morning. Because this one is going to be an all-day thing. Just be aware, there may be call-ins. If there's a call-in, I may have to go aside and change up my mic setup, but we'll see. But as of right now, we're just going to keep it like this. But if you don't know what this live stream does, what we do on this live stream is we sit down, I build, and we react to various different videos from, and just, just talk and have a good time. So that's kind of what we do here, if y'all are wondering. Like I said, this one's going to be pretty much an all-day day one since it's a real grade. And real grades usually take a while. Oh, man. Here. Right here. Yep. All right. Right here. Alright. Let's do that. Do that. Okay. Oh yeah, I think it's actually alright. So this one. Alright, two more to go. You and you. Alright, and then the last one. Oh yeah. And of course, I forgot about a sticker. And now one more. Alright. There we go. Alright. Now you see all the runners, how they look? That's that way. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Because this is going to be a long day today. Just starting with the feet. Oh, we're starting with the legs. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this one has an inner frame. Alright, fair enough. So let's see. So what do I need? I need F, E1, E2, B, E2. I need, it says B. Oh yeah, this is the inner frame. This is the inner frame one. B, F15. Let's see if we can have F. Here's F, and we need E1 and A. I think I just saw A. Yep, here's A, and we need E1. There we go. Alright. Let's get started. So let me just get things started, and then after that, I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and launch a video reaction. But before that, let's just go ahead and get started with this first. Oh, okay. Alright. This one side of foot. Alright. That's the right side, this is the left side. Oh, did I get it? Oh no, there it is. Boom, boom. And then E1, E2, 10. Next time I do a real great, my hope is to get Oh yeah, that's the right one. My hope is to get some really good God hands. So trying to deal with this anymore. Oh, you. One more. And this one goes. This is E1, right? Those are right here. Yep. E1 right there. E2. No, that's it. E2, 10. Dang it. Okay, that's done. That's done. F15, F16, and then after that, we'll go ahead and start up video. I actually think this is the first non-Gundam kit I'm actually building on this stream. Which is crazy. Uh-oh. Okay. 15. Goes right here, right? Yep. That's 15 there. Ah, crap. Take it. I messed that one up. Actual delay. Alright. Let me see. Alright. That's good. That's done. Let's go ahead and move this up in there. And then the last one, F16. Alright. Alright, right there. Here we go. Okay. Right here, right? Yeah. Oh, and then cut it all off. Alright. Alright. And we are. Oh. Yeah, that needed to be cut off. Yep. All right. We just finished up the feet. I don't know if you can see them. Oh, there they are. I forgot everything had delay. All right. Let's go ahead and turn on something to react to. Let's see. Too small. There we go. What's that? All right, there we go. See if anything comes up. Ooh, this is a month ago. We're watching it.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube.
I hate ads.
And
I hate ads.
Exclusive access to all.
I've covered gotchas that are scams. I've covered ones that are ripoffs, and those that have had
Make sure to subscribe. What's called Suno. Make sure to subscribe.
Add NTR controversies. I don't know what is more terrifying. The fact it's my most watched video, or the fact that there were enough examples to make a 26-minute video about it. That aside, today I am here to talk about the worst gacha games, and no, okay, this isn't gonna be me coming out to bash like Hoyo games or whatnot, because even though Star Rail unironically has worse power creep than these horrid games I tortured myself to play, objectively it's not one of the worst games I played. After all, Genshin exists. But what are some of the worst gachas I could find? Like, what are some of the most premium dog shit games I could scrounge up from the Google Play Store? The answer is way too many, so I'm only going to be focusing on a few, especially because those few have done some of the wildest things to either stay in business or to maximize how much money they can make from their games. So the first game I got up is a little unfortunate, to be honest. You see, I don't really like covering the same video topic over again too much, unless I could find more to talk about within that same umbrella. And the video I uploaded a bit ago was that Ripoffs one where I went through the list of gachas that are just blatant copies of, you know, whatever IP you can find. But when I was looking on the Play Store for games, I found this fucking gem of a game. Like, the most egregious game I covered in that video was one that ripped off anime characters but, like, you know, changed their gender. Happy Pride Month. And at least changed their name. But this one, Pixel Duel, yeah, it's the exact same design and the exact same name. Nothing about the characters here are changed. Dang. They're the exact same as they are in their anime. Hell, even the alternate costumes are just costumes of different shit the characters canonically wear. They couldn't even try to give some generic outfits that they themselves could make for the characters. They just ripped that shit off too. So this is why I'm at a bit of a crossroads. On one hand, this game fits way more with that past video, but on the other hand, I would hate not talking about this because it's funny as hell. And honestly, you know, aside from that, a big reason I want to talk about the game is it's the perfect example of the marketing tactics these games use to squeeze out every penny they can, and what these types of games will do to stay in business despite ignoring copyright laws. Now, before ripping into the Play Store and talking about how it supports these types of games, we're going to be focusing on the money aspect. So, in the beginning of the game, you're getting your ass whooped, absolutely waffle stomped into the septic tank, and then the big three come up to save you. They demolish Orochimaru, and then Naruto becomes the MVP of the battle, and this...
That is pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Second you click off the reward screen, a big-ass pop-up happens saying when you top up 60 diamonds, you can get Naruto for free. They turn the opening into an ad. So you can already tell, we're off in the trenches of a game so optimized for making money you can faintly hear the CEO of EA beating it off in the corner. I mean, hell, they were so proud of this, they did it again when Makoto appears. Then you go to roll for, definitely not shining examples of copyright infringements, and it tells you to buy rolls. Hell, you get a rare unit, and it flaunts packs in front of you. Hell, you open the mail, and it asks you to top up. Then you go to the notifications to clear them out, and coincidentally, where there's a chest for you to click to get free rewards, right below it is a list of what you can get when you spend. There's PvP, so that tells you enough of a story on its own, and there's pop-ups whenever someone rolls a legendary unit so you can get jealous and roll to try and get that character. I wasn't joking when I said everything in this game was optimized to get you to spend. Hell, I'm surprised they didn't put a tax on breathing. Yo, fuck, there's even server-wide spending rewards. So if X amount of people top up in the server, you can get more diamonds. It's honestly pretty impressive.
Yeah, there's one thing I hate when it comes to gacha games when I play. I hate the fact of trying to force me to spend. That crap is freaking annoying. I hate that crap. Just so you know, I got another gacha game video coming out probably next week. Oh jeez, I gotta see if I can get the gacha video this week. I don't think I'm gonna have time. Alright, let's keep going.
But another thing that's server-wide is the world level. So there's these 4 daily fights you can do to get some rewards, and the power level of those enemies is tied to the power level of the top 20 players in the server, the world level. Meaning this entire system right here actively forces you to run on the hamster wheel to try and keep your power level up with the top 20 in the server, or else you just can't do it. Brother, what the fuck is this? As far as I know, this is the only system that really uses the world level, but, yo, Jesus. Now,
I mean, mean, some of those animations look cool, but some of those are trash.
The game doesn't have a stamina system, which sounds good, but it's just another way they're looking to make money. Because to limit these stages, you can play stages in quotation marks because the game is just an auto battler that shuffles around a bunch of different anime characters and increases their level for every new and harder stage, but the stages you can play are limited by your level. If you aren't above a certain level, you can't play the main stages, and the only way to increase your level is to either play those or get the AFK rewards that are off to the side. It's just some rewards that you can claim after time passes, but the thing is, you can't play older main stages. So when you hit that block, if you can't play to increase your level, there's two things you gotta do. Either use sweep, which you gotta pay with limited currency, or wait. Or you could buy a pack with real money that gets you more sweeps to use daily. So any free-to-play players just aren't gonna buy that and they gotta wait. But that's where they can play the other stages in the game. There's the training ones that are comprised.
Yep, that's what I do. Actually, a game like this, I probably would drop right away.
Of the ramen shop from Naruto, the shit-ass game from SAO, this, which is a reference to No Game No Life, the wall from Attack on Titan, the Hunter trial from Hunter x Hunter, apparently something to do with Angels from Evangelion, the Chimera and King from Hunter x Hunter, and these two stages that are probably ripped off from some animes, but I don't know which ones. Though my favorite is by far the Symphony of Memory, where you go up to Brook and play through the stories of the characters. Not like original stories, just their stories from the animes made shorter and into shit. Now the weird part about this game is that they seem to have a plan for the future of it, because I'ma just say it, a good chance this one gets shut down because they're incredibly blatant with what they're doing. There's no room for legally weaseling their way out of these characters. So I'm surprised that they actually have a lot of game modes set up. You know, granted, not like they're actually impressive game modes, they're all just the same auto battle or bullshit, nothing's really that different there. But I'm surprised because games like this are built around being alive for a short time. Like, the packs you can get have, compared to other gacha games, insane value. There's a lot you can get for very cheap because end of the day, it doesn't matter. Game's gonna die soon. It's like if Genshin decided one day they'd have a shit ton of packs that are like $10 for a 20 roll or some insane value like that. If they did that on that day, they would make bank because it's such a good deal. But as time passes, they'll lose money because people would have already stockpiled rolls when there was a fire sale. This game does that, but doesn't care about the long run because there's a good chance it's gonna get shut down before the long run even becomes an idea. Yo, get a lot of money, get up.
I didn't realize there's two different A's. I didn't realize there's two different A's. Oh wow, okay. I already screwed. Okay, I think I might have screwed up already. Oh no way! All right, hold on. Let me check something real quick. That is crazy. Hold on, let me keep this playing.
Before the lawsuits, that's the game plan. Is what I would like to say, but this game's been out for 6 months.
Is working hard to manage migraine one big nope?
I hate commercials.
It may be time to say yep to Vyepti. Vyepti is an IV infusion that helps prevent migraine attacks. Chronic migraine patients saw 23 fewer migraine days on average per treatment, and it's just 4 30-minute IV treatments a year. Don't take if allergic to Vyepti. Common side effects are allergic reactions, stuffy nose, and scratchy throat. Allergic reactions include rash, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, or throat, trouble breathing, hives, and redness of the face. Ask your neurologist about Vyepti.
Bro, how? The title music is literally the SAO opening. It's just the instrumental version. Bro, how have the developers not been hunted like the Salem witch trials? What the fuck? Now, in my quest to find, evidently, the essence of immortality, which is what this game looks to have, I stumbled upon something interesting. So this game has 2 different apps under different names that are the exact same.
There is
the
2
first
different.
One I saw was Pixel Duel. The other was All-Star Arena. They are the exact same game under different names, and your account on one works for the other. And they are made by 2 different companies whose only published game is this. And guess what? There's a Reddit for this game.
Okay.
Games, I suppose. And it's had many different names. Like in the past, this game was called All-Star Legend, as seen in this post, and the subreddit is for a game called Pixel All-Star. 4 different names for the same game with the same email login that works for each.
So yeah, I just looked at this and I realized, yes, we have 2 different A's. So I have a choice of the A's I can use because they're 2 different colors. So I have a black one, so I can switch it with black, and I can switch it with white. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I think I know what I'm gonna do. All right. I think I'm good. All right. Let's keep going.
Version. And if I were to guess, those two other names were probably made by companies that just sprang up that only have this as the one game they've made. Because those names I listed have been taken down from the App Store. But it doesn't matter, because you can use your same email login to keep your account on those two other totally different games, and everything is the exact same. Like, the way this all works is they get hit with copyright claims because they make it incredibly blatant. Their characters are just one-to-one from the characters from the anime. They might be able to avoid claims if they help change the characters a little, but they're one-to-one copies. And they get easy money because of this. They don't gotta worry about making interesting characters like other gacha games gotta do. All that work's already done. And because of that, they get hit with copyright claims. But to keep the ripoff going, they don't do what many of these other companies do. They don't make a new ripoff game that's in a similar vein. They just register a new company and re-upload that same game under that new company with a different name.
Wow.
So they don't gotta waste time making something new, and people who became longtime players of this game can still keep playing and keep spending. That is why there's a fair bit of content in this game, because even though it will be taken down, 2 more can take its place. It's honestly brilliant. Like, I can't even really be mad. Jesus Christ. They blatantly ripped this shit off, and thankfully the Google Play Store has security equal to the fucking Play Place at McDonald's, so they can easily re-upload the game and make the copyright claim worthless. It's hilarious. But looks like the game's actually turning a profit for them, so I don't think it's really gonna slow down unless the App Store's actually locked the fuck in, which doubt that'll happen, to be honest. And as an aside, I actually don't think the game's using AI art, surprisingly. I'm pretty sure this shit is just traced, so yeah, that's something. I don't really know if that makes it morally better. It's still pretty shit.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
I mean, at least it's kind of unique in that aspect, because most of these shit-ass games are just made using AI art. I don't know, man. On to the next game. It's called Oresius. That's probably not how you pronounce it, but I don't care. Now, I'm gonna peel back the curtains a little. You see, this video is one I had planned out for a while, but never really committed to making it. So for months, I had a list of shitty gachas to play, and this was one of them. Only problem being, I don't remember why I put it on this list. Like, for Raid, which I'm gonna cover later, I mean, it's Raid. But for Oresius, I just don't remember anything about this, so I don't really know why I listed it. That's until I actually booted up the game, and then I got some answers. That's the type of game this one is, huh? I'm sorry. What? In all of my days of existing, I have never once seen a gacha game open with a fucking CAPTCHA test, but thankfully, for me, that same day would be my first time seeing a gacha game opened with 2 CAPTCHA tests. Because one just wasn't enough, I suppose. And you also gotta clear the CAPTCHA for future logins too, so Jesus. But I cleared through the CAPTCHA test, wondering just what in the blazing pile of shit I found myself in was. Now, imagine my surprise when I boot up the game, select the red-haired tomboy as my leader, I gotta type, sue me, fast forward through the text a bit, and oh, it's a hentai game. Brother, what the fuck? Why did I list this game down in the past? What was the me of about 5 to 6 months ago on? Why is this here? And like, okay, yeah, it's a terrible game, right? So it makes sense in that aspect. Yeah, to give the rundown, it's Clash of Clans-ish and has a big focus on PvP. Yeah, from that description alone, you can already see the problem. PvP in gacha games is already the world's slippiest slope, and if yours exists mainly for PvP, you're just out here for whales to try and pub stomp to get dopamine hits. That's basically it. And the character designs aren't any reason to play the game either, because I'm gonna keep it 100. To me, these look like the most generic-ass designs ever, and because they're trying to maximize movement in them for more physics, hentai game moment, it makes the characters look like fishes flopping around on land. So the game itself, in my opinion, don't quite like it. I think some people can definitely find enjoyment with it, but it ain't my cup of tea, though I think I know why I put it on this list. See, there's a dungeon system in this game. You can imagine how that goes.
Oh,
but you can capture other players as units, which means that if you send out your waifu and you lose the battle, you're gonna get NTR'd. in the game because your unit's gonna get captured. Now, this had an interesting side effect, that being that since everyone was scared of getting NTR'd, they didn't send out any waifus. Instead, they sent out male characters, which means that a game which was trying to aim for straight guys accidentally became a yaoi game because you would only capture male units and sex them up. And that is by far the funniest thing I have ever seen a game do. Even though everything about this game screams mediocre and the servers seem more dead than a cemetery, it at least has that feather in its cap. On to the next game. It's called Maiden Academy.
That is ridiculous.
And it's a hentai game.
I remember. Oh yeah. I remember.
Or here's another choice. Don't stop until you have everything in the GMC Sierra Denali.
Brother.
I remember checking out a stream for this game. What?
I thought they banned.
There we go. Yeah, I remember checking out a stream for this game. I remember that. So something I talked about. It was a good video, but yeah, that's pretty funny.
Shit, what? Now, I was gonna leave the bit at that. Oh, haha, it's a hentai game, Lamau XD, moving on. But I found out something weird. So, another bad game I tried out was Fallen Goddess, made by a company called Lingdo, and the prior one was made by a company called YW Games. And both of these games have the same exact intro. I mean, there's slight differences, like different AIR characters showing up, but the bones of it and the big boy you see at the beginning are the same. Different names, different studios, but the bones of the game are the same, and the opening is too. Minus different generated images for the characters and a different UI, but aside from that, the only other difference is that one's a hentai game and the other isn't. Why is this the case? Why are these games so similar? It was done for Pixel Duel, but that was for evading copyright law. This one's different, but there's no copyright to invade, and the games are different. They're not the exact same game, just with a different name. So, why? The two reasons that popped into my head are either one game copied the other, or this is the same studio and they're making different games but cutting corners where they can by reusing some stuff. Granted, out of everything, reusing the intro is a choice of what to copy between games, but whatever. Now, in researching this, I was at my wit's end. I couldn't find shit about either of these companies because searching Lingdo Game Company evidently tries to autocorrect it to Kingdom Game Company. Thanks, Google. But I couldn't find shit. These companies had relatively nothing tied to them. Surprising, because when I researched other whack-ass AI scam game companies, I could at least find something to prove they exist in this realm. That is, until I noticed something. On the Google Play Store, they got an app support button that lists everything. Like, way too much. Brother, why can I get your full legal name and address this easily? What the fuck? Is the initial reaction I had. I mean, this flashbanged me with information I would very much not like to include in a video, part of the reason why it's censored, but the main reason is, what's stated here is false information. This name and address that is blurred, and please don't look for it, aren't for the actual game studio, which is why I want to censor it, because this information, namely the address, the name is likely just generated and not tied to the person who lives there, but the address is for a residential area. It's literally a home, so I don't want to show it or encourage anyone to look into it. I don't know if someone lives there or what, but it's literally just a home. This is not the address to an office for a game studio, or an address to a building that houses many different startups. Because you see, what was done here was the people who made this new game for squeezing money out of people faked all of this information. Fake name and just rip the address from a hat. Boom, you got a new company. Then you take the bones of a game you have, change up some bits, release it under a new name and a new company, using the same tactic of ripping the address and faking a name, and guess what? You got twice the profit now. Same was actually done with Pixel Duel. We know these are one-to-one the same games uploaded by the same people, just under different studio names. Yet the app support section has different addresses and names listed for the creator of the game. And even stupider, it lists the companies as originating in fucking America. Are we being for real right now? America, with that copyright bullshit? This is done because there's ways to throw out a false address when signing up for a new account to make a business with. And the thing is, you would imagine Google would have this process under lock and key, but time and time again, I have seen so much bullshit from them that shows they really only put the bare minimum in. To be honest, when you know about how Google cuts its corners, you can see how much of it is held together by duct tape and glue. They are not trustworthy. In some aspects like data protection, yeah, I wouldn't say they're terrible, but then they also outsource customer support to overseas areas with employees who have no training and literally do not work for Google, all because they can pay them less. But that also means they don't have capabilities to actually help any problem you have because they don't work at Google. Customer support literally just throws people to more generic help links on the Google forums, and that same cost cutting is put into the Google Play Store, where someone can register their company under a fake name and the location of it is a residential home that the person making the company doesn't live in. That right there is the Google Play Store, and why all of these games I wouldn't trust with giving my email exist, and there's honestly countless of them. The thing is, a lot of these terrible games have shut down because it does cost money to have the servers, so when they start bleeding money, they're gone. But since it's so simple to make new ones, then the terrible games you see on the new release page will always be there. It's kind of like a hamster wheel, and these games are only the tip of it. But that's enough for games that are meant to be terrible. What I want to talk about next is a game that has tried everything to be a hit, had the most aggressive marketing you can think of, yet no effort was put into the game part to make it anything resembling a slightly positive experience. That's right, we're talking about Raid Shadow Legends. Now here's the thing with Raid, everyone knows it's terrible, but everyone also knows about it because of YouTube ads. And when I teased that I was playing this game, someone was thinking I took an ad from Raid. So, let me make my stance on taking an ad from Raid clear. I would 1,000,000% take that shit, I don't care, let me explain. I try not to take ads from games that I think are predatory or have done some shit I dislike, like using AI art for commercial use and ads or whatnot. Last time a game like that reached out to me, I asked them for $2K for the ad as a joke price cause fuck them. And if they somehow took that shit, my rates would have increased to $20K for no known reason. But the case of Raid is different, because that is a game that is so objectively dog shit and is known by everyone as dog shit, to where not a soul would actually download it if I did an ad for it. So I wouldn't feel bad doing it. Hell, I've been reached out to before in the past to do an ad for them, but I couldn't accept due to my schedule. I still really want to though, even if just to say I did a Raid sponsorship. So all of this is basically my way of saying, if you see me do a Raid sponsorship in the future, that shows how little they give a fuck about the channels representing them, and instead displays how desperate they are for ad space. But to talk about the game, it's as shit as you would imagine. Yeah, they got playtime rewards because they're desperate for you to actually touch the game. Tons of pop-ups telling you to buy all the time. UI that makes me want to burn my eyes out of my skull. When you upgrade your gear, there's a chance for it to fail. Because, yeah, we needed that. Hell, when you upgrade a skill, it's random. Fuck, when you try to get the items for this stat tree, which character gets the scroll to level it is randomized. Multi-battle is limited. It, of course, does the same rare summon message that Pixel Duel does. And it's a boring auto-battler. Of course it is. But the worst part is that actually summoning itself is rare to do. You need to get summoning crystals from really mainly just weekly and daily rewards. The best crystal being available from a full month's worth of logging in and doing your dailies. And a new player doesn't get that many summons. It's barren as hell. And that right there is why the game isn't doing well. Like, all the other problems I listed are not even remotely close to that. I mean, yes, the characters are generic and no one gives a fuck about them as actual characters. Yes, no one's drawing fan art of this game to inadvertently help promote it like you see with many other gachas. Yes, no one cares about the story or is invested in it. Yes, the only thing this game brings to the table is a less than mediocre auto-battler, but none of that is as important as giving players next to no roles at the start. Because here's the thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, come on.
It's a gacha game. People want to gamble. Making it so they can't, or that it's rare as hell to be able to, is fucking stupid. Instead, you need to overload new players with roles to give them jingling keys to play the game. It's what Pixel Duel did. It overloaded players with rewards and roles to keep them interested, and that is a much better way to keep people playing than whatever the fuck Raid tries to offer. Like, the characters aren't interesting, the story is barely a footnote, the gameplay is as enjoyable as self-torture, so why the hell did you make summoning be more rare than a gacha player that isn't brain dead? Instead, y'all should have overloaded the player with so many roles at first to keep them wanting to gamble. Then after they're invested, drop the roles they get significantly, and make getting new roles tied to game modes that are meant to maximize engagement. Like every gacha does this. How have you spent millions on ads, yet you couldn't take 1 second to look into the genre you're working with to wonder why your competitors are lapping you in revenue? Actually, I'm gonna say something. So, when Raid reached out to sponsor me in the past, they had this offer where I would get half of my money up front, and the other half only if a certain amount of people downloaded the game from my link, and also clear to a specific part of the tutorial. They want player engagement so bad, that is such an important metric to them, and they can get it if they make it so new players at least have a honeymoon period where they can gamble their ass off, but nah, for whatever reason doing that thing that every gacha in existence does is just not a good idea to them. Man, wonder why the game is only known from its aggressive marketing and nothing else. It's not even like they would be worried about players getting too many characters. Dog, you have hundreds of them, and not a soul gives a fuck about any in particular. Raid is the perfect example of being dead in the water before it took a step. Your marketing's amazing, but dear God, the people who are designing the game are just not giving a fuck. I don't know what to say. Best thing I can mention is that when I tried to join a clan, I saw one called Smegma Clan, so thanks for that, I suppose. That's really the only positive experience I can say about this game. Everything else was a masterclass in how to not handle a game, and the worst part is, despite everything, they've actually somehow made money from this game. Which, if anything, it goes to show the power of marketing, as depressing as that is. But the problems I mentioned still had an impact on it, because 5 months ago, the studio that made this was sold to MTG, which, I mean, hey, good for them, but you usually don't sell out a game studio if the game they're making is pulling in bank and has a stable enough future. But that's just a brief look into some of the most dogshit games I could find on the Google Play Store. If I wanted to, this video could have probably been an hour long, but there does come a point where when I'm talking about a new one, I'm just saying what I did for a past game, because a lot of them play pretty much the same. So that's it for this video. Next one is, I don't know in particular, but I'll hope it doesn't involve me playing some dogshit games. I mean, it probably will if I'm being honest.
When you hear the clock tick, time.
Alright. See what else can we watch. Yeah, we'll watch that, but it's too early. Five days ago? That's too soon. Downfall of casual hobbies. You know what I want to watch? There's a game. I actually think I still have it. There we go. Do I want to go through it? Monster Rancher 1. Alright. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Well, you grab the Duracell batteries.
Why not?
Now, what's it matter? Batteries are all the same.
Power boost!
All the
We'll
same.
check this one out.
It's not.
Let's see what it's all about.
Hello viewer, and welcome to a deep dive into the past with a game from the PlayStation 1 era that sprung a cult franchise. If you've been around the monster taming genre, you've probably heard of this game. This time we'll be looking at Monster Rancher, or Monster Rancher 1 as it is commonly referred to, being the first game in a long series. If you're looking for a game focused around the raising of a creature, stay tuned and I think you'll be interested in this title. Originally released in 1997, this particular game has recently been placed back into the public awareness since the DX edition of both Monster Rancher 1 and 2 was released on the Nintendo Switch and Steam in late 2021. Today our subject of analysis will be the original version of the game, but don't worry, I'll cover the differences between the original and the DX version. To do that, I'll have to go through Monster Rancher 1 from top to bottom to give you an understanding of the game. To those who are familiar with the series, this information is probably nothing new, but for those who are unaware of Monster Rancher or perhaps interested in playing it, here's a brief overview of what to expect. Monster Rancher 1 sits comfortably under the label of a monster taming game, but in terms of gameplay and mechanics, functions more like a life sim sort of game, meaning that the game is largely about managing the lives of your creatures. Your tasks in-game involve raising your monster stats through training, keeping them fed and happy, and growing them into a monster capable of defeating opponents in combat. You obtain these monsters through Monster Rancher's famous disc swapping gimmick. PlayStation 1 had a feature where discs could be swapped without ending the game, which allows Monster Rancher to scan data from discs like music CDs or other games. This data is used to generate an individual monster, which has many possibilities in shapes, sizes, and colors. After generation, you can then take it home to your in-game ranch to raise individually. The main purpose of raising these monsters is to compete with them in tournaments of combat with other monsters, and rising through the ranks to become a master rank breeder. So yeah, that's essentially what Monster Rancher is all about, in simplistic terms. There's a lot more to the game, of course, so I'll be going in and really dissecting the game as much as I can to really get a feel for its quality. Before we dive in, there's a bit I should explain about this video and what you'll see. If you've seen my first review, the Disc Creatures one, you'll know that I organized explanations on gameplay, mechanics, and presentation around relevant points in the story. This was to create a smooth flow between topics in the video. With Monster Rancher, this will be more difficult, since in this game there is no real story at all. The only story that happens is entirely the player's own journey and achievements as they raise their monsters. So instead, I'll be fitting in relevant game sections based around where the player is likely to encounter them during their progression through the ranks. You'll be following various life stages of my monsters as well, at least when they're appropriate. So, in a way, I guess you'll be seeing the stories of my monsters' lives. The footage you'll be seeing comes from my most recent playthrough of this game, but calling it a playthrough isn't exactly accurate. There is an end credit sequence, yes, but the game doesn't have a definitive completion state. My game file has essentially only stopped at a satisfactory point. Besides my own experience, other sources of information for this video included fan wikis, a community Discord with some very helpful individuals, a few other reviews or let's plays, and several fan sites with their own inventories of information about the Monster Rancher series. I'd also like to say preemptively that this game has a lot of mechanics and obscure information about it, so if I present any incorrect info, please do feel free to correct me in the comments. Without further ado, let's begin the deep dive into the world of Monster Rancher. In the title sequence before the main menu, it's established that some people in the world of Monster Rancher dug up rare disc stones from the ruins of an ancient civilization. The disc stones contain a monster which were brought to life by these people. These lucky individuals went on to become Monster Ranchers.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
At our point in the game, ranchers are commonplace enough to have regulation by a governing body, education systems, and training, with the main organization known as FIMBA. This stands for the Fraternal International Monster Breeders Association. It is through this organization that the player obtains their certification to become a breeder. FIMBA is also the organization responsible for hosting monster battling tournaments within large coliseums. Outside of FIMBA, we can infer that there must be an industry surrounding breeding, since there are businesses like item shops for monsters, labs for monster storage and combining, as well as monster markets. While these primarily have gameplay purposes, this is essentially the premise for the world of Monster Rancher 1. It's simple, and could have probably been more fleshed out, but it's functional enough to serve as the context for the gameplay. Again, the player is a newly certified breeder, and as the game begins, we see that the player already has land, a house, and a stable for their monster. FIMBA has sent a letter to the player notifying them of passing their certification. The player heads to the FIMBA office, where we learn that the player aced the breeder's exam, not merely passing it. The player is also introduced to their new assistant, Holly.
Okay.
A weird detail is that you can't change your assistant.
Alright.
I understand from a gameplay standpoint it means little, but from a world-building perspective, what if a breeder and assistant don't get along? What if the assistant decides on a career change? I don't quite understand, but anyway, after Holly and the player are introduced, you also get to meet Holly's old teacher, Teska. The old guy was a master-level breeder himself, and through the conversation the player learns about the tournament ranks as well as the existence of the Major 4 tournaments. So before you get your first monster, you are given a basic understanding of your long-term objectives. Once outside in town, your next step is generating a monster, and there are 2 ways of doing this. As is common with many monster taming games, you have access to starter monsters. At the market, you can pick from a
I ought to
Dino,
watch this
Tiger, or
another time.
Suezo.
It's a little too
In my
slow
experience,
for me.
each of these are a solid pick,
Oh,
since
yeah,
pure
this one's
dinos have
back.
well-rounded starting stats. Tigers have a
Let's see
high
if I
speed.
Find something else. A little bit quicker. Check this one out. That was good. Just like you. That's good.
Hello, I like potato. What? No! Are you crazy? There's no way I'm doing all that.
Oh wow.
I'm so sorry.
There's a driver from a small town in California who walked away with $80,000 after their accident last month. Here's the shocking part. They didn't win the lottery. They didn't inherit.
You know what? I don't want to try this game.
Nope.
That's pretty good. Oh man, this is amazing. Yeah, I remember playing this game when I was a kid. I remember this. I remember this game when I played it. Monster Rancher 2 is what I did. I never played when I played 2, and that crap was hard. And my monster kept dying, so it kept pissing me off. And I'll be honest, I really didn't like the look of these monsters at all. That's another thing I remember I did not like how none of these monsters look. Oh, you know, I just realized. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Oh, what up, Ray Dive? Sorry about that. My chat wasn't connected. Happy birthday, Ray Dive. Thanks for showing up to the channel. My bad, hon. Let me fix that real quick. I just realized my chat was not working. Let me fix it. Hold on, give me one sec. Alright. Sorry about that over there on YouTube. Oh man. Alright, I'm about to fix it right now. Alright. My chat was not working. Alright, let's go to, here we go. There we go. All right, my chat's working. Sorry about that, YouTube. All right, like I said, happy birthday to Ray Dye. Thanks for showing up. Happy birthday. Absolutely, I'm glad you got what you wanted. So happy birthday, Ray Dye. Absolutely. Man. Want to take the time to wish him a happy birthday. Absolutely. Like I said, you know what? Anytime somebody says a birthday, I gotta do this. I gotta fix this stream up again. But when I get a chance, I want to fix this up and want to get everything back. So, all right, there we go. I just fixed my chat. All right, we're good. Now I can see y'all when you chat. My bad. One of those was broken, but we're good now. All right, yeah, we're good. All right, yep. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. No other issues. All right, let's go back to reacting. All right. Yeah, I hate when I do those. I hate when I do that. Where we are.
Silence. Cold.
Yep, that's what always happened to mine. I hate that crap. Years later.
Please, just let me die in peace. I'll be good, I swear, please.
G115, G136.
What's the meaning of this? What have you done to me? Huh? For me? Thank you.
This is a character hella new abuse. Oh man. Oh man, that is funny. That's why the simple things makes it happy. Because the only thing I ever knew was abuse. That's messed up. Oh man. Alright, what am I looking for? 36, G2. Okay, G2, we're going to go keep it right over there. Let's go back to G1. Oh, nope, there it is. Found it. All right, let's go back to it.
Huh? Wait, how did I become so strong? Are you sure about this? I haven't slept in 3 years. Please send help.
I have slept in 3 years. This is amazing. 2 weeks ago, alright. Great. This is amazing.
Wait! What are you doing? Humans and monsters can't be together!
That's too robust. That was great. Oh man, those graphics. This is a good video. I like this one. This is a good one. This is cool. This I can admit, this is a good video. I like this one. This is a really good video. Alright. We have Alright. Yeah, this is a good video. Alright. I'm definitely gonna recommend this in the next unknown updates, which I gotta start working on this week. That was a good video. I like that video. That video was a good one. That was a good video. That was a good video. Alright. Can I? Okay. All right. This is gonna be part of my recommend. I'm definitely recommending this one. All right. That was good. That was good. What? Oh no. I think I'm gonna hold off on that one. Oh, did you know? Yeah, I like this. I like this channel. Yeah, let's go ahead and check him out.
Both of these are pretty terrible. Distant third place when it came to monster taming shows based on games. I'm talking about Monster Ranch.
I'll come back to that one. It's too early. But you know what? Let me see if you have any other videos. Just wondering. Ooh. Did I ever watch this on stream? Well, it's alright. We'll watch it. Why not?
Real Grade, the most over-the-top detailed, technically advanced small-scale line of Gundam model kits.
Which is what we're building right now.
But this wasn't always the case. Real Grades are definitely the line of Gunpla that have had the most evolution over the shortest amount of time. Since they first came out till the way they are right now, the change has been astronomical. Basically, the difference between the best orgies and the worst orgies is actually pretty stark. So let's separate the best of the best Real Grades from the worst of the worst Real Grades all in one place. A tier list. So of course this video right here was inspired by the video done by Joe's Gunpla Garage. I will throw a link down there if you haven't seen it yourself. I've avoided watching it for one reason and one reason only, and that's because I want to do the exact same thing. Now I don't know if he threw it up on tiermaker.com or not, but the exact same list is there, so that is exactly what I'm gonna do. Basically, I'll give it a go and then compare it to his list at the end just to see how it all turned out. Honestly, I'm really curious, but I'm also going to throw in some of the kits that aren't on this list that I do.
Yeah, I'm going to let you know which ones I built and what I think about them. Let's go. Let's go.
Because I'm going to rank every single Real Grade that I have in my collection. And speaking of which, I'm actually sorting through my own Gunpla collection for the first time in ever. So some of these kits I haven't seen in years. So it is a fun way to go through everything, rank them all, experience them all over again. And I will throw in the non-Gundam Real Grades as well, which is Evangelion and Gao Gai Gar. But that's enough yawking about that bit of an intro. Let's tear this pla apart.
We found this rather primitive... Oh. What? Oh. Should we take 5?
Is it possible for me to hear? Or am I doing it right? Am I getting the right voice?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just checking.
You sound like Siri.
I would love to be Siri. Hello and welcome.
Action.
My private chambers and the chambers and the Hegurlian embassy. Chambers and the Hylergian?
Alright. Oh, that's just the new.
Geico has a 97% customer satisfaction rating.
Wow. Our cats just love great customer service.
Enough.
Alright, so let's get into tiering some Gunpla. In order to make this video as good a resource as possible, I'm not going to go through the releases by date. I'm actually going to go by universe and by faction. So I'm going to be starting off with the Universal Century kits that are the Fedi style or the Gundam style suits. That means we're going to be starting off with the first ever real grade model kit, which is the RX-78-2. Now, honestly,
Never
this has
built
held
it.
up
Never
very,
built
very
that
well.
one.
Compared to a lot of kits that are out there that have really had some issues, this one definitely does have issues. It is the progenitor of them all, and it is the progenitor of ERS, which is early real grade syndrome. That is basically where the inner frame of a kit breaks down over time because it all came molded in a kind of rubbery style plastic on a runner that you kind of assemble the frame right out of box. It was a technical marvel, definitely, but it broke down over time. In order to avoid this early real grade syndrome, in case you're building this kit or any of these Gundam kits, just never move the kit ever. Never move it and it will be fine. But yeah, overall this kit does so well. It is a 1:1 replica of the actual RX-78-2 statue that was in Japan, which means it does look exactly like that statue, putting the real in real grade, and that is where the concept came from. The color separation is off the charts. It holds up decently well, honestly. And for a kit that I've had for quite some time, it's doing well. Some parts might fall, but again, don't move it around too much and you'll have a pretty good time with this kit. Its looks are astounding. The set of accessories
Don't
is
do what I'm
decent.
doing.
The hands in here absolutely suck, but
Not like
again,
this.
don't move it around too much, you'll have a good time. So that does mean I am ranking the first ever real grade kit, middle of the road, C tier. It's a good kit, not a great kit. It holds up decently, but it is beautiful and it started it all. Still a great build today. So when it comes to a mobile suit, I'm going to be jumping between the variants instantly. So that means the next kit I'm going to be taking a look at and talking about is the real grade RX-78-2 2.0.
Yeah, I heard that
So
one
this
was
did
really
come
good.
out last year, so it means it is a very brand new renewal
Yeah, I heard that
of the
one really good.
RX-78-2. This is night and day. This kit is absolutely phenomenal. Aesthetically, it looks insane, and it has differentiated itself quite a bit from the original real grade RX-78-2. They do not look the same, and they both are better off for it. The color separation is off the charts, the part separation is amazing, the build on this is better than pretty much any real grade build that is out there. It layers up perfectly, there's some cool interconnecting, almost braiding together parts in the build. The accessories are great too, and the posability of this is just flawless. I just picked this right up and got it into a pose. That is one of my favorite things when it comes to Gundam model kits. When they pose instantly amazingly, it makes me very, very happy. This is one of the best real grade Gundam model kits. It's one of the best Gundam model kits of all. That means I am ranking the real grade Gundam 2.0 SS tier. Actually, hold on a minute. I'm going to change that from something that sounds a little less sus. That's XS tier. Next up is the real grade Gundam Mark II. Now, this is an incredible kit. It really is a bright light in the actual darkness of what was the 2012 early real grades, which were all rife with early real grade syndrome. But for some reason, this one was not. This is still to this day one of my favorite real grade kits, and I've put it through the ringer. I pose it all the time. I do, well, it's been on my shelf everywhere I've lived. It's traveled with me from Japan to multiple places in Ireland. It's been all over the place, probably multiple places in Japan too, and it's held up so well. Aesthetically, it is phenomenal. It may not have the overall visual detail as the first ever real grade Gundam, but that kind of makes it a little bit more solid. There are some issues here and there, mainly with the accessories I do find, especially the shield, because it does have an MS joint, which is one of those rubbery old joints, but it still poses perfectly, looks great, and is a great kit. Even in 2025, 13 years after its release, this is an absolutely phenomenal kit, which means I am ranking the real grade Gundam Mark II A tier, definitely. It is phenomenal. And I'm just going to kind of have to give the Titans version the exact same thing because I've never actually built that. That is going on my to-do build pile as soon as possible. I guess by default I have to put it down.
We'll never get
But
a
anyway,
Titans
next
one,
up.
but I may get that one. I'm not a big fan of Titans colors.
So from going from the best of the best old school real grades to one of, in my opinion, the worst, this is the real grade GPO1 Zephyranthus. This kit was so bad that I couldn't bring myself to building the full burner, and I actually just gave it away. This is not good. It's not good out of box, it's not good, well, a few years later. Actually, when I was just handling this, it broke in multiple places where it wasn't broken before. The tip just fell off the beam rifle. It's just an absolute mess. The main reason for this is it has a bit of a kind of transformation gimmick in its upper body. So that does mean that it is very, very loose around the shoulders, around the chest, around the head. The legs aren't too bad. They do have early real grade syndrome, but it is the upper body that absolutely fails this. And the other reason I cannot at all defend this kit even slightly is because the GPO1 is one of my all-time favorite designs. I love the Starburst.
I did not like the
Stardust
GPO1.
memory mobile suit so much. This doesn't look like the GPO1. This doesn't look like that cool 80s style. This looks so dull, so dead, and doesn't capture the mobile suit visually at all. As far as real grades go, it doesn't do anything well at all. Not a great kit, doesn't look great, doesn't feel great, doesn't pose great, doesn't even hold together. That makes, to me, the real grade Zephyranthus absolutely F tier. No redeeming factor. I assume the full burner is exactly the same, but I guess the rules are the rules. Haven't tried it yet. And probably never will.
I'd do anything.
What are you doing?
Cool.
Putting magic fairy dust on Murphy and Buzz so we can play together forever.
Oh.
Hi, I've got a better idea that doesn't involve glitter.
New
Honestly,
Gundam.
what a
I
difference
want
a day
that one
makes, or should I say
bad.
a whole lot of days, because this is 2019's real grade new Gundam. This might be the one that did it. This might be the one that made real grade the greatest Gundam line of all time, in my opinion. This kit is like a...
I want that kit bad. I can't afford it, but when I can, I definitely want to get that kit. Oh, is it time? Is it time to put it on? I guess so. Oh, well. All right. There we go. All right. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, is the light going? Is the light dimming? Am I tripping? Is the light dimming? As the light dims, I could turn up. I'll turn up a little later. If it gets worse, I'll turn up.
Mini Master Grade. There is none of those funny MS joints inside of it at all. Again, those are the joints that cause early real grade syndrome. They come pre-molded on a runner, and they're always not good. So there's none inside of the robot itself, and it is phenomenal because of it. But this kit does have an Achilles heel, or should I say an Achilles wing. So that does mean the wing up on the shoulder does have the MS joints in it, and it barely holds together, which really brings a fantastic kit down. Overall, visually, this kit looks astounding. It's beautiful. It looks so good. The detailing is incredible. And underneath the hood, the build is phenomenal too. It builds up like a Master Grade, is in every part, is built upon, built upon, built upon, built upon with a full inner frame, and it looks phenomenal. Feels phenomenal, and it poses phenomenally as well. Again, this is one of those kits that will just fall into whatever pose you want it to. It's just like magic. Poetry in plastic without a doubt. Again, the wing is the biggest letdown, but the rest of the equipment...
I am definitely going to buy this kit one day. For sure.
It's good. If you have the wing all around the place as the actual deployed funnels, you're going to have a really good time. But with the wing on, not so much. So yeah, when it does come to the real grade new Gundam, this would have been XS tier definitely if Bandai had done a little better on the wing. It's perfect, but not entirely perfect, making it an S tier, absolutely phenomenal real grade kit. So yeah, next up of course is the real grade Zeta Gundam, probably one of the most controversial real grade, or should I even say Gundam model kits of all time. Now, mine's hiding from me. I cannot find it anywhere. It's in the boxes somewhere. I have it somewhere. I will find it. I'm going to go through every single kit that I do have, but for this video, I could not find it. I think it's because it knows what I'm going to say. This kit looks great. Not quite as good as the RX-78-2 visually. It does have a transformation under the hood which undermines everything, which is a little bit of a down point, and overall it's not the most enjoyable kit. I recommend if you're going to build this kit to build it just so it's in a pose. Never move it again. Whether you're going to build it as the Wave Rider or the robot, build it that way. Do not transform it. Do not move it around.
I actually have a P Bondi of this kit, and I am dreading when it's time for me to build it. Again, if I build it, y'all gonna vote for it, but I don't want to build it. That kit seems horrible. All right, there you go.
Don't ever even play with it unless you're going to greatly modify the kit, because out of box to me, the real grade Zeta Gundam is most definitely F tier.
Pixar has shown us friends can come in all shapes, sizes, and species.
The real grade Unicorn Gundam is definitely the Johnny Cash of real grade kits, basically because it walks the line. It's half early real grade with the pre-molded inner frame, and it does have some non-pre-molded inner frame aspects. It was one of the transforming points, but still before the full transformation to mini master grade, which does undermine it to a degree. But it is still an absolutely complex, ridiculously awesome Gundam model kit. There's so much crammed into such a tiny little thing. This can transform from unicorn mode to destroy mode, and it holds up pretty well in both. However, this is another kit that does have an Achilles heel. This time it's an Achilles shoulder. It is extremely easy to break the shoulders on these kits. Basically, you need to really work that bicep swivel before putting this kit together. Even still, it has a high chance of breaking. Basically, the shoulders and the bicep zone is so restrictive, so awkward, and very delicate, which makes posing it a little bit annoying at times. Otherwise, not bad. Aesthetically, it is phenomenal. Bandai did kind of hold back on the light grey on this kit, which would have made it look a little bit, maybe kind of patchy. Maybe the white does work, the pure white. However, when you do transform it, that red shines through. It looks intense. It looks awesome. We do have a sticker for the V-fin, which is a little sad, but overall a phenomenal kit. Still poses very, very good, still looks great, and holds together nicely. For me, the real grade Unicorn Gundam is extremely, extremely impressive, but it does have quite a few issues, which to me makes it an A tier kit, not quite as good as the mini master grades. However, Bandai likes this kit a lot, so there's multiple variants. First off, there is the real grade Unicorn Band Dessiné. This is exactly the same kit as we would have seen. Even popping them side by side, it seems like there isn't even a tonal or color difference between them. The only thing that's different is we have an armed armor DE shield. This absolutely massive, over-the-top, beautiful shield, which we will see in subsequent unicorns. So if you want a standard Unicorn Gundam with a massive shield, this is the one for you. Exactly the same as what we would have seen before. So that makes it, again, an A tier kit for me.
E116.
Now when it comes to Gundam model kits, I do have a few regrets of things I've done in the past. And one of the main ones, well, it's this. I don't know why I did this. Basically, to make a long story short, this is my full armor and my Banshee Norn. Basically, what happened right here was, there was this weird kind of Gundam online show that was on YouTube where it was all, you know, live action and stuff, and they had their Gunpla, but then there was an article afterwards where it says how to put a Banshee and a regular unicorn together to make this kind of patchwork, almost cow-colored one. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but I highly regret doing it, because I've never brought myself to actually putting them back together again, and it seems like such an ordeal. Anyway, when it comes to the full armor Unicorn Gundam, it's, well, pretty much like the Unicorn Gundam we would have seen already, with a whole lot more stuff. That bogs it down, making it B tier for me. When it comes to the Banshee Norn, this is just like the regular kit. It's not overloaded or anything like that. It works beautifully, which makes it also an A tier kit for me. I just realized I have never built an orange psycho-framed version of the Banshee ever before for some weird reason, so I guess I'm going to have to put that on the shopping list. Anyway, continuing on with the evolution of the Unicorn Gundam, we had the standard Unicorn, then the Banshee, so of course next is the Phoenix. If you want yourself a small-scale version of the Gundam Phoenix, this is the one to definitely go for. It's much, much nicer than any of the high-grade offerings. However, this is a premium Bandai exclusive, so it might be difficult or expensive to come by, and it's still not an entirely perfect kit. There's a weird kind of effect this one has compared to any of the other ones I would have seen before. Now, the cool thing about doing this video right here is I do get to talk about kits after having them for quite some time. So issues that would have been, or should I say weren't actually there at first, that have arisen since, are there. This kit has gone floppy where other unicorns have not. I think it's the glossy plastic is just kind of lubricated itself into a floppy kind of mess. This hasn't held up well at all. Even up on the stand, this is going to be a little bit on the sad side. It's going to flop, which is sad. The gold plating does look nice. There's no nubs because it is undergated for the most part, and it's an impressive little piece. However, it does get a little bit on the floppy side, which means when it comes to actually ranking the Phoenix, after this amount of time, it's hit C tier for me, definitely. It loses the shelf presence because the color does make it blur into the background, the gold doesn't really pop too much, and it's just got too floppy, sadly. However, there is always Plan B, as in Unicorn Gundam Plan B, or Unicorn Gundam Perfectibility. This is quite similar in a way to the Phoenix. It's got the same wings, except they're mounted a little bit lower, and of course it is in that typical unicorn white, but with the blue going on inside, like the all Nippon Airways version of Unicorn. This kit is held up really, really well, which is funny. If you want a Unicorn kit that has absolutely everything, I mean everything, the armed armors of, well, Banshee, Phoenix, and all the bits off of Unicorn, then this is it. It's the holy trifecta together. It is a great kit, and it's held up better than the Phoenix. So if you have to choose one or the other, I say go for this. Again, it is an exclusive kit. It was from the Gundam base, so it might be a little bit difficult or expensive to get your hands on. But it is a cool version for those who want everything all at once. However, the overload does mean it isn't quite as good as the standard Unicorn Gundam. If you're going for a Unicorn, I say go for the OG. It just works the best.
Okay, hold on.
It's not entirely unpleasant seeing you again. Why did you stop being a vigilante? The line was crossed. Sometimes peace needs to be broken. Chaos must reign.
I was raised to believe in grace, but I was also raised to believe in retribution.
That's it.
Daredevil Born Again, now streaming only on Disney+.
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
So continuing on nicely through the eras of the Universal Century, next up is the novel alternative to the new Gundam known as the High New Gundam. This right here is the pinnacle, the peak of real great Gunpla in my opinion, and one of the peaks of all Gunpla really. This kit is perfect, there's nothing negative to.
So, when I hit a certain subscriber count, I will be doing a high new marathon. I actually do own this kit, but I'm not going to build it because I own a bunch of new models. I own a bunch of high new Gundams, and I said once this channel hits a certain subscriber count, I will be doing a high new marathon build. So, if you would like to see me build a high new Gundam one day and all its variants, I think I'm only missing one variant, which is a P Bondi. But beyond that one, if you want to see me build a bunch of high new one day, all the high news that I have, all you have to do is hit that subscribe button. It's very simple.
To say about it whatsoever. Everything about it. Aesthetically, it's phenomenal. It's got such color separation. This is real great incarnate when it comes to that. The only down point is the kind of orangey colored gold plastic on it isn't that nice. I did paint mine just to make it look a little bit better, but besides that, absolute beauty. It's solid as a rock, nothing falls off. The funnels here are falling off a little bit, but the reason for that is I just pulled it out of storage, so they just need to be kind of pushed in a little bit tighter, but otherwise, rock solid. Also, this is one of those kits that falls perfectly into a pose. Nothing falls off, no awkward new Gundam wing or anything like that. Everything about it is great. Some people be a little bit sad about the scale that Bandai made it so big when the high new Gundam is meant to be smaller than the regular new Gundam, but I like this. This is big, it's cool, it is the peak of real grade in my opinion. And if you're wondering why it's missing its hand, it's because there's also this available. The giant, big ass gun for using with it. So if you want an over the top, a little bit awkward to deal with display, you can attach this into the mix. But the kit itself is a must build Gunpla kit without a single doubt. So that to me definitely makes the real grade high new Gundam an XS tier best of the best real grade kit. And speaking of news, I don't know how I totally missed it. There is also the full armor version of the new Gundam. Now, once again, this is pretty much the exact same kit as we would have seen before. The full new Gundam is inside of the box, but now we've got some over-the-top armor. Heavy armor on the chest, front skirtings, on the sides of the legs, and there's that big, massive shield. We've still got that nice, rock-solid new Gundam inside of it, and as you can see, mine right here doesn't have the wing because I don't display it with it. I like the kit without it. Kind of wish we had that cool backpack that we saw on the metal structure new Gundam, the alternate backpack to the single wing. It's like two big cannons on the shoulders. Nicer loadout and well, it'd be easier to make in plastic than the little funnel wing. This kit is great. S-tier kit, most definitely. So finishing off the Universal Century in style, Pirate style is the real grade Crossbone Gundam. This one is a funny one because in a way it doesn't feel like real grade at all. It is 100% an absolutely perfect model kit. Everything about it is great. It looks amazing, it feels amazing, it poses amazing, it's nice to build and has an absolutely great loadout of stuff. However, in a way, to look at it and to kind of play around with it, it's easy to forget it's not a high grade. Well, a 2025 high grade. It does feel a little bit lackluster in the part separation or the visual kind of way that real grades are meant to be. However, it does come with the caveat that it is rock solid, it poses well, and there's nothing really negative to say about it at all. In a way, it's so small and it is so non-problematic that it's almost forgettable to me at times. But yeah, it's still an absolutely phenomenal real grade kit that in a way sometimes kind of doesn't even really feel real grading, but it's still fantastic, and it's an A rank kit to me.
When you've got multiple parts, but need just one answer.
Wait, how do these things work together?
Looks like you can jump.
Another cool thing about doing a list like this is I start to see the holes that are in my collection that I didn't really realize were there. So next we're going to be looking at the Crossbone Gundam X2, and I realized I don't have an X3. Anyway, when it does, well, come to the X2 right here, it's pretty much the same as the standard Crossbone Gundam. Same absolutely phenomenal kit, different color scheme if that is what you like, and it does come with a cool lance too. There's nothing really much else to say about it. It poses just as good. It's just as, almost, is it weird to say simple, a real grade kit that has a lot of nice aspects to it. And if you love Crossbone Gundam, it's probably the best version that money can buy. This and the standard real grade Crossbone. Great kit. Does lack some kind of typical real grade fanciness, but it's kind of better off for it. Again, A-tier kit. So that is it for the Universal Century Federation kits. It's time to move on to the Zeon and Zeon style kits. And starting off with, I guess, a little bit of a flop. And the flop is on my side because I have the real grade Zaku and the real grade Char Zaku. I can't find them because I keep all my 1/44th scale Zakus together and I haven't found them just yet. So they might be in a high grade box somewhere that I, well, haven't found. So that does mean I can't really talk about them per se, but I do have Johnny Raiden's version right here, which is the high mobility Zaku. At their heart, all of these Zakus are pretty much the same, and they aren't necessarily that fantastic. These shed parts like nobody's business. They fragment to bits. These things are plastic hand grenades incarnate. They just like to fall apart. They've got parts missing from the chest, parts missing here and there, the antenna, parts of the shoulder were falling off. It's very floppy too, and the articulation is extremely limited. Overall, it's not the greatest kit around. Visually, these kits are beautiful. The standard real grade green Zaku is one of my favorite Zakus to look at. but when it comes to everything else about it, it does fall short. Again, I can't really go into too much of a deep dive about the 2 standard versions because I don't have them right now, and I don't even know if I ever did a review of them.
Okay.
They're just not great. Overall, extremely disappointing. So to me, pretty much every version of the real grade Zaku is E tier. So that's the Char's version, the green version, the Johnny Raiden, and, or should I say, yeah, Johnny Raiden. The way they write it always confuses me. And basically you can just stack the rest of the real grade Zakus in there as well.
Yuck.
Next up is the real grade Zagok, and I guess the best thing to say about the real grade Zagok is the fact that Bandai actually made a real grade Zagok. That's probably the best thing about it. This kit came out in 2014, so 4 years into the actual real grade cycle. And although Bandai started off quite well with the RX-78-2, it got really rocky really quickly. And a lot of the 2012, 13, 14, 15 real grades had a lot of issues. It's like Bandai started rushing them out, and it does feel that way. This kit was always a little funky. The way its legs bent using the MS joint, the way the arms bend using the MS joint, it just all breaks down quickly. I just moved this kit and 2 parts fell out and I don't even know where they came from. The backpack broke off and I don't even like being around this kit. It's just falling to bits. Yeah, this kit isn't really the greatest when it comes to accessories and all.
He said that kit is so bad I don't even want to be around it. It's not even like I don't even want to see that kit. That's bad. Let's keep going. Where is the...
There's not much in the box, posability is next to nothing, and aesthetically, it does look nice, but since we got the Seed one, that looks fantastic and feels fantastic, and I think a good high-grade version is in order. This kit is definitely not one I would really recommend at all, but it is a Zagok. It still looks pretty cool, and it's not the worst of the worst, so I'm gonna give it E tier.
I'd do anything.
Let's put magic fairy dust on Murphy and Buzz so we can play together forever.
Wait, I have a better idea.
So jumping from one of Char's worst to one of Char's best, the quality difference between these 2 kits we're talking about is night and day. This is black and white right here. This is the real grade Sazabi and one of the greatest model kits of all time, one of the greatest real grades most definitely. Now there was an issue in the first run of these and it seems to be gone in ones that came out because I've built 3 of these in total. That was the shoulder joints were a little bit tight and were prone to breaking if you didn't sand them down a little bit. Now I don't think that's an issue anymore, but besides that there isn't really much. Sometimes the MS joint around the skirting armors can be a little bit on the annoying side, but besides that this is so good. Visually it looks phenomenal. This is segmented perfectly, 2 shades of red, parts that separate out nicely. Overall it is incredible. When it comes to the accessories, it's got tons of nice stuff inside of the box. Everything works with the mobile suit great, and we've got great fin funnels. Posing this, like you can see, it just falls into the pose. I love posing this kit. It is a little bit limited in some regards, but most of the time you're getting great poses out of it. When it comes to a big Xeon killer machine, this is one of the greatest posing experiences there is. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Xeon kits in general, this one might be my all-time favorite, because it just works in every regard. So yeah, that does mean the real grade Sazabi right here for me is S tier. It only loses out on the XS tier because the side skirts can be a little bit annoying, the head can be a little hard to align at times, and the shoulder did used to have an issue. But besides that, oh, depending on the day, I might even throw it in XS. So yeah, like I mentioned, I have built the Sazabi 3 times. So this one right here was the second one I built. This is the real grade Sazabi FF. So this is a Gundam base exclusive, and you can tell straight away what the difference is. It's those big old lobster claw cannon swords. So that's the only real difference. Well, the color tone is actually different. This is my first time actually popping both versions side by side, and I can see that the FF is a much brighter shade of red. Maybe a little bit too much so compared to the nice subdued but still bright red on the regular Sazabi. Again, this doesn't make or break how good the kit is. The big old cannons or lobster claws, do work just as well as the rest of the actual Sazabi, so it doesn't improve it or remove from it in any kind of way. It's just a nice alternative version. So basically this right here, again, is S tier to me. Also, I do have another version of this kit, and that is the mechanical core plating version. So there you go compared to the other two. This is just a very unique style of design by Bandai. So it is red clear plastic that has been titanium metallic candy coated from underneath. So you're seeing the color through clear red, which gives it a very unique feel. Again, this is a very expensive version of the kit, but it is a very nice take on a clear or mechanical plated kit. Does it do any better than the actual standard Sazabi? Visually, maybe, to some people. To me, I do think it looks a whole lot nicer in person. It really doesn't video as well as it does look in person. But anyway, it's the same really. Everything about it's just as great. It's just a little bit more expensive and a little bit more fancy, but still S tier through and through. Continuing on through the Char, or should I say Char adjacent mobile suits, next up is the real grade Sinanju. This kit's biggest issue, or should I say this kit's biggest fault, is that the word I'm looking for, is the fact that it came out in 2016, not 2018. The real grade Sazabi came out in 2018, and real grade had drastically changed at that point, so we had a full master grade style inner frame. That is not the case with the Sinanju. What may, subjectively look nice on the outside, on the inside is the Gundam Mark II, which is a fantastic mobile suit, but it just didn't deal with layering on more bits and parts. So that does mean that this is an absolute cluster fudge. It doesn't stay together, it doesn't pose nicely, everything about it is just a big ol' issue. And I'm not even sure if the gloss was a good idea or not. Again, that's a subjective choice whether gloss looks better than matte, but it doesn't, in my opinion, look quite as nice as the flat color on the master grade Sinanju. The fact that they actually color separate the gold on this is a massive engineering marvel, and something we still haven't even seen on a master grade version of the Sinanju, but all things considered, it's just not a great kit. It's flawed to its core, even though it is quite beautiful on the outside. The worst thing is the Sinanju is one of my all-time favorite mobile suits, and it is sad to say that the real grade is just D tier. And I'm giving it a little bit extra out of bias, I guess. Could be worse. So another real grade and another real grade Char suit. This right here is the real grade Zeong. This is one incredibly impressive kit. This gets full marks right across the board for everything. The build is phenomenal. Putting together all the tiny little verniers and aspects that this is made up of is so much fun. And the detailing is magnificent down to the tiny little elements all over the head, the individually sculpted fingers, all of that. We've got nice paneling that makes it a lot more dynamic than any kind of version of the Zeong we would have seen before, which can be a little bit on the flat and lifeless looking side, but this definitely is not like that. This is pure perfection. It looks great, it feels great, it's solid everywhere and has great articulation, even in places you wouldn't think it would. Something that is limited on account of having no legs and all of that is still incredibly dynamic because of the amount of actual engineering and posability put into it. We've got a nice set of accessories in here as well, and there is another box available as well, which comes with a whole lot more if you want a ton of effects with it. But I feel the core kit itself is more than enough. This is a phenomenal kit, it's been done perfectly, and it is another one that is the apex of real grade design and execution. So that does mean the real grade Zeong, for me, it's XS tier. Best of the best.
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions, made with 50% less sugar than regular sodas.
Good news, we got time with the CEO. It's in 40 minutes, at the office.
Co-pilot, based on this rollout plan, what questions should we expect?
So there we go, that is us done with one universe, which is the core universe, the Universal Century, which has predominantly most of the actual real grade kits. And Bandai's second favorite, of course, is Gundam Seed. So we're going to be moving on to the real grade 110%. Gundam Seed kits, which a lot of which came in the very middle zone of real grade releases. So there's a lot of problematic kits here, sadly, but one that shines above the rest entirely. Anyway, let's wind it on back and start with the first, which is the real grade Strike. So when it does come to the real grade Ale Strike Gundam, this is essentially the RX-78-2 of the Seed universe, and visually it kind of has the same sort of effect. This is real grade through and through when it does come to the looks. There's a lot of nice accessories inside of the box and all of that. It is a fully loaded kit. However, When it comes to early real grade syndrome, this kit is rife with it so badly, this thing barely holds together. Now I've built the real grade Strike multiple times and have multiple different versions which I will be going through soon, and none of them have gotten any better. Even trying to avoid moving it at all doesn't seem to help it. This is one of the most flawed designs across the board, definitely. That is very sad considering just how good it looks. All the issues do go around to the backpack too, which is a little bit on the loose side. It can fall off easily and it is just floppy droppy. The legs and the hip joints on this kit overall, really bad. So this isn't one I would recommend whatsoever. This is one that needs a 2.0 just like the RX MTA2. It's a classic suit, it looks great, but that is all it's got going for it. That means, to me, the real grade Strike Gundam is an E tier kit. It's not quite terrible because it still looks good. Out of box it can be okay, but it ages so badly. And you know what's an absolutely fantastic idea? Taking something that can barely hold itself up and then throwing a ton more equipment on it. This right here is the real grade Perfect Strike Gundam. So this is the exact same kit at its core, but now we've got the launcher striker as well as the sword striker parts attached on for all the bits attached, including the ale striker, making this the Perfect Strike Gundam. Now the actual sword and the launcher are pretty good. However, that is about it. What you've loaded it onto is the old flawed kit, so it's just gonna not work out. This needs to be on a stand most definitely, and still at that, it's gonna sag over time. Not great at all, and more equipment doesn't get it any higher a rank. Especially considering you will be paying premium because it is a premium Bandai kit, so that does mean that this kit right here, the real grade Perfect Strike Gundam, is far from perfect, E tier. So because I'm going from variant to variant to kind of keep this a little bit clearer, I am sidestepping into another universe quite briefly, and that is into build fighters for the real grade Build Strike Gundam. The reason I'm doing that is because this is just a Strike Gundam variant, and there are no other build fighters real grades out there. So basically this is the exact same kit with a build fighters veneer, a very beautiful one at that. I would almost say this is a nicer looking kit than the actual real grade Strike itself. We've got some nice clear parts, some great color separation on the blue on the chest. The backpack is exceptionally nice in comparison to the Ale Striker pack, and overall it does work out well. We've got some cool weapons, it's got that build fighter's flair if that's what you're into, and overall visually again fantastic. However, it does drop the ball just like this Strike Gundam by being extremely flawed to its core. So this is another floppy droppy early real grade definitely. The hips on it are absolutely abysmal, the shoulders like to fall off, and the arms get saggy too. It can barely hold up its backpack anymore, and just overall not fantastic, same as the Strike Gundam itself, making this also an E tier kit from me. Next up, and essentially another variant of the real grade Strike Gundam, is the real grade...
I heard that one was pretty bad. I heard that one was bad. Never built it, but I heard that one was a really bad kit.
Katsuki. Now this ride here is not quite as bad because it has been modernized slightly, but it is an absolute sin against real grade itself. Now this takes a little bit of a backstory. First off, the original Strike Gundam came out 1 year after the beginning of real grade in 2011. So it is a 2011 kit, so 14 years old. You can kind of say, well, it is old, so it does make sense that it's not the greatest. This kit came out last year in 2024, and they reused the Strike's inner frame in it. It has been modified to some degree, but not
11,
enough.
12,
and what's bad about that is
14.
real grade had finally perfected itself to tiny little mini master grades that didn't rely on the floppy MS joint core anymore. But Bandai brought it back for whatever reason, I have no idea. Now they have modified it a little bit so it's not as loose. Overall it isn't too bad. This is a gold plated kit, so how it looks will really depend on your own feelings towards gold plating, but it does look nice. I've seen some people strip it down and paint it in a nicer gold, and it looks a damn sight better. So the actual visuals are quite good, but they can be blurred a little bit by that gold shiny plating. The backpack on this is nice, its accessories are nice, and the parts Bandai have modified are nice too. But considering what they've done with another re-envisioning of a suit I'll be talking about soon, what they did here is pretty much a crime. They should have built it from the ground up for 2024, but they did not. Overall, a massive disappointment, definitely considering the caliber of kits now. This feels like a blast from the past and not a good blast from the past. However, what they have changed has increased the structure to some degree, and the only real physical issue is in the hip. So if you get it up in a stand, you'll still have a fairly decent time with this kit, but not as good as it should have been. So it's not as bad as the E tier strike kits, even though it is heavily based on it. For me, this is more of a C tier kit. Could be a lot worse, could be a whole lot better.
Breathe. Let your body settle into a slower rhythm.
Freedom.
So moving from Strike to Freedom, this right here is the real grade Freedom Gundam, also released in 2011 and also an absolutely miserable affair. This kit is whoo! First off, it doesn't really have the real grade look to it per se. It still looks a little bit on the kind of plain side overall and not that cool. Like even if you just take the standard Oryx 78-2 that came out originally, it had such a nice overall aesthetic, which this kit is losing. Also on top of that, the build is so weak. The hips are terrible, the ankles are terrible, the shoulders are terrible, the neck is terrible, and the wings are absolutely abysmal. They will fall apart again and again and again and again.
That's what it
this kit does struggle with its accessories, it struggles overall, and there isn't really a good aspect to it. Even getting this into a pose doesn't feel right because it's just falling apart all of the time. This is one of the single worst real grades out there. So yeah, for me, this is an absolute F tier kit down with the worst of the worst. And that's not even the worst aspect about it. The worst aspect about this Freedom real grade is... Bandai actually went ahead and overhauled and re-engineered this kit, but only released it in the Gundam base China. This kit is really good. So if you want a good real grade Freedom Gundam, you have to import it from China.
That's
Bandai,
great.
well, it is kind of based heavily on the standard Freedom Gundam, so there is some MS joint aspects in it, but Bandai has reinforced a whole lot of it. Overall, everything is so nice. They've actually given it the real grade visual overhaul, so it does have the nice 2 colors of every shade on it, so it does have that nice look the original Oryx 78-2 was doing. On top of that, they completely re-engineered the wings. Now, just like the original real grade Oryx 78-2 was based on a statue in Japan, this one right here is based on a statue in China. So that does mean it had to reflect the actual look of it, and they did kind of simplify the wings on that statue and gave it really cool landing gears. So not only can this pose beautifully with its wings out, it can pose fantastically with them down because you can flip out some landing gears and it can actually stand up supporting itself like the full-scale statue. Everything else inside this box is perfect. We've got some great accessories, and the posing on this is very, very, very nice. It's not quite as good as mini master grade style modern real grades, but it is nearly up there. I was shocked by just how much Bandai has fixed this kit, and the biggest shocking aspect is they didn't fully release it. This is an exclusive and it should not be, and that's its biggest sin. So this right here, the real grade Freedom Gundam Ver GCP, is actually, well, this overhaul has brought it from F tier all the way to A tier. It's that good an overhaul. Shocking. Should be full release. So yeah, back in the early to mid 2010s, Bandai was pumping out real grades quantity over quality. And that means a lot of them were screwed up, especially the real grade seed kits. Next up, we've got the real grade Strike Freedom Gundam, and this does go unscathed. This, what am I talking about? It goes extremely scathed. Scathed. This, not as bad as the real grade Strike itself. 2 years after the Strike's release, this came out in 2013. Visually, this is very nice. It does have the real grade look to it, and we've got lots of nice gold.
This piece is way too big to freaking lose, and I lost it. What the heck? Oh, there it is. There it is. All right. About to say, that piece is way too big to be losing. Alright, let's keep going. Woo!
In multiple shades through it. So we've got the injection gold as well as a nice plated gold in there. Overall, the backpack is good and strong compared to what we would have seen on the Freedom Gundam, but these side skirtings are absolutely abysmal. These are made out of gold plastic, so it means they break very easily, but they never really held in that well anyway. Overall, not quite as bad as the Strike, not quite as bad as the Freedom, so it is better than the combination of the two to a degree. The accessories in here are decent enough as well, nothing spectacular. And when it comes to the posing, it is very meh. Meh to kinda bad. Even though it's not that bad in early real grade, it's still quite a bad early real grade. Real grade Strike Freedom, not as bad as the Freedom, not as bad as the Strike, but still not great. D tier.
Real Grade Destiny.
Released in exactly the same year, that is 2013, as the Strike Freedom Gundam, we also got the Destiny. So as you can see, Bandai was spamming them out, and definitely for worse rather than better. Now the Destiny Gundam is pretty meh all round, which is not necessarily a good or a bad thing per se. It's actually quite forgettable. For one, it doesn't really look very Real Grade-esque. It doesn't have that cool level of detail. Even though it is there somewhat, it would struggle to compete visually with high grades of today. Now overall, there's nothing really bad to say about it. Everything really works out. The wings work, the body works, I haven't found any kind of loose parts, we don't have annoying side skirts, it can stand up quite well, and overall there's nothing really great or bad to say about it. I guess in a way, for a 2013 Real Grade, that's a good thing. You'll get decent poses out of it, it looks nice. It definitely has a lot more detail than the actual high grade that we do have available to us, so if you do want a visually beautiful Destiny Gundam, this one will hold up fine. So yeah, for the Destiny Gundam, again, nothing very spectacular at all. I'll make it a D tier, definitely on the same sort of level as the Sinanju and the Strike Freedom. So I do have a color variant of the Destiny Gundam in my collection. That is the Real Grade Destiny Gundam Western Plus version. So this is the orange version, or the cheese version, cheese flavor version of the Destiny Gundam. Now I've moved this one around a whole lot less than the standard Destiny Gundam. And again, this is the secret ingredient for early Real Grades. Build them and never move them, and they'll stay pretty strong. It's the actual moving of the kind of pre-molded inner frame that does break them down over time. So if you do avoid moving them, they won't actually break down and they will stand up fine. So if you're ever building yourself some early Real Grades for the looks, make sure to build them, stand them there, or just pose them once and you'll be a happy owner of the kit. If you want something for posing, these definitely aren't it. Again, exactly the same as what we would have seen, just in that orange color scheme, and my one holds up a little better than the other version because I didn't move it a lot. That's about it. Exact same kit, just a different color, D-tier kit. So next up on the list is the mother of all plastic hand grenades. This right here is the Real Grade Justice Gundam, and man, woo, this did not do the justice. Now, I'll mention first off, this is based on MS Joint 4, aka the MS Joint that was used inside of the Freedom Gundam. So essentially this is a Real Grade Freedom variant. And whenever there's a kind of parts variant of a kit, they don't necessarily tend to be as secure as the original one because of course they weren't necessarily fully designed to be loaded onto it. So this definitely overloads that frame and it just does not work out. This is the most botched kit I have in my collection right now. This is up there with the Master Grade Victory Gundam for how, actually no, I think that held together better. This could be the loosest kit I've ever had. Nothing holds together. The backpack is all floppy, it's all floppy, everything about it is absolutely miserable. What's pretty sad about that is, well, it's beautiful. It looks extremely nice, the proportions are cool, and I do love the color scheme they've gone with this particular version of the Justice. It is gorgeous. Again, if you're going to build one, I would recommend building one and never, ever moving it. Get up and stand in a nice pose, and you'll be happy. Besides that, though, you know, I review these kits, so I have to move them around a lot, so this one broke down badly. All of its accessories kind of suck. It sucks. The whole thing sucks. This right here, F tier garbage, sadly. Be nice if you don't move it. Don't move it. Never move it. Never, ever move it.
Sucks.
So next up in here we've got one of the coolest looking Gundams of all time, and one definite fan favorite. That of course is the Gundam Astray Red Frame. Now this right here, when I built it and reviewed it, I was like, this is doing extremely well. Mainly because I didn't move it too much. Again, I can't really stress that enough. Don't move the early Real Grades and you'll have a good time. Move them, sad times ahead. So yeah, over time this has loosened up a little bit. This kit is absolutely allergic to its own V-fin, so make sure to cement that on or it will go missing. It barely holds on at all. But otherwise, you know, there isn't really too much in the terms of issues or problems. It can pose up, it doesn't pose up too fantastically. Feels a little bit on the awkward side. And overall, it's okay. It's just kind of forgettable, really. Which is kind of sad considering just how cool the red frame actually looks. If you pop this beside some modern Real Grades, it pales drastically seriously in comparison. It is forgettable, but by far not the worst. When I'd first built it, I thought it was quite good, but it did kind of slowly break down over time and just didn't have that Real Grade massive, well, aura that a lot of the newer kits have. And some of the older ones did too. So for me, it's a D tier kit. But yeah, what seems to be the golden rule of making absolutely messed up real grades, and Bandai seemed to do it a lot, was let's take something that's working out relatively okay, just barely working under its own weight, and adding more weight onto it. This right here is the real grade Gold Frame Amatsumina. This is based on the MS Joint 10, which is exactly the same inner frame as the red frame Astray, so you can probably see where this is going. It has massive issues dealing with its own weight because it was designed for a smaller kit. Now, it's not the worst. The glass plastic is likely to kind of fall off because glass plastic is a little less grippy, so loss of parts is kind of possible to happen. This is again another one of those kits that if you move it a lot, it will become a marionette. You'll be able to string it up by its wings, hands,
I got
and
the
legs,
legs
and just
done.
kind of dance it around the place. It gets that flop. But out of box, again, not too bad. Visually, this is a stunner,
that's 2 hours.
absolutely. So it's worth it just for that.
All right,
the
let's go to the
accessories in
next
here are
one.
unique and
Jeez,
fun too,
look at the
and the kind of
wrong.
mix of
So low.
Astray frame and Blitz
All right, so
Gundam
that's
just
the
works
legs.
so well. However, again, all the weight and all of that add-on just really does bring it down. Now, I'd actually written on the list right beside me to give this E tier, but I don't think I can bring myself to it. The visuals are enough to bring it up to D. It's definitely at least Synergy tier when it comes to awkwardness.
Alright, so now I'm on the waist.
And of course we do have a color variant of this, and this comes to prove a point. So this right here is the Gold Frame Amatsuhana. Now this one right here I haven't moved around as much as I did with the black one, so that does mean it is holding up at least a little bit better. Again, these are a little bit on the awkward side, but if you treat them nicely, don't move them too much, they will treat you well back. Overall, it does look beautiful. Again, the nice pristine white gloss just makes this look almost angelic. This is absolutely beautiful. If you've got a 1/44th scale collection, you want something that just adds a touch of sheer class to it, this is definitely one. Alright, so you can tell here from this little yellow box picture that this is premium Bandai. So whether or not it is worth it to you or not to go out and grab this kit, it may be a little bit more on the expensive or hard to get side now, but yeah, it's still good, not great. D tier, just like the Amatsumina.
I'd do anything.
What are you doing? Putting magic fairy dust on Murphy and Buzz so we can play together forever.
Oh.
Hi, I've got a better idea. That doesn't involve glitter. Great. Let's go to PetSmart. Check out Hill Science Diet. It's formulated for long, healthy lives. And get it delivered with auto ship, so it never runs out. It just appears at your door, like magic, without the glitter.
Anything for
PetSmart.
you.
Anything for pets.
I need G2 and C1. G2 and C1. G2. Alright. So, just so you know, I have the Sword Impulse Gundam. And I think I already talked about this in another video, but I could speak on this one. This one is one of the best kits I own. There is an issue with the forearm, because the forearm is kind of loose. I think it's the right one. Yeah, it's the right forearm that's kind of jacked up, but outside of that, this kit is great. Now, I don't know about the Force Impulse. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Force Impulse, but the Sword Impulse, one of my favorite kits and one of the best kits I own.
So just when it seems like all hope is lost, that it's just sheer shadow and darkness around real grade Seed Gunpla, that it's all just met to absolute garbage, there is a shining laser beam in the darkness that blinds your eyes. That is the real grade Force Impulse Gundam. This came out in 2020, so this is past the magic year. So if you want to know what the magic year is, it's 2018, the year of the Sazabi. So a lot of the kits before 2018 can be a little bit on the funky side and have so a lot of the kits that came out before 2018 may be a little bit on the funky side with early real grade syndrome, but after 2018 they started becoming mini master grade like, and that is what this is. You build this up without any MS joint at all. I'm actually not sure where the MS joint is. It might be in the backpack, but it's kept away from the robot entirely, giving you an absolutely perfect kit. Visually, this looks absolutely spectacular. This is real grade through and through and just looks beautiful from every aspect. All of the accessories in here are perfect with some nice features, real grade level definitely. And when it comes to posing this up, it is a dream. It's so nice to pose, it poses great, it's incredibly dynamic, and overall it is the full package. The Force Impulse Gundam is a very nice, long looking Gundam, and it really shines when it gets into aerial poses. This kit is killer, everything about it is perfect, and this, when it comes to real grade Gunpla, definitely shoots right on up to the top of the list as an S tier kit. This is up there with Sasbi and New, standing shoulder to shoulder with the greatest of the greats. Not quite the fantastics of the fantastics, but it's still up there, and an amazing build. Must build, definitely.
And
the best thing about the real grade Impulse Gundam is Bandai went to town on the variants. So we do have a full release variant for the Seed movie, which is this one right here, the Force Impulse Gundam Spec 2. Now this is 100% exactly the same kit. It's just now in a more subdued color scheme. So if you want something with the bright colors toned down a little bit, looks a little bit more serious, but you still want the absolutely fantastic looks, engineering, and dynamicness? I don't know if I'm making up words, but it's just that good a kit. You need to make up words for it. Again, another fantastic one. It's the exact same kit, just in a slightly different color. Still S tier and amazing. And like I mentioned, Bandai went to town on this kit with the variants. Next up is the real grade Sword Impulse Gundam. So if you like yourself two giant swords instead of just your normal Gundam loadout, this is the one for you. The color scheme is also very unique when it comes to Gundam style Gundam kits because it is in red. Overall, exact same fantastic looks, exact same fantastic engineering, exact same fantastic real grade as the Force Impulse and the Force Impulse Spec 2. It looks astonishingly beautiful. But if you do want something that looks just as awesome with the exact same equipment, but even more striking, there is also the Sword Impulse Spec 2. I haven't mine built just yet, but this is an entirely red.
I don't like the color scheme. I think if it ever comes out, I think I want to get one of these and then a Sword Inspect. The Sword Inspect 2, I think I want to try to combine them.
Sword Impulse Gundam. It's really incredible looking. So there is that option as well. I haven't built that one, so I'm just going to rank the standard Sword Impulse. And once again, this is an absolutely S tier kit.
Hey, what's happening? It's G Perico, and I want y'all to come down to every table and try my signature dish, the Brie Mac, and tell me what you think when you try it. Sir.
So let me ask you what you eat on the road then.
And you know, a lot of the times I'm fasting a lot too because when we on the road, it's just like a lot of fast food. Nothing like that sizzle. Okay, let me get an even spread. This is smelling good. Where I grew up at was Los Angeles. My childhood was pretty good though. My granny did a good job making sure that I had what I wanted. She was a hustler. And I just found out something new about her. So the person that I ever recorded a song, my first song with, he was telling me like her idealism about music and just how to approach the business. And it's like my exact same motto, like build it and they'll come. Like cut out all the BS and get straight to it. And I'm like part of the reason why I'm blessed, why it just keep coming back to me. I grew up on a lot of Hispanic food, you know what I mean? But I also grew up on a lot of soul food. So it's just like a nice blend to bring the cultures together because we all like both down here because that's just like back to creating and like bringing an idea together. Like, okay, there've been plenty of times where I got leftovers, some asada tacos or shredded beef tacos, and I got some mac and cheese and some greens, and I eat them both, you know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably experienced the same thing growing up out here. So what I want people to feel across Los Angeles, Southern California, different every table locations at, I just want them to say one thing. Bomb.
But if you want something truly unique when it comes to the Impulse Gundam, there is another one out there that is ridiculous, absolutely. That is this one right here. This is the bastard progeny of the Impulse Gundam and the Destiny. This right here is the Destiny Impulse Gundam, and it's exactly what it says. It is half Impulse Gundam. The main body of the actual Gundam is full-on Impulse Gundam. Again, real grade, fantastic. And the backpack is Destiny Gundam. And the best aspect about it is, this is not just the backpack of the real grade, disappointing, standard first Destiny Gundam. This has been retooled and redesigned for this kit. So it is a brand new set of wings. They're rock solid, full modern, real grade quality, and they look spectacular. Overall, all it can do to me is make me feel a little bit sad that the Destiny Gundam got the short end of the stick by being a pre-2018 real grade, but overall it's very, very fun. Poses fantastically, and if you don't really like the backpacks or the kind of equipment that comes with these standard impulses, go for this one right here. I'll also mention there is a blast impulse as well. I haven't built that one just yet either, but I do have it sitting on the floor over there, so I'll get around to that sometime soon. But as for the Destiny Impulse, once again, it's exactly the same great level S-tier kit. So closing the chapter now on one universe, which is Gundam Seed, and opening it on the next one, which is Gundam 00. We do have a handful of releases from 00, not quite as much as we would have seen from the last two universes, and we're going to be starting it off with the real grade Exia Gundam. So this real grade right here came out in 2014 on its own MS joint, so it does mean it was built from the ground up for this particular kit, and the kind of teething issues of the past with the Seed kits had kind of disappeared a little bit, so this isn't so bad. Overall, aesthetically, it is okay. It doesn't really have too much of the actual kind of real grade look to it. I'd actually say there's some high grades out there that would definitely even put this to shame. Overall, it is very nice. It does look nice. Thankfully, it's not as fragile as some of the other kits out there, and the accessories in here are nice, and it does have one of my overall favorite Gundam weapons, which is the GN sword, which has been executed okay. Overall, I'd say okay is probably the best way to put it. It's not falling apart too much on me, and speaking of falling apart, there is also an option set available. You can probably tell that this one right here is not the standard release kit, because my standard release one was modified into the Exia Repair with the sold separately parts. Now this is absolutely garbage. I will just say that. The Exia Repair parts, woo, not good at all. That I wouldn't recommend at all. I wish I had my standard Exia back, to be blatantly honest. But yeah, the overall standard Exia, I've built the variants a couple of times, and it holds up nicely. The accessories are nice. Don't move it around too much. The hips are quite loose and they pop off. But overall, it's not the worst experience when it comes to real grade kits, but it's definitely far from the best either. It does look quite nice, and sometimes that is really all that matters. For me, the real grade Exia Gundam is definitely D tier. As for the actual Exia repair parts when they're attached onto an Exia, ooh, that I do not recommend at all. That is some F tier gutter stuff.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium.
So quickly jumping into a couple of variants that I have knocking around. First up is the Exia Repair 3. Again, pretty much similar to your standard Exia, just with some color variants and some weapon variants. There's a bit of a comparison to the two we had just seen before, and overall this is the exact same sort of kit with new color. We do have some new weapons in here which are quite fun. We've got a long-range weapon as well as a variant updated version of the GN sword which has some clear effect GN kind of style parts as opposed to the metal looking blade. So again, this is one of those ones that's kind of just depend on your own personal taste with the design of the Exia, what you like. Overall, again with this, it's quite plain for a real grade, which is kind of a comment on the overall real grade Exia itself. Again, not great, not bad. They're always better right out of box than when you pose them up a few times, and if you like this color version and don't mind paying premium for it, it's really not any different. What did I rank the Exia? Oh, D tier. This is also D tier.
That's sad.
Next up, we've got another Exia variant. This is Premium Bandai yet again, and it's a far damn sight different looking than the standard Exia, because this right here is the real grade Estrella, which of course was the prototype for Exia. This is in a nice shocking red color, and there is a lot of accessories inside of the box. Actually, this kit's strength compared to the standard regular Exia kits is just how much accessories the box is packing. Visually, it is so much different. There are some options for design of the face, And you've got a loadout here that is an absolute armory. So if you like messing through parts and changing the equipment on your kit, this is good for that. However, the kit doesn't take well to posing, so changing things out a lot is just kind of weakening up the kit per se. So in a way, it's a bit of a catch-22. You get a lot of stuff, but if you use that lot of stuff and pose it a lot, you're going to break down the kit. Overall, it's nice. The equipment is very, very nice, but it's still the same kit at its core, making it another D-tier kit for me. And if it's worth the price for you, I say go for it. It looks really, really cool, and the accessories are really, really nice. It's still the standard XC on the inside, though. Fast forwarding one more year into 2015, and this is the real grade Gundam 00. Now, you can really tell at this point that Bandai started to water down real grades by releasing them too often, because visually this barely even looks like a real grade at all. It's missing all of the characteristics that a real grade is meant to have. It doesn't have the nice color separation or anything like that. At first glance, you could almost think this was just a nice high grade, but yeah, overall visually it does lack the nice real grade kind of appeal. Again, thinking back to the first Oryx 78-2 that had so much nice color separation and parts variation to make it look like a Gundam that exists within reality. This right here just looks like another version of the real grade Gundam 00. Again, this can come down to your own subjective opinion of how you want.
Man. Alright. Okay. And then the F19, alright.
Want to look anime accurate or real world real looking, but this one right here definitely doesn't do much to look very real grade-esque. However, thankfully this is a damn sight sturdier than the standard real grade Exia and a very nice kit overall. Without the kind of visual real grade kind of complaints about it, it does look very nice. It does feel very nice, and overall it's quite good. The only issues I've ever really had are with the GN drives up and the shoulders kind of falling off every now and then, but overall it stands up to time very well. And it actually stands up very well too. Overall, it is a very nice real grade kit. A little sad that it did come pre-2018, but it's still not awful. Honestly, as far as older real grades go, this one's not bad. The 00 for me is a C tier kit. Definitely worth the purchase.
Yeah.
All right, trainees, let's say Glenn is a customer. What do?
We help with car, home,
boat,
RV coverage.
Great, apply coverages, because you never know what...
Okay, let me see. A19. G123. So we got A19, nice first here right there. Alright, let's keep going.
Now, if you're into variant kits, there is a variant of this that is completely and utterly over the top. That is the 00 Zan Riser. This is exactly the exact same kit, the same Gundam 00 at its core, but now it's got the Zan Riser with it, which is just a kind of another supplementary unit that flies around it, combines onto it, and gives it some obscene weaponry, including a giant buster sword. Overall, this does look great. Now, I will mention, I reviewed this kit and I just got it into a pose. That's all I did. That is my recommendation for older real grades. Never ever ever move them and you'll have a happy time. I'm having a happy time with this kit because of that, but at the same time I'm someone who loves posing my kit, so it is a letdown that I can't actually pose it without degrading it. That is the curse of older real grades. They look good, but you cannot touch. So clocking ahead one more year into the future, into 2016, we got another Gundam 00 kit, which was the real grade Gundam 00 Quanta. Once again, it's hard to believe that this is based on MS Joint 7, which is the Exia inner frame, which is exactly the same one which was inside the Gundam 00 as well. Here it actually does very, very, very well. This kit overall is exceptionally good compared to what we would have seen previously. It seems like at this point, Bandai was starting to learn that the MS joints weren't that great. The arms in this are completely brand new, and it does make it a very much stronger kit. Overall, visually, I do feel it kind of lacks the real grade kind of aesthetic. It is very simple looking for a real grade, with a very barely real grade kind of look to it. Overall, the detail is very nice. It is very good and strong. The accessories in here are incredibly nice and modular, so you can build them up in a bunch of different ways. The shield on the shoulder, use them as bits, attach them onto the sword for a nice buster sword, and overall the Quanta itself is quite strong and everything works out well. Posability is decent in here too, and overall definitely a very nice kit. You can feel the early real grade syndrome just kind of evaporating out of the kits around this time. Bandai was learning, and learning well, and out of all the 00 kits we have seen, this one right here to me is the best, making it definitely a B tier, almost perfect real grade. So there we go, closing the door on what was the real grade 00 kits, and now we're moving on to real grade Gundam Wing, starting with Gundam Wing itself. So starting off with the iconic looking version of Wing Gundam.
I already talked about this in a list, so I guess I don't mind ruining it here, but the Wing Gundam is technically it's tied with another kit that I have, but yes, the Wing Gundam is basically one of my favorite kits I've ever built of all time. This is an amazing kit. I know some people hate the transformation, but I love the transformation. I freaking love this kit. It's one of my favorite kits of all time.
The one that we all remember from the TV show, because this is the TV version. Now this is a kit that came out in 2021, so that is a post-2018 kit. This builds up like a mini master grade, and it's all the better for it. Honestly, just picking up these kits, you can feel the difference immediately. After touching the 00 kits, this feels so goddamn good. It's such a nice kit. Visually, it is a little bit on the plain side. I guess it doesn't really look very real grady, but it is almost a perfect replica of what we would have seen in the show, and I guess that is what matters. Overall, the MS joint aspects of this kit have been relegated to just around in the transforming wings. And yes, the wings do have a little bit of a real grade exclusive kind of movement to them, so they can separate out very nicely. Now, we'll mention this is also a kit that does have a full transformation to bird mode, so even though it does have a transformation, that doesn't undermine the actual robot form itself, and the transformation is simple and effective.
Yes,
now, the only thing that's kind of annoying on it is those little claws on the forearms. You have to move them every time you're bending the arms, but overall, this kit is nice. The accessories in here are nice too, and this is one of those kits that just falls perfectly into poses. It's so nice to pose. Posing it will not break it down because it is designed as a full-on model kit without those rubbery MS joints, and this is just such a joy. If you love Gundam Wing, you collect 1/44th scale kits, this is one you absolutely need.
It's amazing.
This is fantastic. The only thing I'd rank it down a little bit on is it does feel a little bit on the simplistic side for something that is a real grade. Again, Wing Gundams are small, so they have to pack it into a small little package, so even though it is an absolutely fantastic kit, it's not quite New Gundam and Sazabi fantastic to me. This is more of a unicorn and crossbone fantastic. A-tier kit.
You're watching a toothbrush play Billie Eilish. But did you know that there's a YouTube Music app where you can also listen to the EDM version, the ska version, and of course, the original version?
Duh.
Get YouTube Music Premium.
So essentially the exact same Gundam as the one we just looked at. This is the Katoki Hajime design. So the last one was the Kunio Okara version, which was the TV version. This is a redesign in Katoki's style. So this has, well, this came out in 2016, so it is a pre-2018 kit, so it definitely has an MS joint inside of it. That is MS joint 9, which is also in the chicken-winged version of Wing. And overall, this isn't the kind of whiplash I would have expected from moving from a post-2018 kit to a
I have this kit too.
kit. This one actually deals with being an early real.
I'll be honest with you, that is probably my worst real grade. No. Wait a minute. Why did you talk about the 7 sword? I just realized that. He didn't talk about the 7. He didn't talk about... Hold on. Oh, I can't do it on here. Well, I'll go back. Watch.
Grade quite well. I think that's because it is a kind of lightweight kit. Even though the wings around back are lightweight, it doesn't really do too much. It doesn't really look overly real grady per se, but it is an interesting design. It can look a little bit awkward just standing there, but once you get it into a flying pose, it does look nice, streamlined, and unique. It's got a long variant version of the Buster cannon, and overall, it's pretty good. Aesthetically, it's nice. Equipment is nice. It poses nice. Overall, I guess it's nice. For me, the EW version of Gundam Wing is...
Yeah, the problem is some things, it doesn't stay together that well. No, I mean, most of the kit does, but there's certain little pieces that don't really stay together. That's the one issue I find. But yeah, it's not that bad of a kit. But it is... I don't know if it's the worst real grade I own. It might be the second worst real grade. Or it might be tied. No, okay. I'll come back to it.
A C tier kit. Not bad.
I accept that.
So going from one Wing EW to another Wing EW, this is one of the most iconic Gundam designs around. This is the real grade Wing Zero EW. Now this has those big chicken wings round back, which a lot of people absolutely adore. They're very unique when it comes to Gundam designs, and what can I say? It just looks stupendously crazy. Now, all I can say is with this particular kit, it's not quite as good as some other Wing Zero EWs out there. And even though this is pretty much based on, or should I say, the last wing we just looked at is based on this kit, somehow this one feels a little worse off for it. It has a little bit more issue kind of holding on to things. The big old wings can kind of get awkward and in the way and stuff, but at the same time it is essentially the same kit. I just don't know why it's just not working out as well. Accessories wise, they're decent enough. Visually, this is quite nice. And what does come to the overall posability, it is a little bit on the S side. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It just does not feel quite as good as what we just looked at.
That's why I said I'm gonna wait till because you know they're gonna bring out a 2.0 of that kit. They'll bring out 2.0, I'll probably get it.
For me, the Wing Zero EW is not quite the same tier as the actual Wing EW. This one to me is a D tier kit. So moving away from the Wing now to the Tallgeese, and we do have multiple variations of this to look at. First up is the standard release, full-on regular Tallgeese 1. Overall, this is an exceptionally nice kit. It's got a lot of flaps and bits going on that can kind of clash with each other and get a little bit awkward at times, but it looks stupendously nice. The Dober gun is so nicely designed, the armor panels look great on it. It is in a gloss white that is done perfectly, and there is no loose parts. A lot of the parts may get in the way of each other, but nothing will ever fall off this kit. It just has been engineered so nicely, and I've posed the crap out of this because I like it so much, and it's been holding up so good. Again, this is one of those kits that's kind of a day walker. It's walking the line between older and newer real grades. This right here is a 2018 kit, but it is pre-Sazabi, so it still does have some MS joint inside of it, but a limited amount. It's used mainly just in some of the joints, and they are supported by actual full-on plastic parts, which does make it gel together nicely. This is a very good kit. The equipment is absolutely beautiful. We've got that Dober gun like I mentioned, the shield up in the shoulder, and when it comes to the posability, this poses up nicely and looks even better in poses than it does in standing poses. A great kit, quite similar to what we would have seen with the Unicorn Gundam, kind of being a little bit of an old school early real grade, new school real grade combo hybrid. To me, it's extremely good and a B tier kit. And then we've got the variants. So first up is the real grade Tallgeese TV version. So this is the exact same kit. It's just they've toned down the colors to what we would have seen in the TV anime. Because of course, all that yellow we see on the real grade kit is not in it. So yeah, if you want something that is a little bit more like what you would have seen in the TV show, then this is the one to go for. Of course, this is a premium Bandai kit though, so you may have to pay a little bit more for it, or it might be hard to find. It's strange that they actually broke it up like this though. Anyway, this is the exact same kit, so it gets the exact same ranking, so the real grade TV version of Tallgeese is a B tier kit as well. And the next kit I have in my collection right here is the real grade Tallgeese 3, another variant of the Tallgeese kit. Now you might be wondering where's the Tallgeese 2. I have this really weird curse. Somehow I've never managed to get a Tallgeese 2. Whether it's the master grade or the real grade, I've never found any. I've said that I'm going to review the kit, I did actually say it in a video, but I can't find one that isn't obnoxiously expensive, so I'm still waiting to find a real grade Tallgeese 2. However, when it does come to the real grade Tallgeese 3, it's the exact same kit as the standard Tallgeese. It's just a color and parts variation. The head has a nice new crest, and the weapons on both of the shoulders are new. We've got a big old cannon on the right hand side replacing the Dober gun, and the shield has an Epion-esque kind of whip to it. Otherwise, it's the exact same kit, the exact...
I really want that one. That's the other... I do want that variant. I was going to get it when it was available, but I couldn't afford it. But when it gets back available, I'm going to buy that one. Well, when I can afford it.
Same quality, and it really just comes down to your preference of Tallgeese here. It's just as good as that kit, and by that kit I mean the standard Tallgeese Gundam. So this is another fantastic B tier Tallgeese.
Today, in the PetSmart kitchen, we're combining Tiki Cat's born carnivore, grain-free, non-GMO dry cat food and toppers. I'm Trisha Seifert, and I'm known as the Cat Boss.
Oh, yep. That one is, I'm just going to let you know right now, the Epion Real Grade is amazing. It is an amazing kit. It's pretty much tied for my favorite kits that I own of all time. I need to do one of those. Well, I think I already did one, but I gotta do another one. I gotta do my favorite kits of all time. I may do that at the end of this year. I'll do it for the end of 2025. I'll do my favorite kits, my top 10 kits that I own. I'll do that.
But when it comes to real grade wing Gunpla, it's time to hail to the king. This right here is the real grade Gundam Epion, and it is head and shoulders. No, it's crotch, waist, head and shoulders above the rest when it comes to quality. Where the real grade Tallgeese walked, the real grade Epion flies. This is a mini master grade style kit. Actually, scratch that. That's an offense to this kit. This absolutely trounces the master grade version in absolutely every way. This thing is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
now, first off, this came out in 2023, so it's very, very new, and it is very after 2018, so it is phenomenal. This does have a MS joint in it, but it's just in the heat rod, so, well, to say it pretty much is the heat rod, and it's ridiculously impressive the way it builds up. This is a fully transformable kit, so it can be transformed into the kind of double-headed dragon mode, and everything about this is astoundingly perfect. It's real grade through and through. This has multiple colors for each of the colors on it. The color separation is off the charts. The detailing is off the charts. The build is phenomenal. It just feels perfect. This is the perfect real grade wing kit. This is an outstanding, miraculous, beautiful thing. If you love Gundam Wing, you want the best 1/44th scale kit that there is out there, this is it by far.
Yeah.
The real grade Gundam Epion is absolutely spectacular with its giant sword, and this goes right to the top. It's excess.
It is one of the greatest kits that I've ever built. I can honestly say by far. Think I ruined that video. But it is. It is a great kit. It is literally one of the greatest kits I think that has ever been put out there. Absolutely. I'm not even going to... Yes, it is an amazing kit that I do recommend to anybody. That is one kit that you should get. It is an amazing kit.
Tier best of the best. So yeah, that is another chapter closed. That's the wing kits completed and ending on a high note with the Epion. So next up we've got G Gundam. Now there is only one kit right now, but the second of the line is coming out very, very soon, which is the Shining Gundam. So you might as well jump into the one that we do have, which is the real grade God Gundam. So the real grade God Gundam here came out in 2022, and it was the only real grade release of the year. Just like in 2023, the only real grade we got was Epion, and I'm all about that. If we get one real grade in a year and it is absolute perfection, I prefer that to 4 absolutely kind of meh or subpar kits personally. However, with this kit, it just skirted right beside absolute perfection, but slightly missed it. Overall, this is an absolutely beautiful kit. It looks phenomenal. Just look at how good it looks. This is a real return to form for real grade. The kind of shadow thoughts of the Not so real grade-y looking real grades from the mid 2010s are gone, and real grades look like real grades once again. The color separation is amazing. We've got some nice textures and colors and glossiness to the plastics. And that's all combined with this thing's absolutely over-the-top articulation. This thing can pose up better than pretty much everything out there, and it's got perfect balance. It's just the perfect package. When it comes to the accessories in here, it's just kind of what you need, and that's pretty much about it. But this kit is all about the God Gundam itself, its looks and its posability. Now, the one kind of weird aspect here is Bandai went back to adding the MS joint into the actual mobile suit itself. They put the MS joint into its arms, so its arms are kind of noodly messes. They do loosen up over the time, and they just don't feel that good. Thankfully, it's not a kit that has to hold anything up, but you can always feel it when you are posing it. It was a weird choice on Bandai's part, and that's why the real great God Gundam, which should have shot right up to XS tier, is an S tier kit. It's quite good. Actually, no, it's fantastic, but those arms quite literally let it down.
There are a lot of ways for toddlers to start learning. But there's only one way for them to start off big. Lego Duplo.
I want to get that one too, but I want to combine it with the regular one.
And of course, there is one variant of the real grade God Gundam. That right there is the real grade God Gundam Hyper Mode. This right here is the Gundam base exclusive version with gold plating. This comes with a whole lot of nice stuff inside the box, a nice display background, and as you can see, it is a very nice plated kit. Overall, it's just as good as the God Gundam itself. It's pretty much the exact same thing, but of course you will be paying a premium price for it, for a premium kind of kit. I'm going to knock it down one grade, of course, because you do get some like little nips on the surface of the kit where you cut it out that you cannot fix. So for me, the real grade Hyper Gundam, or should I say the real grade God Gundam Hyper Mode, is an A tier kit as opposed to an S tier kit, just because of that coating. So at this point right here, I'm just going to go through the other real grade kits that I do have that are non-Gundam. So first off is the real grade Evangelion kits. Now, first off, I'm just going to say, these are pretty much all exactly the same. At their core, they're the same kind of design, the same actual kit, the same actual runners, just with some color and mild parts variations, and some differences within the actual equipment that come inside of the box, but they are the same quality all around. These are fantastic kits. They build up spectacularly. They look so good, but overall, over time, just kind of in a real great sort of way, they can loosen up a little bit and become floppy. I do say to make sure not to move them too much. That will save you a little bit. I do find with at least my Eva Unit 1, it's having some real issues when it comes to the little parts up in the bicep. They fall off all of the time. This doesn't seem to be on the later ones as far as what I've seen. Maybe it's just the color separation or something like that. Maybe I've moved the kit around a lot more than the other ones. But overall, they're very nice kits. They do have some issues. Again, over time they can kind of break down, but if you treat them well, they will do quite well. So when it comes to the Eva kits, I say every single, where did you go? Every single one of them to me is A tier. So A tier, number 1, 0, this one, that one, the other one, they're all pretty much the same. Those are the ones I've actually built. And again, I love them. They're all pretty great. They're all awesome. I have a couple more I need to get around to, and they are very, very nice. The last kind of one then is the real grade Gao Gai Gar. That is an exceptionally nice kit, an exceptionally nice kit. It builds up out of a whole bunch of different parts that combine together, so it's not really like much else that's out there, and it definitely really isn't like a lot of other kits. Does it even feel like a real grade? It's kind of hard to say. There's definitely a lot more detail to it than a high grade, so it's definitely real grade-esque. It's got a lot to it. There's a lot going on. I do recommend watching the review if you do want to see a deep dive into this actual kit. It did give me a little bit of issues when I was actually doing this video because one of its feet decided it was going to pop off, and it needs disassembly in order to attach it back on because it attaches in kind of weirdly to the side. Overall, good kit. I do have the Goldie Mark that I need to actually get around to too. And again, this is going to be a very vague kind of ranking of this kit because hey, get back here. I don't actually remember it too well, but if I was to pop it with something, I think it'd be an A tier rank as well. It's definitely not up there with the likes of the new Gundam and the Sazabi, but it's still quite nice. However, I do kind of feel like it's better than some of those. Nah, screw it. Gao Gai Gar. S tier. It's nicer than those kits in A tier, definitely. So there we go, there's absolutely every single real grade kit I have in my collection and that I've built. I've been building these for years, since I started, or should I say restarted Gunpla back in 2011. So some of these are almost 15 years in my collection. Now there is one thing you can definitely say about real grade. Every single one of these kits is a visual masterpiece. They are all beautiful, small scale, crazy kits. The older ones may have some issues if you move them around a lot. If you don't move them, you won't have those issues. The newer ones, they are absolutely perfect through and through. Now at the beginning of the video I did say that I'd compare my list with Joe's, so here they are. Joe's is on the left, mine is on the right, so you can see that there are a lot of similarities, some differences, so even though there are some pillar kits in the real grade line that everyone's going to love, there are some niche ones too that, depending on your preferences, you will like or dislike. Now ones that completely overlapped, that is up top, absolutely perfect, is the High New Gundam. S tier for both of us, the New Gundam also overlapped. A tier, the Crossbone Gundam, nothing overlapped in B tier. C tier was the original RX-78-2 and the Wing Gundam EW, and a D tier then, the overlap was the Amatsu Mina. Now the other thing I really wanted to see is, what were the ones that really kind of polarized or deviated from each other? So these are the kits right here that were separated by at least more than 2 tiers. So this is interesting to see. Now I will mention at this point, I did upgrade my ranking of the red frame because I realized it should not be down there with the likes of Exia and the Amatsu Mina. So I did bumped them up to C. But anyway, the ones that did not overlap were the Zephyranthus, quite the polarized opinion right there. The Zaku, now that one I will just say, I based these on the high mobility Zaku because I didn't have mines on hand. So I would say totally listen to Joe in that regard. I didn't have them hands on right now, so I'm just gonna have to find them and check them out. And the other ones that would have polarized quite a bit were the Justice Gundam, the Force Impulse Spec 2, the Estray Red Frame, and the Exia. Now we'll mention as well, if you do want to do this tier list yourself, there is actually a community rank on Tier Maker. So if you go over, find this list, I'll throw a link down the description, you can do it too, and if enough people do it, we'll actually end up with a kind of community voted average, which I think would be pretty cool. So again, I do recommend you check it out, rank the kits that you have, and we'll see what we end up with. Anyway, what's your opinion? What are the real grade kits you'd recommend to other builders? What are the kits you would definitely not recommend? Drop them down there in the comments. Also, if you do want to see more tier lists, let me know. I'm going to be organizing through all of my kits, and I do want your opinion. How should I organize them?
This is one of my discrepancies with this list. I have one discrepancy. Let's see if it comes up. I actually got to go to my page, because I do have one big discrepancy. One. See, but mine pops up sometimes.
This is why cheating. She's wearing an aging simulation outfit to improve the page.
That's cool. There it is. Okay. Let's go to shorts. I have one discrepancy. Why is I gotta see if I can fix that. I gotta fix that. That shouldn't be the first one. I have one discrepancy. Let's see if I can find it with that list. Something I didn't see. Jeez, I need to make sure I find out this one. Where was this one at on the list? Where was this kit? I probably should repost that one. I own this kit and he did not go over this kit. Why is this kit not on the list? Or maybe it was and I missed it. If I missed it, my bad. But I didn't see that one. I didn't see this one pop up. All I want to know is, where is this one at? That's all I want to know. Anyways, let's go back here. All right. No, it's too recent. Can't watch it. I don't want to watch it. Too early. All right, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I want to know. Yeah.
Welcome once again to another episode of What Happened, the show where we 24/7, 365. But no one is better at taking their fans for a ride than Capcom, the seminal Japanese publisher / developer who's probably responsible for everything you've ever liked about video games. However, that ride has undoubtedly had some peaks and valleys along the way, as some of those Capcom franchises or characters that you fell in love with have since been blipped from history.
Yeah.
Nowadays, though, if you're into Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, or Phoenix Wright, you have it pretty good in all honesty, but there's one fan base that have it not so pretty good, and those are the ones that maybe supported Capcom the most, and that's the PN09 fans. Fighting game fans. The last several years have been kind of very rough for a variety of reasons, be it lukewarm launches, poor communication, or iffy DLC practices. But while Street Fighter V more or less managed to turn itself around, Capcom's only other fighting game of this generation, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, has to be one of, if not the biggest failure in the realm of fisticuffing. Yeah, you hear that, Cross-Tekken? You're off the hook! Yeah, we knew you could do it.
Yeah, that
Whoa,
I
slow down
own
there.
that game.
Did you really think you were gonna hog this subject all to yourself?
Why, if it isn't Guinness Book of World Records winner for most subscribed channel that specializes in fighting games, Maximilian, dude. Hey there.
Hello, Matthew.
Stop calling me that. Anyway, with Max's help, we're gonna be tag teaming to break down the long, tragic journey of Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. So, without further ado,
let's go!
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app, and $9.99 a month for a music app, and $12.99 for...
So, grab your time stone and let's travel back to one of the most glorious years in all of the years, 1994. The world was fertile and vibrant, and blessed with many natural wonders such as Jamie Lee Curtis in True Lies, Ace of Base, Donkey Kong Country.
But that's all garbage. Why? Because X-Men Children of the Atom. That's why. This absolute magnum dick of a fighting game set a new standard for graphics and gameplay in the arcades, as it took full advantage of Capcom's CPS2 board. It also set an exciting precedent for fans of comics or video games in general.
Oh, if Capcom is making Marvel games, what if both sides clash in an epic struggle? What if Ryu could Dragon Punch Cyclops? What if Zangief could pile drive Cyclops? And what if M. Bison could kill Cyclops? Unfortunately, those questions would go unanswered for about 2 years, because then X-Men vs. Street Fighter was released.
Thus kicked off half a decade of amazing, manic, over-the-top, combative fanboying between two pop culture powerhouses. This culminated in 2000 as it saw Marvel vs. Capcom 2, New Age of Heroes released, which really cemented the legacy of Capcom vs. Fighters. Clocking in at 56 goddamn characters, upping the teams to an insane 3 vs. 3, and introducing my personal favorite, the sexy seductress, Amingo. Marvel 2 established itself as an absolute classic. Things only got more hype from there, as the unbalanced but nevertheless fun and deep gameplay exploded in popularity just 2 years later, as it was heavily featured in the early EVOs, becoming a pillar of the fighting game community.
Then for a long time, nothing happened. During these dark ages, fighting games, particularly 2D ones, struggled to find relevance in a marketplace filled with games like Virtua Fighter 4, Dead or Alive 3, and of course, the king of them all, Mortal Kombat Deception. Then, in 2008, Capcom returned to the arena with Street Fighter 4, which proved to be a sales success, and felt they needed to capitalize on this fighting game renaissance while it was hot, and what better follow-up than clashing once again with the Marvel Universe. Things had changed since the late 90s, however, and rather than being almost out of business was a booming, and a whole heap of Marvel heroes now had maximum mainstream exposure. We're talking about guys like Iron Money, Hot God, and Captain Duty, and since his movie was in the works at that time, they threw in Sassy Doctor as well.
Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Fate of Two Worlds released in 2011, with one of the worst logos ever, and longtime fans lost their collective shit. The game featured a bold comic book art style, had a great balance of fan favorites and newcomers, and was generally really fun to play. A lot of skeptics, however, assumed Capcom would just put out a better version a few months later, which they did. But hey, Ultimate Marvel 3 had some awesome new additions and was seen as a superior iteration. With that being said, the game definitely needed some balance changes, but official support had dried up and Capcom wasn't talking. The next time Marvel 3 was mentioned was when it was delisted from all digital services in late 2013. In fact, this even kicked off lots of Marvel franchises, disappearing from the Digiverse, including Marvel Origins Collection and its terrible, terrible box art. This move to start regaining their franchises that they had licensed out to companies that were now smaller than them and infinitesimal next to Disney is a behavior that would be intrinsically linked to Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite's eventual fate.
Hey, 14. Yeah.
In December of 2016, Capcom announced a new game in the series at PSX. What's PSX, you ask? Well, it was a big PlayStation-themed show that Sony just stopped doing. Now, this was a bit odd. Why didn't Capcom show it at E3 or EVO? PSX wasn't exactly the biggest venue to show off a brand new game, especially one that was multi-platform, so why not just wait until E3?
No, there's something else. Something ugly.
Oh, God.
Something malignant.
Regardless, people were excited because the MCU was now, doing pretty good. But hardcore Marvel players were a bit more subdued. Infinite reverted back to the 2v2 setup of its roots, and the Infinity Stones were added to the main gameplay loop, which would be the replacement for that third character. While it was nice that Capcom were shaking things up, some people thought they detected the memorable stench of gems from Cross Tekken, which would thankfully not be the case. One thing, however, that definitely was the case was the suspicious roster. Now, some people were pretty enthusiastic about X's inclusion.
Yo! Fuck you! Oh my God, what the fuck? Yeah, that was pretty good.
Others felt it was a bit worrisome that there was nary a whiff of a mutant. The months ticked by and it was quiet on all fronts until E3 2017, where Infinite had its first proper unveiling. The story mode was highlighted in a new shiny trailer, and it probably shouldn't have. Oh cool, there's Thanos, and there's Frank West at the Rocket, and oh my god.
What would you do if I sang out of tune?
Now, we don't want to harp on this, but it can't be overstated how Chun-Li's creepy porcelain baby face stuffed in a sausage casing permanently damaged the fan perception of Marvel from then on out. No one on the greater internet was talking about the gameplay, the Infinity Stones, or the story itself because...
Just take a look at this.
Also, get a load of Captain Duty. Woof. So, why did certain characters like Monster Mash over here look like Monster Mash over here? Conversely, why the new fighters look pretty sharp? Well, there's a good reason for that, or a bad reason really. Because the developmental details of a lot of Capcom projects, especially those tied up by a bunch of NDA cyclocks, aren't really privy to the public. Thankfully though, almost 2 years since its debut, enough pieces of the puzzle have been put together and enough lips have gotten ever so looser.
Close to the launch of the game, some staff within Capcom, under anonymity, revealed that the budget for Infinite wasn't exactly high, with one quote putting it succinctly by describing it as cheap as shit. While exact numbers are not known, Marvel's entire budget for the base game was comparable to just one season of DLC for Street Fighter V. Now, Capcom's flagship fighter did have additional backing by Sony, but seemingly no such deal was put into place for Infinite. Thus, it's safe to assume Capcom was funding most of it, if not all of the game, by themselves. And they weren't exactly splurging on it.
Now, how do you cut costs in a fighting game?
Well, you just do what you do in the old days. See?
Okay, so let's compare, say, Venom and Dante. Notice the distinct drops in quality here, and here? Well, that's because they just grabbed Dante's model or his animations from Marvel 3, a game with a very different art style, and just plopped them into Infinite. Do that a few dozen times, and you have your roster. What's more is that both games ran on vastly different engines, as Capcom's proprietary MT framework, which they have since abandoned, powered the comic book contrast in Marvel 3, whereas Infinite used Unreal 4, which powers just about every other fighting game nowadays. This might have caused some awkwardness.
Look!
Speaking of art styles, many fans pointed out Infinite's lack of one. Maybe Capcom didn't want this to be seen as a mere upgrade to Marvel 3, so a softer, more semi-realistic look was chosen instead. It was pretty apparent that most of the models looked rushed and sort of cheap, while the new fighters had a considerably more polished look. According to anonymous Capcom staff, these issues were raised to the higher-ups who were producing the game. The concerns, however, were apparently waved off, citing that it was a non-issue as no one would notice.
Yeah, well, I want it on record that this is a bad idea.
Now, while this has a modicum of truth to it, as all the frantic action and screen-filling special moves would make it nigh impossible to discern such detail, but that doesn't hold true if you say then zoom in on the Crypt Keeper during your story mode trailer.
Not content with just that, Capcom released a downloadable demo for said story mode that same E3 weekend to spread positive word of mouth about the game.
Yeah.
Watch the latest shows all in one place and get up to 6 accounts per household. There's no TV like YouTube TV.
Don't get me wrong.
Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Don't get me wrong, I played this game recently, and it's not as bad as I remember it, but it's it's still a bad game.
The hell happened? It didn't. Now, it might have been a good idea on paper, but this demo could have possibly done more harm than good. There was no versus component of any kind, no training, and was compromised of just a few limp fights against computer-controlled drones. That was it. Even as a product promoting a story mode, it did little to excite, and also prevented people from really experimenting with the gameplay, Infinite's best feature. That was the one thing people were actually pumped about, as everyone playing Versus on the E3 show floor were having a blast. But the majority of fans sitting at home were getting a vastly different experience.
One more thing that happened during E3 2017 that, in conjunction with all the other bad press, formed a type of icky paste that just gooped onto Marvel Infinite and never let go. That, of course, being...
Oh yeah, that did happen. I forgot.
Bandai Namco and Arc System Works literally announcing another fighting franchise that had a dynamic art style, 3 versus 3 tag matches, and featured legendary characters known the world over. You can't do nothing about that. While competition is a good thing and it should strive to push two products to be better, it didn't really pan out that way. More on that later. Oh wait, more on that now. Simply put, Marvel's chances at making some type of impact were dunked into a coffin from outer space by Android 16 and then nuked. Everything Infinite lacked, fighters had, and more. Not to mention, Namco scheduled the first public beta for DBZ the exact same weekend as Marvel's launch.
Convenient.
Intentional or not, in the FGC at least, this was seen as the darkest of shades. The memes and shitposting came sliding in hot and wet across social media, so the public opinion again was a bit skewed.
Then, fortunately, actually things got even worse. Speculation over the lack of X-Men or Fantastic Four characters was no longer unfounded, but was in fact very much found. Near the end of 2017, Marvel put all X-Men books on hiatus as they were embroiled with the disputes from 20th Century Fox over the characters. Then they relaunched X-Men later that year, but the Fantastic Four? They had been in the crap shack since 2014, as Marvel had been devaluing the brand, so Fox would just give up and relinquish the rights. And we could, you know, get good Fantastic Four movies for once. This was ruthless, by the way. Marvel was scrubbing them off any media they could. Hell, the Fantastic Four logo was even taken off Bombastic Bagman's bag in Spider-Man Unlimited.
She even took the ice cube trays out of the freezer. What kind of a sick bitch takes the ice cube trays out of the freezer?
Pettiness like that goes all the way back to Marvel 3, as the producer of that title, one Ryota Nitsuma, admitted they weren't the easiest company to work with, and cited a specific example where they would stall development, agonizing over the details of Doctor Strange's hand movements. Other anonymous Capcom staff also stated whenever they would request the use of certain characters, they would often get rebuffed from Marvel if they had no plans to use them within the MCU. One such instance was with the goddamn Juggernaut and his very, very tight suit. Capcom wanted the big jugs to return, but Marvel had no interest in pushing him, and in fact, Capcom were the ones who fought for characters like X-23 and Deadpool to be included in Fate of Two Worlds, and only after sustained campaigning for them would Marvel relent. Capcom tried their best to gather the most interesting heroes and villains they could, but if you have a partner who's difficult or unwilling to play ball, there's not much you can do. Therefore, Infinite would have no Sentinel, Magneto, Doctor Doom, or etc., and despite them usually being at odds with each other, both the FGC and casual audience came together to hate this as a united people. Capcom obviously couldn't go with the whole "it's Marvel's fault" route, so instead they went with the whole "characters are just functions" approach.
Then, producer of Capcom's fighting games,
Oh, I remember that.
famously said in an interview, if you were to actually think about
I remember that. Oh man, I remember that. I remember that. Oh yeah, yep. I remember that one clear as day. That was a pretty god awful comment. I 110% remember that. Oh my, yeah. No, come on. Come on, I gotta wait. No. Can I get there and there? No, I don't want to risk it. Let's see if I can take it off. Oops. There we go. What time is it? Sorry, 12:19. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yep. Alright, there we go. Clean it off. Now it looks good. There we go. It goes like this. Yep, there you go. There we go. Alright. Now the other one. Jeez. This must be for you. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Are we done? Yep. Oh, okay. I see why. Alright. Now the lace going right here. Here. just happened. All right. That's a really small piece. No. Oh, there it is. Just found it. All right, come here, you. All right, here we go. There you go. Oh, that's fine. I don't worry about it. Let's not make my life harder than what it is. Alright, so we got the waist done. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
About it, these characters are just functions. They're just doing things. Magneto, case in point, is a favorite because he has 8-way air dash and he's really fast, right? Well, guess what? Nova can do the same thing. Captain Marvel can do the same thing. It's just a function that people are associating with the character, and there's no shortage of that. We wanted to make sure that if a legacy of characters doesn't happen to make the roster this time, that playstyle would still be represented. The quote did certainly rub a lot of people the wrong way, but Combo Fiend couldn't exactly throw Marvel under the bus over this, so he had to take some tact when these issues came up and present to you some tact. Looking back on it, this is literally the only thing he could have said, so as to keep the heat off any one group. And I'd imagine if he had been even 1% more provocative in his answer, Disney would make sure there would be a severed Beta Ray Bill head under his sheets that night.
Infinite launched on September 19th, 2017, less than a year since its reveal, and a few months shy of releasing alongside one of the biggest movie events of all time, Avengers: Infinity War. Not the most synergistic time frame from a marketing perspective. One of the biggest advantages of a crossover title like this, a colorful cast of characters and a fantastical storyline, wasn't really being used to its full potential. Why they didn't wait a few more months to be closer to the hype of Infinity War is a journey into mystery itself, and considering the state of the game, more time in development.
With YouTube Music Premium, listen to your favorite songs ad-free. Download music and podcasts to listen offline or on the go. Enjoy thousands of customized playlists and radio stations.
Wouldn't have heard it. So, with this negative perception circulating around the game, what with its lack of an exciting roster and more enticing alternatives on the horizon, it's no surprise that all these foibles masked Infinite's best quality, its gameplay. Very quickly, people realized the Infinity Stone system didn't hurt Marvel, but only strengthened it. It functioned more like the grooves in earlier Capcom titles and led to lots of creativity and combo potential. Characters from Marvel 3, aside from their looks, got some fun changes, and the new cast received similar praise as well. Most reviews took these positives into account, claiming that the core game was really enjoyable. However, the ho-hum graphics, the lifeless stages, the stunted roster, drab menus and presentation, and the mediocre story mode were not enough to balance everything out.
Then, like, within days of launching, Capcom announced that a lineup of DLC characters were coming soon. Suspiciously soon. The 6 fighters would include Black Panther, Venom, Monster Hunter, and the rest. And while not known at the time, it has since been revealed that all 6 were originally scheduled to be in the starting lineup. Producers on the project felt it would be better to cut them from launch and make them DLC, as they didn't even have a long-term roadmap for future content.
Yeah, because that always works out great.
Or if they did, had scrapped it. This is partially evidenced by both Monster Hunter and Black Panther appearing within the story mode, with the latter also getting their own Wakandan-themed stage. The first 3 were added 30 days after the game launched, and all 6 were made available in less than 3 months, which also marked the last bit of content the game would ever receive.
Also, Filipino Champ let the world know that there was originally going to be like maybe 61 characters in 18 stages, but aside from that, I think we've covered the cavalcade of bad decisions and worst timing that plagued Marvel Infinite, one of the biggest fighting game disasters.
But what about EVO?
Right, okay, now it's time to talk about this. Not only did Infinite September release put it far away from Avengers hype, it also missed out on EVO 2017 as well. Marvel would have to survive a good 6 months to hopefully get picked for next year's championship series. During said announcement stream of the lineup, Mr. Wizard listed the games that would make the main stage, and Infinite was not among them. Although 2 other tag-focused games, DBZ Fighters and Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle Ruby Thing, did. Mr. Wizard stated this was due to lack of participation from the community, as well as low stream numbers during other tournaments. Many people felt this was unfair, as Marvel's numbers in those areas were not bad by any stretch and rivaled or surpassed other games, especially Cross Tag Battle, whose numbers were 0, since it wasn't even released when the EVO announcement was made. What's more is that this was the first time in 16 years that a Marvel vs. fighting game would have no main stage presence.
After the live stream, Markman, another EVO representative and Stick God, made comments that inferred Infinite's exclusion was not due to Capcom or even EVO themselves, saying, "I go to many FGC events, probably the most outside of sponsored players. I know that MVCI is being played, but it's hard to include a game that doesn't have support. I'm not talking about Capcom because they've supported it the most. We've had meetings with some pubs and devs about including their title as a main game at EVO. You know what? We didn't get the blessing that we hope for sometimes. We actively have to seek permission and/or content licenses to be able to include certain games."
Why exactly did this happen? Well, while not confirmed, internally, Infinite was seen as a failure due to the online backlash, the reaction to the roster, the reviews, take your pick.
But we were exposed.
So, since the perception of Marvel was so poor, trying to improve it with more DLC, or graphical adjustments, or even an ultimate version, was felt as a waste of money, which no company wants to do. Instead, it would simply be better to wash their hands of the whole thing and and just move on. Hell, Marvel was already doing that with Fantastic Four by just ignoring their existence, so why not do the same here? The last patch that the game received that fixed a few bugs was in January of 2018, so that was 5 months of official support and then just nothing. Like, cross-fucking Tekken had a better shelf life than that, for shock's sake.
It was at EVO! Fortunately, though, Infinite did make up for all this failure by at least selling what Capcom projected, which was about 2 million copies in the first fiscal Time Stone! Failed to sell 2 million copies, and instead barely sold half of Capcom's projections. This was less than Marvel 3 had managed to move 6 years earlier, by the way, and since the MCU brand was more popular than Jesus, well, that ain't good.
We are now almost 2 years away from Infinite's launch, and things are different. Disney now owns 20th Century Fox, so the X-Men and the Fantastic Four are back in the fold, all the comics are getting relaunched, and just look at the cover of Ultimate Alliance 3. It involves Thanos and the gems, and goddamn Wolverine is front and center, slapping you with his hairy adamantium dong. There's even gonna be a DLC pack for the Fantastic Oh, man.
Listen, it's pretty clear that Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite got dealt a bad hand. The timing, the competition, the budget, everything was working against it. And many of those elements were simply out of Capcom's hands.
Every so often, though, rumors pop up of the game returning in some form, or a full-fledged sequel might even be in the works, but unfortunately, there's no concrete evidence to support that. But still, it makes you think, what if?
My spider sense. I'm picking up nothing.
Thanks so much to my marvelous tag partner Max for the team up.
Hey, no problem, Matt. My name is Max, and I'll see you next time.
And thanks to all you Flophouse VIPers for voting strong and proud and saying, when's Marvel? And if you out there, true believers, know of any other games, fighting or otherwise, you'd like to see on What Happened, punch up your comments below or webstream your way to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially cast your vote on our next video. And that is enough said.
Innovative new mattresses are coming out all the time.
And you'll find all the latest trends at Sit and Sleep.
Hey, Drew, does that mean we're trending?
No, Dad.
Come see the latest trends from Tempur-Pedic and save $500 off Tempur-Pedic adjustable sets at Sit and Sleep today.
All right. What? When you follow Ryan in the chat, I'll follow you back. Say you follow, I'll follow you back. If you don't follow me, I'll keep spinning. Say in my chat that you follow.
Hey kids, just a little PSA before we get to the many bumbles and fumbles of Cross Tekken. If you're like me, and I know I am, you enjoy bashing buttons to take out evil end bosses and their many minions.
But I feel like y'all are spamming. Here's the deal. If you actually are a part of the stream, I will give you a follow. Because that's what I'll do. If you are a participant, I will follow you. That's what I'll do. But I like the way you did it. That was funny. I'll give y'all that. That was pretty funny. But I actually want to follow and support people that actually, if you're on my stream, I actually want to follow and support people that actually want to be here. So, like I said, I go the hard route. That was funny though. I respect it. Like I said, if you communicate, be a part of the stream, I'll happy follow. But you gotta, be a part of the stream. You gotta communicate. I need to make sure that you're an actual real person, not a bot. Because they know in heck I want to give any follows to any bots. That's the one thing I won't do. I don't want to support any bots. I want to support real, genuine, real human beings. Oh, build a roster. Oh, I should. Oh, yeah. See. Oh, I still got. Oh my god, I still got to do that video. I still got to do that video. If you do not follow me, I'll report your kid. Hey, I'm down. Let's go. Go right ahead. I'm cool with it. Make sure to use my name. Make sure. Yeah, go right ahead. I'm down. One thing you're going to learn, I don't respond kindly to threats. So let's go. G1 28 G2 G1 28. Let me see. I told you, be an active participant in the stream. At the end, I'll give you a follow. But I gotta make sure that you're a human being. Like I said, I want people who want to be here. Not people that are just here because they just want to gain something. Nah. Like I said, I'm trying to build a community. Man, if I didn't deal with copyright issue, I would totally bump that song right now. Where's that song? Let me see if I can play it real quick. Let me see if I can play it real quick. There it is. I want to play that so bad. I won't. I'm down. I want to play that song so bad. I got a perfect song to play. I want to play that song so bad. Dang it. And y'all, you're lucky I can't play my song. I want to play one so bad. You know what? Alright, forget it. I want to play at least one part. Hold on. So, hold on. Oop, wrong one. Alright. Okay. What you have to understand. Hold on. Let me mute the others. Let me see if I can mute the other channels. Good. I don't think y'all. I wonder if I can. This going out. Where are we at? Okay. Alright. Okay. I'll be right back, Twitch. I gotta put this on pause for a sec. I'll be right back, Twitch. Alright. As for Kick, one thing you gotta understand about me. Oh, what the?
Something's missing. Hey, Meta, I need more acidity. You got any idea?
Understand! We do not take kindly to threats. If you want to do it, bring it. I have no problem with that. You gotta understand that. Let's go. Report. I bet money I'll still be here. But again, if you want to be a part of this, you're welcome to. Let's go. Alright. What's up, Twitch? My bad. My bad, Twitch. Had to play. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me had to play a song that I'm not sure if I could have played on Twitch. Anyways. Oh shoot, was that on YouTube? Oops. Hopefully you two don't care. Oh well. Let's get back to it though. Let's see, am I back on Twitch? Oh, no, hold on, wait. Hold on. Oh, duh. That's why. My bad, let me turn this off. There we go. Alright, there we go. Cool. Whew. Alright, anyways, let's get back to streaming. Just and I didn't even wild like I really want to. All right. All right. G1. G2. Oh, gee. That was about to be bad. What's something good? Too early. Dang, there's nothing on right now. entire Guilty Gear story. What went wrong? All adventures, what happened? Man, there's not that we want to. I mean, there's things I want to watch. It's just that it's all too early. I can't watch most of it. I don't want to play his. It's only 3 hours. Digimon Survive? What do you mean what happened? That was actually a pretty good game. What?
1, 2, 3, 4, gooey, gooey, more is more.
Are you ready to beautify your slime?
More texture, more boost, more...
Hey kids, before we enter the Digiverse, I want to give a huge shout out to Garden Guardian, which just blossomed over on Steam and itch.io and presents a frantic throwback to the days of LCD gaming. You control Snippy, who has to keep an army of insects away from her beloved garden, razor-sharp shears in hand. Meanwhile, you still have to feed your plants and grow the garden, making for some tense, palms-is-sweaty style moments. Along with the escalating difficulty of the Endless mode, there's also a challenging Trials mission suite that offers various scenarios and modifiers to really spice things up. You can unlock a ton of art and concept designs, all for the low price of $3.99. If you're interested, check out the links in the description below and get to guarding that garden. With that said, let's start the show. Welcome back to another energizing and digitizing episode of What Happened, the show that says, hey, that thing over there, what happened? And today, that same question is going to be asked about the perpetually delayed Digimon Survive. Yes, Digimon Survive did finally come out earlier this summer, and if you somehow missed that, I honestly don't blame you. Survive was announced over 4 years ahead of release and released at the worst possible time, smack between the Live Alive remake, check out Liam and I's video over on Flophouse Plays, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3. In today's episode, I'll be exploring what we know about why the development for a game that was supposed to be a small-scale stopgap experimental spin-off took so long to digivolve onto store shelves. So allow me to pose the question once more. What happened to Digimon Survive? In July of 2018, Bandai Namco Entertainment announced that the next Digimon video game would be called Digimon Survive, but unlike the pair of cyber sleuth titles that had just been released, it would ditch the traditional RPG structure for something altogether different. It would put a heavy emphasis on visual novel gameplay to tell the story while offering a brand new tactical RPG battle system rather than the action or turn-based systems of prior games. Kazumasu Habu, the producer of most of the recent Digimon games, said to Famitsu that the impetus for Survive's change in direction was to offer an alternative to the Digimon Story and Digimon World series of games, and would lean into concepts from the various anime productions, with the most prominent being a stronger emphasis on the relationships between both human and Digimon.
Cut it out! Stop kissing my sister, you!
Shortly after Survive's formal announcement, Bandai Namco confirmed a Western release for the game on PS4 and Switch, with additional Xbox and PC versions set to ship outside of Japan, and reaffirmed that fans should expect it to launch in 2019. Aside from a few small tidbits, what followed was a very quiet year for Survive, with no new details on release information and no clear ramp-up in marketing. Fans started to worry as it was now well into 2019, and even if you discount the relative silence, they did have another potential reason to worry. While Namco was the publisher behind the Digimon games, Survive was being developed by an outside third party, and it wasn't even Cybersluice Media Vision, but an even more obscure studio by the name of Witchcraft, a support team who generally assisted on other, much bigger games. In fact, the only titles they had developed on their own were All Kamen Rider Revolution for the 3DS, as well as Prime Liam Bait Idol Death Game TV for the PlayStation Vita. They were still a young studio and a small team by most standards, so it's understandable that there was a certain amount of trepidation from fans during that first long bout of silence. Then, in April of 2019, Habu took to Twitter to assure fans that Survive was not cancelled and that there would be updates coming in the summer, which there thankfully was. The main dish was a 15-minute developer diary that shed light on some of the characters and aspects of the gameplay and story, which did a lot to help explain what the team was hoping to accomplish. It should be noted that this update spelt out very clearly what Digimon Survive was, a new take on the franchise which was focusing very heavily on storytelling and relationships and significantly less on training and battles. This update also came with some unwelcome but expected news. Digimon Survive was getting pushed to 2020. Okay, so an initial delay for a relatively big game by a relatively small developer. Nothing weird about that, and surely nothing more to it, right? No, that would be very, very wrong. Behind the scenes, things weren't going as planned from a core development perspective, but the impending delay was also going to run them into further complications from one of the biggest monsters of all, digital or otherwise.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. It lets you set up your workflows yourself. No admin, no long approval process, you're in charge. I don't have time to set up workflows. Monday also has a ton of templates you can choose from, so you can be up and running in no time. Sounds too good to be true. You know that llamas are biologically incapable of lying. You know.
So yeah, COVID-19 disrupted development of pretty much everything all across the world, and Japan was no exception. Things slowed down on a number of video game projects across the country, and I'm sure Survive was one such project. However, there was a far bigger disruption that the game saw, which was not immediately reported on. Digimon Survive's main development was being completely uprooted from Witchcraft in favor of another studio, Hyde Inc., which was a move that Namco didn't really advertise and was only explained by Habu himself in more detail later on in 2022 through interviews with websites like One More Game. The team that was originally tasked with developing the game had worked on it for around 2 years before it was decided that a different approach was needed. Unfortunately, the data that was handed over to the new dev team was largely unusable, which meant the game essentially needed to be remade from scratch. Naturally, this led to a lengthy delay, with the initial projections of a 2-year development being extended to 4 years. The original dev team was developing the title on their own original engine, but as this was unavailable to the new team, the game needed to be redeveloped for the Unity engine. The new team has thus been fully dedicated to realizing the goal of creating a game that meets every one of the game's original targets in terms of quality.
It can't end like this!
Now, we're not privy to the exact reasons why it wasn't working out with Witchcraft, and it honestly could have been any number of factors, but what is clear is that when a publisher takes a huge risk like this, switching to a completely different studio and engine and effectively building the game a second time, they certainly must have had a good reason to do so. As Habu said, this was essentially hitting the reboot button and starting a new 2+ year dev cycle after completely canning the results of the last 2+ year dev cycle. Publicly, enthusiasm was starting to drain from a lot of all the Survive heads out there, and it was only going to get worse. In April 2020, Famitsu suddenly revealed that Survive was getting delayed indefinitely, dating it as a TBA in the release listing, which obviously was cause for concern, but was later confirmed by Bandai Namco US staff to be a typo. Regardless, way more people saw the initial headline rather than the correction, so fans were distraught / confused / angry at the development.
That's the saddest story I ever heard.
The situation was further muddied when in August, Toei Animation Japan, a co-owner of the Digimon IP and the producer of the series' various animes, updated their own release schedule, which indicated Survive was still on track for 2020 before updating their schedule again to define it as a 2021 game before just removing the date entirely. For a while, fans were left to their own devices to make sense of all this madness until Habu finally chimed in later that October, stating that Survive's development and release schedule was getting re-evaluated and that an official statement would be coming soon. On October 15th, that official statement was finally released on the Digimon Games Twitter account, with Habu clarifying the Digimon Survive team would like to extend our thanks to fans from around the world for their support during development, especially in these difficult times. We had originally planned to launch Digimon Survive in 2020, but current world events have shifted our development timing. We have made the difficult decision to push Digimon Survive's launch to 2021. We thank you all for your continued patience as we work to create a fun and engaging tactical RPG game, along with a memorable story for Digimon fans. We will share some exciting updates for Digimon Survive in spring 2021, so please stay tuned for more information. An unfortunate byproduct of all these delays is that to people who weren't paying close attention to the unusual development cycle, assumed Digimon Survive was either a disaster in waiting or some big epic game that kept getting grander and more ambitious, even if it absolutely wasn't. Like we discussed before, the game had switched developers and years were being spent rebuilding what they had, not drastically increasing its scope or feature set. What's more is that Hyde Inc. was another small support studio and had contributed to games like Rune Factory 5 and Monster Monpiece, while their biggest wholly developed title was, as far as I can tell,
because right now I'm looking up different colors right now. I'm trying to figure out if I should go with the gold or the gray, because I can choose which one. And so I'm just trying to look at what the actual anime looks like. So I think I'd rather go with the gray than the gold. So yeah, that one says the gold.
Disney Fairies Tinkerbell and the Lost Treasure? They would then need to navigate the complex web of multiple paths, endings, and thousands upon thousands of lines of text common to most visual novels, along with designing this new tactical battle system as they made a game close to 60 hours of playtime if you sought to see it all. So, it's no surprise that in January of 2021, Namco and Habu decided to get in front of it for once and directly state that Survive would be delayed all the way into 2022, which, for what it's worth, was kind of a marked improvement in communication from what they had been doing before. Light was finally broaching the end of the tunnel in the early months of 2022 as signs of Survive started popping up in form of retailer release listings and ratings board updates, but it still took until June for a release month to be hammered down, which solidified over the next few weeks to July 28th in Japan and July 29th elsewhere. Also, the revelation that the game had switched developers only came to light at 2022's Digimon Con, or as I like to call it, DJimon Sci-Fi Con!
Be there and be square.
Where Habu himself finally confirmed it to fans. Up until now, it had been absolutely fair to assume this lengthy 4-year development time was to make a massive game, but here, finally, was the long-awaited context and reasoning for the delays at last. Now, while the road to release took a lot longer than anyone expected, Survive's journey ends on mostly, but not entirely positive notes. While most reviewers appreciated the slightly darker, less cartoony take on the world and characters, multiple outlets also felt the tactical gameplay lacked depth and felt very tacked on. While some thought the story had more depth and nuance than many other Digimon games before it, others felt the opposite, feeling it was poorly paced and only presented surface-level archetypes and themes.
You know what?
Regardless, the fact that it got generally a positive reception is a miracle for a game with such troubled development.
And if I don't like
We've
it, then we'll
seen
go back
a
to the
lot
gray.
worse on this show.
So, yeah,
that
let's
being
just stick-
said, Survive was subjected to review bombing by fans.
Okay, yeah, let's just... Yeah, we'll go with the green. That's fine. I was trying to see if I like the gray or the green better. I think I'll go with the green.
For a variety of reasons, including the fact that the game that was always billed as a visual novel was a visual novel.
I hope you learned your lesson. Always save your receipts.
Many cited frustrations and confusion over the nature of its genre, lamenting the visual novel focus and the
I don't
lack
like it
of
all.
training and evolution options, even though that was never on the table. That's like going out of your way to buy Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, but being pissed it's not a traditional 2D fighting game.
What's wrong with this picture?
While Survive's user score bounced back once fans got their hands on it and appreciated what it was doing, it can't be denied that the overall sentiment to Survive outside of Digimon circles has been somewhat muted. Sales-wise though, it's not a whole world better. Like I mentioned in the intro paragraph, Survive would be sandwiched between two other anticipated Japanese RPGs, a factor that surely hurt all three games somewhat, but probably mostly Survive. According to Famitsu's sales charts, it would sell fewer than 36,000 copies in its launch week across both platforms in Japan. It would fall off the charts after only barely passing 40,000 units. Steam Spy estimates peg Survive at somewhere under 79,000 users, but regardless, it goes without saying that these numbers aren't very good for a brand as established as Digimon. Furthermore, they pale when compared to the smash success of the Cyber Sleuth duology, where the original Japanese Vita-only release sold almost triple what Survive managed in Japan. The two Cyber Sleuth games would go on to sell over 1.5 million units worldwide, so yeah, that was quite the drop-off. This story is rather unique amongst the many I've covered over the years. A spin-off initially meant in part to fill the gap between much bigger entries winds up having one of the longest and most arduous life cycles, but still managed to eventually come out as a pretty solid game. It's certainly possible Namco and Habu might return to the idea of mixing up the Digimon formula even further, but it's safe to assume not in the same fashion, as the unique mix of visual and tactical gameplay only barely managed to survive its own journey onto store shelves.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good though.
Wait a minute, what am I laughing at? I'm supposed to be depressed.
Welcome to paradise. Our Amex Platinum card got us here. Membership takes it next level. Sought-after tables, unforgettable experiences, late checkout, Platinum card membership for a trip that's iconic.
When you shop in the Vons app, you can count on delivery in as soon as 30 minutes. Even if you can't count on your guest list staying small.
Come on in, come on in.
Alright.
Welcome once again to another episode of What Happened, the show where...
Oh, yeah.
Where it's finally time to answer the question, what happened to Asura's Wrath? During the 7th generation of console game development, games continued to grow in scope and complexity, and likewise, available staff got stretched thinner and thinner. Like several publishers at the time, Capcom decided to reach out to international studios to work on some of their legendary IPs and, several new ones. In the past, we've spoken a lot about Keiji Inafune and his push to collaborate with those Western studios, but we have yet to touch upon those teams from Capcom's home country. To name a few, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was primarily handled by Aiding of Bloody Roar fame. DBZ Budokai developers DIMS made up the bulk of the staff who developed Street Fighter 4, and even From Software themselves made 2 Monster Hunter spin-off titles, as well as one more game that I will poke fun at later. Capcom, therefore, were not strangers to hiring outside help from other Japanese studios if they needed it, and during this time they arguably worked with the most they ever had in their entire history. So it wasn't out of step for them when they also started speaking with CyberConnect 2, who were best known for a number of Naruto games and the Hack series, about making a brand new IP that would leverage the power of 7th gen hardware.
$599 US.
The project seemed to have begun sometime in 2007 and was to be handled primarily by CyberConnect 2, with Capcom acting strictly as the publisher, and it started off not with a specific hook or gameplay gimmick, but rather an emotion. After mulling around various ideas, they decided to settle on Wrath. Why is that? Because it was the style at the time. CyberConnect 2's president/CEO, Hiroshi Matsuyama, thankfully explained a little more eloquently in an interview with IGN Australia. Our main concept was that we wanted to reach out to audiences all over the world with Asura's Wrath. That's why we focused on Wrath as our main concept. It's something that anybody can relate to. It's an emotion that's very powerful. It's sometimes seen as negative, but it can be a driving force that helps you overcome any obstacle. Once the principal emotion was chosen, the staff then started to build out the art, story, and world, which took over a year and a half on its own. The world they came up with took Asian and Hindu mythology and blended them together with science fiction, with the goal being to create something that hadn't really been seen before, and in turn, helped to make the project stand out, which it certainly did. You can say a lot about Asura's Wrath, but one of those things is that its long pre-production phase produced some aesthetically stunning stuff. Once they had the broader strokes of the story in place, a team of writers at CyberConnect 2 then fleshed things out further and identified where the big set pieces and battles would occur. CyberConnect 2 producers also felt that to go along with the atypical development, there should also be an atypical division of staff, which Hiroshi Matsuyama explained in that same interview with IGN Australia. We divided them into 3 teams, and each team would focus on a number of episodes, and there was a lot of going back and forth with different opinions and trying to figure out, how can we make this episode better? How can we make this really over the top? How can we make this a game that will appeal to a worldwide audience? At the top, we had the director, so it was almost like a pyramid, with the director at the top, and he would approve the many ideas, and it would go back and forth, and that's how we were able to come to how Asura's Wrath is now. For those that aren't familiar with this game, and judging by its sales, that might be most of you, it plays out like an anime series, complete with commercial bumpers, episode recaps, cliffhanger moments, and credits after every episode or level. Though it has its own unique quirks, Asura's structure is quite comparable to the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm series of games that CyberConnect 2 were also in the middle of pumping out, with both actually sharing quite a lot in terms of design if you take a closer look. Now, aside from that, I actually couldn't find all that much information on the game's core development, and certainly nothing that raised any red flags. With that said, since Asura's Wrath was the first title CyberConnect 2 worked on utilizing Unreal Engine 3, I'm sure there were some bouts of trial and error, but looking at the final product and how on a technical level it's pretty polished, I don't think that was a real problem either. Now, I know what you're gonna ask.
Where's the steaming hot tea then? Why are we even talking about this?
Well kids, what we have here is a much more nuanced case than engine switches, money problems, or megalomaniacal bosses. I was able to glean some info from an anonymous source who was close to the project and
my bad. Just looking at the... How do I want to go about this one? Yeah, we're good. Let's keep going.
By their account, Asura's Wrath's issues really came down to public perception, consumer expectations, and of course, absolutely disastrous DLC practices.
Oh yeah.
Asura's Wrath's first teaser trailer from TGS 2010 was brief, but certainly made an impression. It promised bloodshed, anger, and epic scope, and since it was coming from Capcom, it was fair to assume it would deliver the same high-octane action and in-depth combat that the company was known for. And it wasn't just consumers either. Even the very first articles about the game's announcement seemed to echo this assumption, with Destructoid saying, Capcom has partnered up with developer CyberConnect 2 on a new series called Asura's Wrath. The game is a heavy hack-and-slash game using the Unreal Engine 3. Characters can summon gigantic godlike creatures to battle massive armies. The key concept around this game, as described by director Seiji Shimoda, is that the game revolves around wrath, and that it's more about the experience rather than just playing it. The only hint there that this was not going to be typical action fare was the usage of the phrase, "it's more about the experience rather than just playing it" from Shimoda. But other than that, it seemed like it was very much going to be in Capcom's standard wheelhouse. When the game was first publicly announced, even Capcom USA themselves didn't have a good read on what Asura's Wrath would actually entail. Unlike most other Capcom productions, their USA branch wasn't initially part of the game's development, like at all, with the smaller Capcom Europe apparently taking the lead on Asura's international release. According to the source I spoke to, Capcom USA were initially only given the broader strokes from the European marketing team with a vertical slice/concept video along with a presentation by Capcom Europe staff explaining their take on the game. The European team had Asura pegged as a serious, intense, and mature title, so its main demographic should be mainstream audiences, 18 to 35-year-olds that enjoy God of War. My source said that despite this desire to target one of the most sought-after demographics, the marketing budget that had been allotted for it wasn't nearly enough to cast such a wide net. They estimated that the game would have needed 10 to 50 times as much money to have had a shot of success via that method, further reinforced by the fact that the game was a brand new IP and thus lacked any brand recognition. Sales aspirations would further dwindle when Capcom USA started receiving more and more advanced builds, and realized Asura's gameplay was far more unique than what they were expecting. While it did offer several styles of combat in which to engage enemies, none of them were as fleshed out as many other franchises in Capcom's back catalog, as the cutscenes and story were clearly the driving force behind the experience. These revelations took Capcom USA staff by surprise as they, and Europe, were planning on selling the game to the God of War crowd, which was now shaping up to be harder than initially thought. As development raged on, it became clear to Capcom USA that Asura was shaping up to be more of an interactive anime than a full-fledged action game, so the decision was made to take the remaining budget, which my source refers to as tiny, and steer the marketing towards the hardcore anime and comic book fan bases instead. Leading up to release, Capcom USA began advertising on anime web zones and anywhere else that would hit similar audiences, as they felt that was where the game's true demographic lay. With an 11th hour...
Oh, what the heck? What the... Hold on, I'll get it working again. And the bounce. That's it. That's it. And this goes where right here. Yep. Oh, there we go. And A2, A7. Then where is A2? Oh, God. There we go. A2. A2 and A7.
Marketing pivot and a rapidly shrinking budget, Capcom USA had to find more outside-the-box approaches to getting the word out that Asura and his wrath were coming. If you were a frequent member of Capcom Unity back in the day, you might recall the Asura's Wrath Rage Cage. This was a physical booth that was set up during trade shows throughout 2011, where you could vent your frustrations out by screaming to your heart's content. And if you reached a certain volume level, you'd snag an Asura headband. Now, this was a pretty novel idea that played into the game's themes, with the only real issue being its incredibly unfortunate timing. The Rage Cage made its debut the exact same week as Mega Man Legend 3's cancellation. You can only imagine what the comment section at Capcom Unity was like. So as tense as things were between Capcom and their fans at that time, more surprises were coming, as the publisher had yet to reveal the thing that would go on to damage the reputation of a number of their releases during the late 7th gen era. Some of the most baffling, ill-advised DLC plans ever devised by man.
9, 12, 8, 13, 9, 12, 8, 13.
Up for an adventure?
Always.
This place.
You made it. What's up, cuz?
You were the last to see the president alive.
Welcome to the pit.
Light him up now!
A crew of pirates is coming.
That was cool.
The Disney Plus Hulu Max bundle.
Plans starting at $16.99 a month.
When Asura's Wrath released on the PS3 and 360 on February 21st, 2012 in North America, and later that month in the rest of the world, players noticed two kinda awkward gaps in the story. This is because Capcom and CyberConnect 2 had decided to sell these missing chunks of narrative as DLC. They're not crucial, but in an era of growing DLC cynicism, it also wasn't the best look. Something far more egregious was the game's ending, or lack thereof. Once you clear Episode 18, you're informed that you need to unlock true Episode 18 by completing certain gameplay conditions. Once you've done that, you have to beat the entirety of Episode 18 again, which is almost identical save for a few snippets and a completely new final boss. The game then just abruptly ends with a title card explaining that the anger still remains, which was essentially telling players that this was not the definitive conclusion to Asura's very wrathful tale. This true ending, in fact, would be coming later, and unbeknownst to the public at the time, would not be free. Players would first have to wait for the pre-planned DLC rollout to occur, which kicked off, or down, with the two missing middle chapters, with the first launching on March 27th, a full month after the game's initial debut. This was episode 11.5, Forging Ahead, followed by episode 15.5, Defiance, a week later, with both costing players $1.99 each for roughly 12 minutes of gameplay. You might have missed the quotation marks in my voice around the word gameplay, but believe me, they're there. I added them because CyberConnect 2 envisioned both of these chapters as fully animated sequences, and contracted them out to two different studios, which resulted in mini movies with some QTEs overlaid on top. While they're ultimately not that important and fairly inexpensive, it again set a rocky precedent for the game. Players then had to wait another full month until April 24th for the true ending to be made available, but its format was handled slightly differently, and some would say far worse. Chapter 4, Nirvana, was a bundle consisting of 4 episodes that cost an additional $6.99. Nowadays, players can get charged an extra $50 or more for deluxe editions and season passes, but back then, people were channeling their own wrath about it costing $7 for the real ending. During an interview in the Asura's Wrath official Complete Works book, the creators behind the game fielded several questions, with one of them being why they handled the game's ending the way they did. Hiroshi Matsuyama answered first by saying, "The idea for this was the way that sometimes after a drama or anime series ends its run on TV, the following episodes will be done as movies or OVA. That was the pattern, so the game itself is complete the way it is." Asura's Wrath's director, Seiji Shimoda, also added that, "First of all, we decided to finish it up at 18 episodes, and then once you've been satisfied with that, there's Nirvana. For example, with a drama shown on TV, as a general rule, you have to wait 1 week to watch 1 episode, right? I think that this week also gives you time to imagine what will happen next in the story. Also, when the story's finished, we leave a kind of hook there to give the player the sense that there's something beyond that ending. And just when we fan that feeling of anticipation, making you wonder when we'll do it and how it will end, there's Nirvana. Right now, I think there's a time for having people wait." Now hey, that's a cool idea, as it really taps into the tension of waiting to see a story being definitively concluded. The problem is that you don't typically get charged for watching a broadcast television series, and then pay more again to see how it all ends. For an added bit of context about the state of the video game industry in 2012, episodic gaming was starting to take off thanks to the Telltale's The Walking Dead, which succeeded in offering a new style of video game content to the masses.
God damn.
So initially you might think it odd that players and critics expressed displeasure with Asura's approach to DLC, but then you recall that it was also a $60 release, with an initially secret upsell at the end. If you wanted the full breadth of the story, you know, its main drawing point, you're actually paying $71, predating today's modern AAA prices by more than a decade. To many, however, it was understandably more the principle of the thing, hiding that a sizable chunk of story content was being intentionally left out of the main package. But wait, there's more! We can't forget the Street Fighter crossover DLC, which amounted to 2 insane drag-out battles against Ryu and Akuma that were made available by mid-May, cost $1.99 each, and admittedly were amazing. While these non-canon extra fights absolutely made sense to include as post-launch DLC, a good percentage of gamers and critics did not take kindly that a full-price title's ending was locked behind a paywall, and it really didn't help matters that this was happening around the exact same time as another, arguably even worse Capcom DLC fiasco. Which, if you saw my Cross-Tekken episode, contained DLC plans that Capcom USA actively fought against. And lost. The backlash behind this DLC strategy, the game's general mixed critical reception, and the fact that retail stores were hesitant to stock it on shelves meant Asura's Wrath wound up being one of the lowest performing Capcom games of that year, if not the lowest. Oh wait, that's actually not accurate at all. Asura's first week NPD sales painted a grim picture, as across both the PS3 and 360, it only shifted 36,000 copies, just narrowly beating out that month's other financial dud, EA's reboot of Syndicate. It should be noted that Asura did release in the last week of February, so it most likely sold more than that in March, but it didn't crack the top 10 of NPD sales in either month, so yeah.
Welcome to the Americas. 5 years on 180 expeditions. We uncover how this TV spectacular was made.
In Japan, where it should have done much better, it only did marginally better, just a smidge above 36,000 copies in its first week, eventually racking up 65,000 units total. For a project that was in development for approximately 5 years, it can't be understated how dire these numbers truly are. Since then, there has been nary even the vaguest hint of a sequel, port, or remaster from either Capcom or CyberConnect 2, as the two companies never collaborated again. It doesn't seem as though there's any bad blood per se, it's just that CyberConnect 2 pretty much went all in on anime games from then on out, and only recently has been putting out some all-original titles. Despite all of this, Asura's Wrath has slowly cultivated a small but passionate fanbase, mostly this guy, who appreciated what it was attempting to do, which in all honesty was ahead of its time. The gaming industry was still being flooded by waves and waves of Call of Duty and Gears clones circa 2012, and as unique as it was, Asura's Wrath just wasn't able to punch through all that white noise. If something like this was released in today's gaming landscape, which has more variety than ever, it might have had a better chance at resonating. If you're curious, you can still download and play Asura's Wrath on the newest, fanciest Xboxes, where you can regularly get it on deep discount, along with all the DLC. Likewise, if you're on PlayStation, you can stream it via PlayStation Plus, where you can't actually access any of the DLC at all, so maybe just forget that last one. Finally, if you consider yourself a fan of Asura's Wrath, Darkstalkers, or Power Stone, I do have good news. Capcom's got you covered with a variety of costumes representing those series in Street Fighter V. If you know of any other regrettable rage-powered projects that burn brightly and briefly, let me know in the comments below or over on my Twitter. See you next time, and thanks for watching!
That's it. Oh, enough of this. Alright, I watched 3 of that videos. Okay. Let's go ahead and put this Okay. Alright. Gotta see what happened. Because it's not fitting snug. All right. Alright. Jeez. This was getting difficult. Yeah. Alright. Next one on the list. Oh, gee, that's getting hard. Alright. Now I'm on the arms. Oh, okay. Alright, you know what? I'm taking a break. I'm taking a 10-minute break. I will be back. Let me go ahead and put this on. Because I need one. I need to stretch a little bit. Do I have any footage I can put? You know what? I'm gonna put some footage on. Let me put some footage on for you. Let me put some footage on for y'all. Should go like. Alright, let me just about to put something on for y'all. I'll be right back. Chill. Alright, yep, alright. Here, I'll put this on.
やっと来たか。前紹介した知り合い、アヤだ。頼むぞ、アヤ。
安心して。でも言っとくけど。
問題ない。
グレイ。
安心し。今日、ファンタジー。別に隠すようなことでもない。E07 で毎年この時期になると、
このイベントに
伝統みたいな、その格闘技大会で K はファンタジークラブを率いて4大派閥を破った。それで認められ第1位の座についた。その後ファンタジークラブはチャンピオン。
何か楽しい。
面白いものとは、大会は3部に分けられている。まずは予選と準決勝、そして最後に予選はシンプル。加えて予選の突破以外に、そして準決勝の勝者がファンタジークラブへ挑戦を挑むことができる。ファンタジークラブさえ破ることができれば、
道理で E07 の連中が集まるわけだ。
予選は1週間前に終わってる。今日は準決勝と防衛戦だ。優勝保持者としてファンタジークラブはここで。だからこそ
複雑ね。 E07 は
逆にシンプルとも言えるだろう。入場券はこれだ。同行はできないが、
ついてきて。連れてってあげる。
お前だけなら入場。偽物だと。おいお前、
何かあったみたい。
おい誰か手伝ってくれ。
徘徊の町のやつら大騒ぎになったら入るの。
ほう、出しゃばりが増えたな。人数にビビると思っ。
仲間を傷つけたいならまずこの剣に聞け。
徘徊の町を敵に回したのを後悔するといい。俺は死ねえ。いって誰だ。
希望のない恋を抱いて灰になりなさい。
ほらほら、足元に気をつけろよ。いって誰だ。いって誰だ。
みんな大丈夫？そんな目覚めこそ恵みなのよ。鬼は私たちを見守ってくれる。いや甘いわ。そんなやめて。炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。ショーはまだ終わってないの。抜け出しちゃダメ。砕かれた夢が叫んでいる。一緒に耳を傾けて燃えろ。敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。
貴様、徘徊の町の野郎ども、ますますや。ありがとう、綾瀬。
ええ。で、
入場券に問題があったんだ。規則上通すわけにはいかなかった。けど奴ら、そうだ、
あ、私の入場券はこれ。
入場券は問題ないが、こちらの方は規則ではハイパーリンカーは。
それは分かってるわ。でもカレー町のお客様なの。安心していいわ。
まあ
人がいっぱい賑やかですね。
さてここまでにしようか。さっき手を貸してもらったし、タダで助言をあげる。ファンタシークラブでは極夜の都は口にしてはいけない過去なんだ。急に K に会いたい、しかも極夜の都に馴染み深いだなんて会えるはずないわ。しかもハイパーリンカーだなんて。
どうしてハイパーリンカーはファンタジークラブに嫌われてるのですか？
選手はともかくルールは K が決めたものなの。理由を知る人はいない。
おかしいわね。ハイパーリンカーと何かあったのかしら。
どうしても会いたいのならまずはカレー町おぼろを渡った方がいいわ。3ヶ月前 K がシントから戻ってきた後、ファンタジークラブのジムの大半は彼女に任せたの。あれ以来 K は姿を現さず誰とも会わないようになった。彼女以外にね。 K に会う、もしくはファンタジークラブを通じて何をしようとするにも彼女を避けて通ることはできないわ。
彼女は今どこに？
いつも外部活動をでも今夜の彼女に会いたいのなら、ただし徘徊の街、
さっきから気になって。
昔ならあんな徘徊の街はしかしこの1年誰の指示を、しかも最近徘徊の街のやつらは手を出したのは。じゃあ話はここまでにしましょう。
カレー町に合わせてくれるといい。案内してくれるだけでもありがたい。これから そうするしかないわね。でもあやさんの言う通り、人が集まる場所は聞き込みに最適。もうマークしてあるわ。やってみましょう。あそこのウェイターさん、何？
ジョンソンが入場拒否された。
ラズさんのあの代理人と会ったことがある。我々徘徊の町にとって。
あの二人は徘徊のでもファンタジー紛れ込んで潜入。
おい待て、盗み聞きしてるやつ。おいお前ら、
クイーンの登場よ。
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。
夢立ちの時よ。みんな大丈夫？希望のない恋を抱いて灰になり、真心のない感情なんて味気ないわ。どうやら徘徊の町の連中はファンタシークラブ。
準決勝の推薦者の4人のうち、このウォルフ・キャバレーがファンガスを、徘徊の町がクロロスを、いろんな試合で活躍してきた選手ばかりだ。
ラズさんは
どうかな。この様子じゃ徘徊の町。
でも徘徊の
そうだね。ショーが始まって以来。でもさ、K は本当に出た。
また徘徊の街。普通の観客だから価値の。
珍しいね。どうです？ここ今回は注目されてて、ショーが始まって以来、クロロスやファンガス、外もファンタシークラブと K に、カレー長
の話が出た。
カレー長様のことにカレー長様に会いたいのですか？では他。
どうやらそのカレー長様、通信信号こっちに向かってるわ。
やっと見つけた。徘徊の町の潜入により収穫はないが、
方法って
今回のショーを勝ち抜き E07 と、
私の知る限りだけど。
いや、準決勝の4人のなんとか私たちを。
何か問題が？
彼は争いには巻き込まれたくないようで、噂によれば徘徊の町も彼と接触。それに選手登録のね
え、あそこ
クロロス。
あら、なんて凛々しい立ち振る舞いかしら。私を見て挨拶もしないで。
負け犬に言うことはない。
貴様、忘れないで。
最終対決。
あの人と
4大派閥が推薦した選手だろう。
理性のリーパークロロスと鮮血の今のランキングではクロロスが。そう警戒しなくてもあなたたちが困っている。ここは人が多すぎます。静かな場所に変えましょうか。自己紹介がまだでしたね。
まさかヒドラ銀行のものも。
我々にとってお客さん、つまり皆さんはカレー町に、
私たちをカレー
町に会うのはさほど難しいことではございません。あなた方の実力次第では誰にだって投資を受ける価値はある。しかしその高はご自身で証明していただきましょう。
私たちの実力を試すつもりか。
ただ協力する価値があるかどうか。
ごめんなさいね。あと10分で終わらせて。
本来の力を見せてほしいのです。遠慮せぬようお願いしますよ。でもクラブの物品を壊さないよう弁償になってしまいますから。
希望のない恋を抱いて灰になりなさい。
弱いやつだ。
心配しないで、私が守りますから。乱暴ね。そこよ。やめて。
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。
厄介ですね。
今夜はいい夢が見られそうね。
素晴らしい。ハイパーリンカーさん、カレー長と会いたい理由をお聞かせ願いますでしょうか。
教会の指示により、こちらの調査により、
ファンタジークラブ交渉の鍵はお互い持っている手札です。しかしその手札に価値がないのでは交渉の舞台にも上がれません。まあ今一番価値のある手札というのならばこの賞に他ならない。ファンタジークラブにさえ勝てれば彼らも断る理由はないでしょ
う。しかしこの賞に参加することもそう簡単な話ではあるまい。
まあその程度の雑用なら私のお客様ラズさんこそ4人の推薦者の一人。今回の賞を重要視しているんですよが、彼は実力者の戦士を欲しています。ここではあなた様以外に適任はいないでしょう。あなた様の実力ならば最終戦の資格を勝ち取るのも難しくはないはず。
確かにラズさんの協力を求めるつもりだったが、彼とは初対面だったはず。協力してくれる保証はあるのか。
これは一方的な協力じゃありませんよ、ご友人。お互いに得るものはございます。我々にもあなた様と同様今回の準決勝を勝ち。
どう思う？
その豪華
クラーケンさん、
どちら様でしょうか。
クラーケンさん忘れっぽいんすね。我々はい。
ああ、そんなこともありましたか。 この私ったら思い出しましたよ。確かあなた様はアッシュさんでしたね。残念、気が変わりました。行って遅かったようです。今回の賞を降りるつもりはないと私とラズさんで決めてしまいました。こちらのハイパーリンカーさんにラズさんの推薦で賞に出てもらいます。
本当に介入するつもりなのかよ、ラズさんは。
我々投資者にとって見返りこそ全てを図る天秤になります。何をするかしまいかはその天秤次第です。
つまり我々徘徊の町には協力できないと。
ええ、申し訳ありません。
いつかその選択を後悔することになる。徘徊の町は今日の屈辱を忘れねえぞ。
申し訳ございません。こんな出来事で我々の協力関係に支障をきたさないといいのですが、ついてきてください。控えエリアに登録案内するように手配いたします。
Alright, I'm back. Let's see, is the mic working? Turn that off and then test. Okay, there we go. Yep, it's back. Alright. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's get going. Now I'm on the arms. See what else we can listen to. You know what? I'll watch this. This is good. Yeah, let's watch this.
Hi, welcome back to the channel. Selamat datang kembali di channel ini, guys. And tonight we gonna talk about Master League Season 1. Dan malam ini kita bakal ngomongin tentang Master League Season 1. And I'm gonna use two languages in this video. So the first half gonna be reserved for the English audience and the second half gonna be for Indonesian audience. Jadi gue bakal bagi videonya jadi dua ya. Setengah depan bakal pakai bahasa Inggris, setengah belakang pakai bahasa Indonesia. So if you cannot speak Indonesian, you just watch the first half. You can speak Indonesian, or if you cannot understand English, then you just watch the second half. Jadi buat yang ngerti Inggris bisa tonton di awal, kalau yang nggak ngerti Inggris bisa nonton di setengah kedua ya. And I'm gonna put the time mark in the description of the video, so you can just go there. So you can skip the video to the second half part. Jadi buat yang nggak ngerti Inggris, bisa cari timelinenya ada di deskripsi videonya, dan bisa langsung skip aja ke tengah-tengah video ya. So first half in English, Master League Season 1, the most important one that we need to tackle in here is this, the stage and the boost. This is the most important one that we need to talk about. You know, the stage is gonna be in ground, still good, and the boost gonna be on UC series and tough as nails. And you know what that means? There's no more strike freedom, and justice. Oh, I mean, they still can use them, but they won't get the boost. And it is supported by this one. Raise the stat boost from 20% to 50%. And why? Why is it very, very relevant? So here's the thing. They put the reasoning in here that when they tried protagonist and rival tags in the previous season, they found out that every single UR units are within those two tags. So every single UR units got boosted, and no chances for any development units or the non-UR units, basically the SSR, to shine in the previous season. So even with further testing, like when they take limit break into account, non-boosted UR units will still outperform boosted non-UR units, which of course is a far from desirable outcomes. Jadi, so it's useless to give a tax limitation if the enemy has maximum limit break strike freedom. They still gonna be stronger than your units that is not on maximum limit break, that is within the tag. So that's why they increase the boost from 20% to 50%. That is more than twice the previous boost. And so it will make you able to have an SSR unit at maximum limit break to be stronger than a strike freedom if they want to use it. And I like this approach, you know, I love this. One of the game developer that managed to successfully did this was World of Warcraft. So in that game, they rotate the meta every season. So in the first season, if the warrior shines there, like warrior is the strongest PvP class back then in the next season, they gonna nerf that warrior to the ground, and they gonna strengthen the least amount of class that the players used in the previous season. So it's as to encourage player to rotate. Like if they keep the same meta every single season, then obviously the weakest class will no longer be desirable. Everybody will shift from the weakest class to the strongest one just so that they can compete. But they wouldn't love that, because if I love to play as a hunter and I never get a chance to shine, then I will hate that. And it happens in here, you know. Like, I know that a lot of you guys have a different taste in Gundams, you know. So if you can have a chance now for your Gundam to be the strongest in time later, in certain season, you know. So that's why, just wait, just play this game as fun as you can get. So if you like certain units, if you like certain Gundam, then go for it, you know. There's gonna be a time for those units to shine. There's no such thing as tier list in here, no such thing as meta. So if there's a YouTuber out there making a tier list for every single content, just throw away that tier list. Because, oh, this unit is the strongest, this is triple S unit, blah 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 blah, strike freedom is strong, you must have this unit, otherwise you suck, go to hell, you cannot use that unit. In here you cannot use that because they rotate the tag, you know, and they even block you from using the unit in PvE stages if it's not within the tag. So how good this game is. So every single Gundam, every single units have a chance to shine. That's how good this game is. Okay, I love it. I love it so much. So that means that in this season it's gonna be more balanced. I hope to see more variety in the units that they use in PvP. Even though it removes my advantage, you know, like I said, I've explained to you in probably in some my previous video that if there's a game that have an obvious meta, like half or even more than half of the players are following that meta, your best advantage as a free-to-play players is to actually find out what is the counter to that meta. Like what I did. I found out the counter how to kill the strike freedom and freedom, the best way to kill them in the season 0, and I've already win like half of my fight. Like every single where I go, I see those units, and if I already know how to kill them, I already win the game. That's how I managed to counter the meta. But now, because we have this tag in here, so I want to see like more variety, more units out there, and it gives me more chance to actually enjoy the battle and see, oh my god, they can actually do this, oh my god, this is so smart, blah 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 blah. Yeah, all those things is what makes this game so fun, you know. The different strategy, a different unit, different SSR, even the SR units have a chance to shine, you know. So that is the first thing that I want to focus on. The state, the boost, definitely the boost. And then the next one is this one: increase the number of times opponents can be switched from 3 to 5, so that you have more chances to actually see, check the replay, what you did wrong, what is the pattern, and what your enemy tried to do, and try to counter that. You have more chances to do that. And once you win the fight, if you change that player, they're gonna give you a stronger enemy, a stronger player, so that you can get higher and higher score, so that you can challenge yourself. The reward you can get, you can already get the maximum amount of reward if you can already reach 150,000 points, but you can get an awesome title if you can manage to get to 200,000 points. So this is a challenge for all of those pay-to-win players, all those whales, to get even higher, because otherwise, like the previous season, after you reach the 150,000 points, there's not much things to do anymore. Even though my brother, who is like a cracker in this game, he actually just kept refreshing until he managed to get to 170 something thousand, I think, or even 180,000. I forgot, but he just keep trying to find the strongest player out there, which is impossible because he is the one who has the highest combat point power in this game. And yeah, this gives them a chance to actually have something to do, and not just them, you know. For those of you who are free-to-play players and you already managed to get to 150,000 points, that means that you actually did a great job in here, and you can challenge yourself and try to get to that 200,000 point, which is gonna be a risk by itself, because if you already win, if you try to get to a higher combat power enemy and you fail, that means that you can actually get lower than 150,000 point, which result in you actually not reaching this point. So, but that's a risk for you to take. So that's the things that changed in this new season. So we gotta check the UC series and tough STLs units. So let's go to the website and see. I've already checked the tag for UC series and also tough STLs in here. So these are all the units that you can use. So look at this, and definitely this is the pattern, and a really good thing for the game developer to actually plan this ahead. Look at this. Charzaku is here, Gundam GP02A is here, and Gundam Dead Side Hell is here. They are within the tough as nails tag. So after the Strike Freedom banner, these are the units that came out, and they want to make sure that for those of you who have spent diamonds in trying to get them, you can try them out in this next PvP. It will suck if you are like, oh my god, I like Charzaku and I spent every single diamond to get him, and in the PvP you cannot use him, like what the hell. Yeah, that's gonna suck. So your time to shine for the Strike Freedom, the Justice, blah blah blah, all those series is already over. Is now the time for the Charzaku GP02A Gundam Dead Side Hell, and also this one. This is actually a UC series, but apparently this is my Psychomu team. Look at this. Let's see the Zeta Gundam, the old new Gundam Sasami. This is exactly my team. Like, what the hell? Lucky. I'm so lucky, yeah, because they are all from UC series. So how good is that? I don't need to change anything. This is my whole team. Yeah, this is why I lost Psychomu the best, you know. Like, I've already mentioned in my previous video that Psychomu Tech is the best. They have all the debuffs, and luckily they are here, all of them in the season 1. So that's really good. But Lacus is still usable, you know, because Lacus is a one-shot killer supporters. So Charzaku is still there, one-shot killer, and Striker Custom is still there. It's a one-shot killer. Sazabi also, I think, is a one-shot killer. Crossbone Gundam 2, Gundam Dead Side Hell. I don't know if this is a one-shot killer. No, it's not a one-shot killer. So these are all the units that you can use. So the Lacus can still be used, but not to its maximum, maximum performance. So that's the UR units, okay? So I've already mentioned the strategy with the GP02A. If you are like me, who actually, like, you know, have low mobility, like, because I don't have any limit break, not any limit break. I mean, like, I don't have any UR units at maximum limit break, so I definitely gonna move slower than my enemies. So that means that I play with a counter attack play style. So sometimes when I'm counter-attacking my enemy, when they come to me, they run away from their tank and they attack me and I counter-attack them. Sometimes they don't die. They are left with like very, very little HP. And if their Justice or if their tank manage to move before I move, I will never be able to finish off that DPS. But it changes if I have Gundam GP02A, because this atomic bazooka is unblockable. You cannot use support defense to block this. It's unavoidable and it's uncounterable. You cannot counter GP02A after he used this. Like, he is very, very safe when he is using this, and the power is 7,200. It definitely is higher than an EX skill. So yeah, that's the strategy that I wanted to use with Gundam GP02A. Hence why I mentioned that he is a PvP monster for me, with my playstyle. But yeah, I failed to get him, so I hope that I can get him in the future later. But probably not gonna be in the you know, in the foreseeable future. So that is that, and currently Gundam Dead Side Hell is the one unit that deals the highest damage. I don't know, like compared to Charles Zaku, I think Gundam Dead Side Hell, if you have him at maximum limit break and actually use a DPS pilot, an attacker pilot, he will deal higher damage than the Charles Zaku. I think. I need to confirm with my brother, because my brother already tested Gundam Dead Side Hell at maximum limit break. He managed to deal 400,000 damage using Gundam Dead Side Hell with maximum debuff on his target. You know, and for Charles Zaku, I forgot. That's the thing. I forgot about Charles Zaku's damage, but that is Gundam Dead Side Hell's damage. So currently, this is the hardest hitting unit, but it can only hit from 3 squares away. So that's the good news, you know. But because of his durability, because of his defense, I think he should still be able to survive getting hit by the enemy attack and manage to get close to them and just one-shot them. So that's what I hope in the next PvP, if they're looking at the Dead Side Hell later on. Now the Casval Gundam is also here. So for those of you who actually level him up for the Zeon Technician, then you can use your Casval Gundam. For all the free-to-play players who doesn't have these UR units, this is going to be your highest DPS. So you can use Casval Gundam, and Zeon is a space unit, so this shouldn't be usable. But the rest, I think the rest are all ground units, so it's good. And the GQs is here, so you can also use the GQs Gundam, especially the Gundam GQ here. This is the best SSR defender type unit, because the pilot Charas Nebel gives you 2 support defense. I've already explained in my Master League video in the season 0. I use this to actually get to you know, the Master League, to reach the highest rank, highest score using this one. And also the Psycho Gundam. Oh, the Gundam GP01 Chobam armor is also, if you are lucky and get him to maximum limit break, then this is a really good physical tank unit. Now we also have the Psycho Gundam in here, and oh yeah, I'm gonna just mention all the good units from here, okay? Big Sam is okay. G3 Gundam is okay. Like if you do have Casval Gundam is gonna be stronger than him. If your Casval Gundam is on UR, okay. If it is on SSR, then just use G3 Gundam for a physical damage dealer. And Dozal Sabisaku, the unit is so-so, but the one that I like is actually the pilot. The pilot is insanely good. The Dozal Sabi is the best melee pilot. It has the attack burst and then the critical rate, and also increased melee and affinity Zeon. So that's a really strong melee pilot. The other unit is so-so. Prototype Comfort can be good, but I don't know about PvP. And then Blue Destiny also deal high damage, but not for PvP because it has short range, just like GQs. Like it has short range, so not really good for PvP. Gundam GP01 FP is actually really good, so if you do want to use him. Gundam GP01 Coba Armor, I have already mentioned that. The rest not good. And then Zeta Gundam is okay for a debuffer. This one not. Psycho Gundam is also good. Hubili also for a debuffer. Psycho Gundam is the best. Okay, this one I've already shown you guys in my season 0 video. And S Gundam, the strongest SSR unit, is also here. You can use him. Full Armor Double Z Gundam, if you do like him, you can actually use him. It's quite okay. Hubili Double Z with the special weapon debuff, but it requires short range, so not really for PvP. This one. Go Vijayanta, a really strong DPS, but I don't know about PvP. Like probably you can try, but it does deal high damage, but I don't know about his survivability though. Let's see his survivability. It doesn't have any survivability. Yeah, so it's just pure damage. it deals insane amount of damage, but you need to be able to get into range. The range is only 1. Yeah, but it is insanely strong. Now we also have Queen Manta, your optional Psycho Gundam. Like this is just like Psycho Gundam, but with a longer range. And then Gundam F90. This is also an okay unit, but not the best. Strike Rogue, a good debuffer. Pluton also good, but also require you to be in melee range. This one, G-Shelf, I don't know if it has, yeah, it has a low range too. So all of these units that I mentioned, if they have a short range, then it's probably, it can be okay, but not the best choice for you to use in PvP, because in PvP you do want to you know, attack the enemy from as far away as possible, just to reach them, to be able to reach them.
Which
so
is the edgiest Gundam series. The edgiest Gundam series. I want to stick with IBO, but I think there's a worse one, isn't there? That's really jacked up. The only one that comes to my mind right now is probably IBO, but I'm positive there's one that's worse than that one. Well, I'm glad I was recommended. Yeah, I want to say IBO for now. Double O, yeah. I will say the final movie kind of kills it. I still, in my personal opinion, would still say IBO is more edgier than Double O. No, heck no. Not at all. I am an old millennial. No, it's not. Nowhere near it. I would never say that. Wing, I love Wing, but it ain't the edgiest. Nowhere near it. Do you know how many freaking characters in that freaking series should have died and they survived? Nah. No. I don't know what old millennial you talking about, but they lost their mind. That's how they feel. They are way more edgier. Even old Gundam series are more edgier than Wing. Go look at any of those OVA ones. Because that's the only one. Yeah, because that's the only one I could think about. Because that's the only one when I really think about edgy. It's probably the one I could think about at the top of my head. It's probably IBO. That is probably the most edgy one out of all of them. Yeah, definitely. If you're saying Wing, then no, you just don't know what you're talking about. I don't care. You must have only watched Wing. If you're saying Wing, even back then, it's Wing is the edgiest one. What you call it? 8th MS Team was way more edgier than Wing. All those military ones were way more edgier. 0083 was edgier than Wing. So that's why I'm like, who the heck said that? Gundam's edgier than Wing. The original Gundam series, and I didn't even finish that one, it's edgier than Wing. Wing is one of the most tamest one out of all the series. It's one of the most tamest. It's not the most tamest. I would probably give that to probably and I didn't really like this series. No, I probably would give it to maybe G Gundam actually. I might give it to G Gundam, to be honest. SD Gundam? I never watched the SD Gundam series, so I don't know anything about that. Unless you talk about the video I'm watching, but I don't know anything about the SD Gundam series. I never watched it. For Tame. Oh, for Tame. Yeah. I would agree with that. Absolutely. That's a good. Well, yeah, I think I would, because I was gonna say Build Fighters, but like I said, I haven't watched SD. I've only watched like the one series, and I only watched part of it that came out in America. So yeah, I would probably give you SD from what I've seen. Yeah, but yeah, that whoever told you Wing, that is wild. That was wild. Heck, I even say Seed is more edgier than Wing. Depending on the season you're talking about. And like I said, I like Wing. But nah. When you actually go back and watch Wing, you see all the stakes weren't as big as what they should have been. Wing is, don't get twisted, I love Wing. That's what I grew up with. Wings has some of my favorite designs. So I'm not here trying to say Wing is bad. It's just I don't know. I feel a little I don't actually say I feel insulted, but I question anybody who says Wing is the edgiest series. But it is one of my favorite series because it's the one I started with. Well, technically, if you want to be honest, probably my favorite series of all, in my opinion, except for the last episode, is 8th MS Team. Honestly. Right? That's what I'm saying. But no, Wing is a really cool series. Yeah, I like it. I still want them to animate the what is that one called? Oh yeah, I love 8th MS Team except for that last 13th episode. I thought that crowd was whack. That crowd was bogus. But outside of that, yeah, 8th MS Team was like my favorite one. I love 8th MS Team. That's why I said my top 3 has to be, honestly, it has to go 8th MS Team, IBO, and outside of the last movie would be 00. Yeah, exactly. I hated the last episode. I feel like I wasted my time. If they didn't have the last episode, probably be one. It's the same thing with 00. 00 was the perfect series until they did the alien thing, and then it was like I wouldn't say it was bad, but it was like that's not what I come to watch Gundam for. But yeah, like 00, like I said, that's why I think killed 00 was the movie. Wasn't for that movie, 00 was a great series, one of the best Gundam series out. Shoot. I mean, what you call it? Like I said, if you want a series to make people cry, recommend people to watch 0080. That one was very fun. If I wanted to get some of my homegirls to cry, I haven't watched 0080, and man, they be balling. That'd be funny. That's the Gundam series I get if I use if I want people to cry. What else is there? Let's go. This one's pretty much done. Okay. Am I tripping? No. I'm not. It goes right here. I mean, I would say outside a few like kid-centric ones, I would say you could find edginess in pretty much all the Gundam series, to be honest. But it's just the level. It's just the level of it. It's pretty much the argument. Because every Gundam series pretty much has some kind of dark undertone. Yeah, basically, that's really what it is. I mean, if I remember right now, mind you, this was before my time, but so I'm not sure how true this is, but from my understanding, that's what made Gundam famous was the realistic, edgy, warfare like stories. So, at least from my understanding, but again, I wasn't alive when Gundam came out over there in Japan. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just yeah, exactly. It's just like I said, it just depends on level. So like that's why I sit there and say I can't say Gundam Wing is the edgiest because moments where like people should have. I mean, come on now. You had freaking Hero blow himself up, lay in a puddle of his own blood, and still survive in like the blast radiance. You know. It's like stuff like that's where it kind of takes you out. So yeah. Or like, you're right. That's what I'm saying. It's like stuff like that. That's the reason. You know, or like I said, Double O, which is basically was like what's a war torn story, and what's the main character? Wasn't he like part of I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was like part of a terrorist organization. Pretty dark, if I remember right. But yeah, no, exactly. Oh, to be honest, I'm not the deepest into Gundam. I'm pretty deep in there. I'll be honest. I would say if you were to say what I am, I guess I would say I'm an advanced fan because of how much I watched it. But I said in a video that I put on my channel, I was a lot heavier into Gundam when I was a kid than I am now. So there's a lot of stuff I forgot. So I'm not really the expert like I used to be. I like to say I'm more like maybe an intermediate to advanced. So, like I said, even on this channel, I get things wrong from time to time. So, don't worry about it. Oh, like right now, I'm trying to put this freaking piece on. I'm having issues putting this piece on right now. But honestly, the thing with me, I'm always into like robot and mech stuff. So most series like that, I'm always going to be into. Oh crap! Like a splinter. Gosh, yeah, that's a splinter. Damn it. Where did that come from? All right, hold on. Let me get this stupid splinter. What's the average price of a model kit? Well, the sad truth is they actually went up recently. It kind of depends on what you want and how expensive it is, but I would say the average price of a model kit without tax, I would say ranges from like the cheapest I've seen it for like $10, and the most expensive will probably be $21. So it's about in that range. It just really, but the problem is, like I said, the prices have gone up recently, so that sucks. Oh my god. I mean, let me ask you, have you ever tried building a kit before? Oh, you should try it. My recommendation, if you want to get into it, the easiest one would probably be an entry level grade, but I would say a high grade would probably be the best one to get into, and I would always recommend you go with the Gundam that you like. So whatever you feel is your favorite one, I'll probably start with that one. So at least you have something that you can look at that you're happy with on your shelf. Gotta get that on my hand. The least interesting, the ball. I mean, it has its fans, but I would say the ball. Easily. The ball. 110%, because it's just the ball. Yeah, you're talking about the, what's it called? Yeah, like the one's like, the one, like the, what it called? The like the evil eye from like from the Devil Gundam Army. Yeah, I know what one you're talking about. Yeah, I would have to say the ball. That's the one that comes directly to my mind. The other one, I would say, there's another one that comes from Gundam Age, and the only weapon it has is like a freaking beam stick. That one was whack. Gundam. That's funny. Fallen Gundam was baller chasing. I don't think I ever heard of Fallen Gundam. The one the Prime Minister Fong used. Oh, yeah, I know you're talking. Hold on. Yeah. The Waiter Gundam. Oh, yeah, the Waiter Gundam. Man, shout out to G Gundam and their legendary freaking Gundam designs. Yep, that freaking little wheel thing. Yeah, I remember that one now. Yep, that crap was ridiculous. If you want to talk about a Gundam series with probably the most interesting design, I would have to say G Gundam. That has some of the craziest design I've ever seen in Gundam. It's Paul Jackson. Pretty much. It just was like half of a Gundam in a freaking ball. Yeah. I like the name of it too, the Walter Gundam. That is a horrible name.
Move around trying to catch.
Well, basically every mobile suit in G Gundam. No, yeah. Basically every mobile suit in G Gundam is basically a Gundam. Like there's only like a few mobile suits that are in that series that's not a Gundam. Yeah, no, it's a Gundam. Every there's I forgot. I think there's only like 3 mobile suits that are anything that's from the Devil Army is not a Gundam. What else? I forgot. It's like only 2 or 3 mobile suits in G Gundam that is not a Gundam, but very few are. That one is a Gundam. Let me check, because I could have sworn I think there's only like 3 that are not Gundams. Yeah, anything in the Death Army is not a Gundam. The original, I guess the original Shuffle Lions, I don't think they're a Gundam. I don't think those are Gundam. I think they are, but I don't think they are. I'm not sure. And then, okay, here we go. You know, here, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up on stream so you can see it. Oh, the ball? Yeah, here, I'll bring it up. Let me, yeah, I'll bring it up. Oh, hold on.
after you get it. Oh no. I don't even want anybody. The better question is, why the fuck are you playing them?
Yes!
Let's go!
What are you doing here?
I have a mental illness. I want to swallow.
Yo, what up? My name is Asian Psycho, aka ToeSniper98, but you can just call me Tuhu. And yes, as in that Tuhu. Alice's best girl, by the way. If you've been on the internet at any point during these past 3 years, you might have heard of a game called Genshin Impact that a few or all of your friends, if you have any that is, are playing or at least have played at some point. Hell, you might have played it a bit yourself back in the day, or God help you, you're still playing it. You might have seen your favorite YouTubers and streamers do a sponsored stream or 2 or 3 or multiple for Genshin Impact over the years, and maybe whenever you pull up your Twitter feed, you randomly get, you know, Genshin related posts like leaks for the next patch or thirst tweets for Arlecchino because the algorithm remembers that you liked a Genshin tweet back in 2020. So considering all this, you might have wondered, or might still be wondering to this day, what is Genshin? Where did it come from? You might have heard online or from your friends that it's supposed to be a gacha game or something? Gacha? Like, what the hell is that? As in like, I got you or whatever? What the fuck is a gacha game? Well, I'm glad you asked if somehow you still haven't figured that out in the past couple of years that you've been aware of them. Then again, there are people out there who are only now getting introduced to gacha games, God help them. So here's a video explaining what they are and dispelling some of the most common misconceptions about them. First of all, who the hell am I? What am I doing with a bunch of VTuber body pillows and anime titty and ass hanging on the wall behind me like a freak? And why the fuck should you listen to whatever I have to say about these gacha games? Like I said earlier, I'm Tuhu, and I've been making videos for the past dozen years or so since I made this channel back in, 2011, when I was still in high school. I started out on FPS games like Combat Arms, if anyone remembers that one. But ever since I got into gacha games about 6 years ago in 2017, I've been making videos on them instead. And as of today, I've played a total of 12 different gacha games, 10 of which I still play. Those games are in chronological order of when I started playing them: Fate Grand Order, Girls Frontline 1, Azure Lane, Arknights, Genshin Impact, Blue Archive, Goddess of Victory Nikke, Honkai Star Rail, Ether Gazer, and Snowbreak Containment Zone. And I've also tried Magia Record and Touhou Lost Word. A lot of people say that they play a lot of gacha games, but they really don't. Either they've tried a lot of different gacha games, but have dropped most of them since, or they just log on to all their gacha games, and that counts as playing the game for them. Some would even go so far as to call themselves the Lord of Gachas, or the God of Gachas, which is cool until you realize their first gacha game was Genshin Impact. Let me show you what a real gacha master looks like.
Sing, sing, sing! Sing, sing! Sing, sing, sing!
Basically, I'm the Asmongold of gacha games, except, as you can clearly tell, I still have hair. So now that you have an idea of who I am and how I've decided to waste the last 6 years of my life, let's get into it. So what is a gacha game? First, since I graduated college with a history major, oh god, and haven't had a chance to actually use it yet, the term gacha is short for gachapon, which is the name of those capsule toy vending machines that you may have seen images of in arcades or the weeb stores in Akihabara or wherever. As for why they're called that, supposedly it's because of the sound that gachapon machines make when you buy something from them. The gacha part is the sound that the machine makes when you turn the crank, and the pon part is the sound that the ball makes when coming out. Japanese is very big on onomatopoeia, so the name stuck, so much so that the term gachapon is actually trademarked by Bandai. Yeah, that Bandai. But the term gachapon is specifically used for those physical vending machines, whereas gacha is the core idea that you pay money to get a random reward. hence why they're called gacha games, because the core characteristic that all of them share is the gacha system that they all have. And essentially, that's what a gacha game is. It's a game where you play to earn in-game currency or pay real money for a premium currency with which to roll the gacha in order to obtain content in the form of new units and equipment. Now, some games like Counter-Strike or Overwatch have cosmetic gachas where you roll for a random skin or something that doesn't directly affect gameplay, so technically you could call those gacha games too, given how big of a deal they are to those games, obviously, but for the purposes of this video, I'll only be dealing with games that involve players rolling their gachas to obtain gameplay-altering content like characters and gear. So that begs the question, just how much do these new characters or gear or the content you get from gachas alter gameplay then? Aren't there people out there who play these gacha games as quote-unquote free to play, or players who don't spend any real money at all, or very little of it at least? If it's possible to play these games without having to spend very much money, or any at all, why would you? Right? Why do people still pay hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars, or whatever your regional equivalent is, on what are basically just pixels on your computer or phone screen? There are three main reasons. The first one is, unsurprisingly, gameplay. More often than not, because gacha games typically have metas and strong characters and gear, just like any other regular game, players want to roll for the strong characters and gear in those games. Simple as that, whatever gives them the best chance at clearing content. So for example, Chen Alter and Arknights, Raiden Shogun and Genshin, every Ultra Rare and Azure Lane, Hades and Aether Gazer, these are all very powerful characters in their respective games that people want to roll for because of how good they are. But it's not just because of how strong the characters themselves are that make them so appealing. It's no secret that gacha games abuse the shit out of FOMO, or the feeling of missing out for short, to try to convince more of their players to roll the gacha and spend money if they have to in order to get the new limited time character or piece of gear before their banner expires. In addition to that, a lot of gameplay content that gacha games have are also limited, like limited time events, or have cycles that offer rewards that refresh after a certain amount of time that you need to obtain before the cycle resets. So for example, Genshin's Spiral Abyss, Star Rail's Memories of Chaos, Aether Gazer's Hazard Cleaning Zone, and Recurring Dream, etc.
Go ahead, make your day with the Neo QLED 8K. With glare-free technology, even smarter with smart things.
People are depending on me.
So this combination of limited time characters and gear and limited time gameplay content that you want to use those limited time characters and gear in create a strong, compelling environment in which players can easily find themselves setting their gacha currency on fire in an attempt to get the latest and greatest characters and gear, which may eventually lead them to spend money on these games. The natural extension of this is that eventually a gacha game may put out some content and then also put out a new gacha banner that has a character or gear that is perfect for that newly released content. Or in other words, it's very easy for gacha games to create a problem with their content and then sell you the solution to that content. And you as a player need to decide whether to roll the gacha to do that new content or resist the temptation in favor of saving for future content that you prefer rolling on but risk not being able to clear the content that's in front of you. Also, take a shot every time I said the word content. A decent example of this is DHIL and Fushuan in Honkai Star Rail. In the 1.3 patch, the game introduced a new expansion to the Simulated Universe game mode called Swarm, and some of the enemies in there are these swarm bugs that you encounter as both roaming mobs and the final boss at the end of your run. These bugs have imaginary and quantum weaknesses by default, and in Star Rail, all characters possess a certain element that dictates their damage type, and if they attack enemies that match their element, they enjoy several important combat bonuses such as increased damage and the ability to break their enemies, which either further damages them or debuffs them, or some combination of the two. And oh, would you look at that? The two new characters that came out with this new Swarm game mode are both imaginary and quantum. How fucking convenient. Thankfully, incidents like these where gachas create problems for their content and then sell you their solutions are not that common, at least they shouldn't be for the good gacha games, if there even is such a thing as a good gacha game. Because the good ones will still have other options available for you to clear new content with, so that you're not basically forced into rolling the gacha for the latest and greatest units. Like, even the Honkai Star Rail example that I gave just now, the game gives you a free copy of Chingche from the first few floors of Forgotten Hall, so technically you should be able to eventually clear Swarm 5 if you play it for long enough. It's just that having Daniel alter significantly cuts down on the amount of time that you'd need to do that. The second reason is, well, sex appeal. We all know that sex sells. I'm pretty sure you didn't need me to tell you that. But because I personally think that this is the single most important reason as to why people play gacha games, we're gonna discuss it anyway. And by discuss, I actually mean we're gonna take a look at a ton of anime ass and titty. Hell yeah. As much as I talked about how people like rolling gacha for gameplay purposes, the reality is that the vast majority of gacha game players are, well, casual. I mean, just look at Genshin Impact. Almost all gacha games are meant to be played on your phone, after all. What do you mean you don't have a phone? So naturally, most gacha games are meant to be enjoyed casually, so that way you can just, whip out your phone and gawk at your favorite anime waifus or husbandos anywhere you want, whenever you want. This means that gacha developers need to design their games to appeal to a casual audience first and foremost, and since gachas put so much emphasis on their, well, gachas, the best way to do this is to focus heavily on character design and pump out the most attractive and appealing characters they can so that people will roll for them. As a result, you get gachas that have characters who look like this. I mean, hell, Azure Lane is literally 90% fan service, and this is the game where that one Kashino skin that Twitter fucking imploded over because her tits were too big apparently comes from. Oh yeah, don't tell Twitter what other skins this game has that they'll have even more aneurysms over. Personally, I think that this is an advantage that gacha games have over the rest of the gaming market. For normal games, their gameplay is their selling point, so people tend to focus on that. And when normal games started including more and more microtransactions over time to make more money, understandably people got pissed because they saw this evolution, if you even want to call it that, as an infringement on what they think games should be. But gacha games are a much more recent phenomenon, and microtransactions are kind of their whole point because of their gacha systems. So there's an implicit understanding that this is how gacha games are like, how they're supposed to be. And remember, since most gacha game players are casual, they're not focusing on a gacha's gameplay. They care more about, who the next hot anime waifu or husbando is, and when they can throw more money at their phone to get them. Appealing character designs is also the reason why I think anime-style gacha games are a lot more well-known, I guess you could say, compared to those that aren't. Like, I ain't gonna lie, the only Western-style gacha game that I can think of is, dare I mention them, Raid Shadow Legends. I was gonna mention Clash of Clans, but I'm not sure if that's even a gacha or not. Even though you may not believe me, because I have no less than 6 anime girls in the wall behind me, my point here is not that weebs are superior to everyone else when it comes to designing good characters. Rather, it's that Eastern gacha games, in general, understand how important it is to come up with and implement attractive characters to sell to their players, because sometimes all it takes is just one good character to hook somebody into a game, and all of a sudden, you've got them by their balls, and oftentimes their bank account forever. Finally, the third reason is just good old-fashioned clout. 5-star characters, 6 stars even, SSRs, ultra rares, S ranks, whatever the highest rarity characters and gear are, gacha games will present them up at the forefront on their banners because they are the most valuable things that you can obtain. They're the reason why you're rolling the gacha, but at the same time, they're also the rarest and therefore hardest to get. Unless you're trying to go for one particular 4-star character or, God help you, weapon or light cone in either Genshin or Star Rail, then good fucking luck, you're gonna need it. But imagine for a second that you're playing Genshin or Star Rail, God forbid. You're free to play, and you only have enough Primos or Stellar Jades to afford one multi. And it's Farina's banner or Jinglu's banner. You're at the bottom of your pity, and you're not guaranteed the rate up. It's just you, your gems, and your luck up against a 0.6% chance divided by 2. You click the multi button, praying to God or whatever deity you believe in, or none at all if you don't have one, that by some statistical miracle, you can pull out a dub because this is all you got. And then you see that blue comet in Genshin flash gold, or the ticket in Star Rail glitch out. You get your hopes up. Maybe, just maybe. Could it be? You know, you're past the hard part. Now, it's just a coin flip to bring it home. You click through your polls until you reach the 5-star, and then, boom. You know, just like that. Against all odds, when you were expected to fail, when you were supposed to join the thousands of other poor, broke-ass souls before you who failed to acquire the ultimate prize from the gacha, somehow you beat it. You beat the system. And you are now the proud owner of the Hydra Archon or the hottest ice character to ever grace Star Rail. There's a video called Rare Items by the YouTuber EMP Lemon that towards the end discusses the psychology of collecting, well, rare items, and naturally a lot of it is relevant to gacha games too. Even though high rarity gacha game characters and gear aren't nearly as rare as the stuff that that video goes over, you know, they're still the most accessible rare items to the average person because, again, gacha games are readily available to everyone, or at least a lot of people, through their phones. A specific part of that video talks about the social aspect of collecting, and that is perhaps the most relevant to gacha games. Many gacha players see their high rarity gear and characters as a pedestal that they can use to elevate themselves over or to match their peers. In our example just now, since you pulled Farina or Jinglu against the odds, it's very easy for you to find a sense of accomplishment, so to say, when you see others online who weren't so lucky and have failed to get the character you got, especially if they spent more than you and still turned up short. And now that you have Farina or Jinglu, congratulations, you're now part of the Farina or Jinglu Havers Club, and you get to participate meaningfully in online discussions about the character you just got. For example, what artifact set is BIS for Farina?
connectivity through Spectrum is vital, provides us with reliability, lightning speeds, and allows us to do what we need to do in our life. It's phenomenal.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's patio.
Oh, I love those chairs.
Shed-tastic.
Girl, you nailed it!
No, this set, it's just a couple of screws.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Throughout the 1990s, it was just such a great period to be into anime, with stuff like Dragon Ball Z, Cowboy Bebop, Evangelion, and then all those films we got on VHS at the time, with Akira, Ninja Scroll, and Ghost in the Shell. The latter in particular I remember being really popular, even back at a time when not that many people even knew that kind of thing existed. Based off the Japanese manga by Masamune Shirow about a cybernetic soldier named Motoko Kusanagi in the futuristic year of 2029. Lol. A key figure in an intelligence department named Section 9, working alongside the government and dealing with cybercrime. It obviously went on to inspire a whole bunch of films and then even gaming in its wake, with stuff like The Matrix, for instance, drawing heavy influence from it, as well as video games like Deus Ex, Bungie's Oni, and obviously Cyberpunk 2077. There was also a TV series in 2002 and a sequel released in 2004, so yeah, fans of the series were eating pretty damn good as far as the franchise was concerned.
Aw, out of ammo.
Huh? As well as that, we got 4 video games, most of which were released exclusively for Sony platforms, with Ghost in the Shell in 1997 for the PlayStation 1, Standalone Complex in 04 for the PlayStation 2, and then another Standalone Complex title for the PSP in 2005. With the final game, First Assault Online, having a pretty short lifespan later down the track in 2016, but we'll get to that one soon enough. Despite there only being such a limited roster of tie-in games though, all of these I'd say are actually pretty damn good. And seeing as we got a bit of a lull in gaming at the moment, with it almost being near the end of the year and all that kind of stuff, I thought it'd be a fun old time going back and taking a look at them. So let's do that, shall we?
What's wrong?
Nothing to worry about. I'm going in.
Right, so before I get too far into things, I do have to thank Red Magic for sponsoring this video. Now, Red Magic's a brand that's been around since 2018, focusing primarily on mobile gaming with a collection of different gear including phones, accessories, and PC equipment. With a global reach of 30 countries and regions, making them one of the best gaming smartphone manufacturers in the market. And today, we're taking a look at the Red Magic 10 Pro, which delivers a massive performance boost over those previous generations. Discs that had come with whatever PlayStation magazine you bought at the time. 1997 was also the same year that 2 of my favourite PlayStation games came out as well, with Cool Borders 2, along with a lesser known title that no one's probably even heard of called Final Fantasy VII.
I'm just kidding.
But unlike those 2, which we both had legitimate copies for, our version of Ghost in the Shell was a pirated one that my mate had given me. And I know that the term hidden gem gets thrown around quite a lot these days, mostly just by people who think that something that's old and half decent counts, but this is genuinely a really fun game that really seems to fit that moniker, where those that do know about it are probably going to tell you how much it kicked ass.
Break time's over. Let's go get him.
So the story in this one is you're obviously working for Section 9, playing as a nameless dude simply referred to as the Rookie, controlling one of those cool looking spider tanks, the Tachikomas. Sadly, not actually getting to play as Bato or Kusanagi, with them instead just serving more as support characters throughout all the missions.
So they want to liberate us, huh?
The enemy force you're going up against is one of the series' main recurring antagonist factions, the Human Liberation Front. And this time they've apparently blown up a building and killed a bunch of people, which, yeah, checks out.
Yes, 18 people were severely injured when 50 grams of C6 were detonated.
So as the Rookie, the task more or less falls on you to single-handedly fight back against the HLF and try to stop them, with all roads ending at this towering building where they're trying to detonate a nuclear reactor, ending with a showdown against the leader on the top of the roof. In between most of the missions, you get these really awesome cinematics, looking like they could be taken straight out of the anime, all done with Masamune Shirow's involvement and handled by Production IG, who really worked on some pretty heavy hitters, not to mention they did those anime sequences in the first Kill Bill movies.
It's the kind of thing that only the PlayStation really would have been able to pull off at the time, due to it having all that extra storage space on the disc, with there being about 10 minutes of this stuff all up. And overall, like, the whole thing feels really official, which is probably the result of Shiro being involved in the production, even writing the story and working on some of the cutscenes.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Which means that Kusanagi looks way more in line with how she looked in the manga as opposed to the anime.
Okay, let's begin drop training, shall we?
Even that intro alone before you've gotten into the game is just really impressive, with super smooth animation and well choreographed action. And I even have this vivid memory of this movie just playing on repeat at my local game store, where I just stood there like a zombie watching it over and over. There was this really cool art book that you could buy at the time, which showed off all the individual cell frames for the animation, just kind of highlighting this insane amount of detail and talent that went into it. Along with it almost being like a bit of an obituary for this more or less extinct art form. And yeah, like, remember too that all of this was done for a PlayStation game. The only bummer is how heavily compressed this stuff is by today's standards, and I'd love to see like a high resolution version of all of these sequences, because you just know that it would look fucking amazing.
Run it like a field day, hit 'em with the freeze frame, feeling like a movie, catch up on the replay, flash them lights all on ice. I look too good, won't catch this twice. Yeah. Zoom, 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 zoom in on me, zoom, zoom.
No apologies, no hesitation. Toronto's all in, 100%. Wanna open a Chinese Jamaican fusion spot in Little Portugal? Serve 100% indigenous food hundreds of meters up in the sky. Or make a slice 100.
When it comes to the gameplay, the best way to describe it is that it's kind of like a vehicular third-person shooter, with you piloting the Tachikoma the entire time. You move around with a directional pad, along with being able to strafe left and right with the shoulder buttons. And if you hold down both shoulder buttons at once, you can also sort of sprint forward at a much faster pace. Overall, this control scheme really feels more like a first-person shooter, very similar to other titles we had on the platform at the same time, like Disruptor and Power Slave. Which is kind of funny as well, considering you've even got the option for a first-person view mode here, which becomes more or less essential during those tighter interior levels. As for the weapons, you've got a machine gun, which is pretty basic and can be spammed constantly by just mashing that button over and over. But then holding down that button is going to let you lock on multiple missiles to anything that's in range, quickly then launching them all out at once. With the catch being that if you take any damage, that whole charge up sequence for the missiles is reset, really encouraging mobility and trying to stay out of harm's way. And then finally you can fire grenades by pressing circle, which does massive damage. But these things are kind of like uranium, and you really want to save them for when you get to the boss fights. You can get like a higher end level score if you save these grenades and don't use them at all, but I don't really see the point of like worrying about a high score in a single player game, considering that you're only competing against yourself. Either way though, learning how to control this thing ain't too hard, and it won't take too long before you're climbing up walls and over buildings, seamlessly moving around these various environments and destroying all of your enemies.
Impressive, rookie.
Also helps as well that almost every single mission has some sort of drum and bass or techno soundtrack on constant loop, all of which really exemplify video game music from the 1990s. And I don't know if there was some kind of unwritten rule about this stuff or something, but I swear that every second game that came out back then had to include this kind of music by law. All up, there's like 12 missions to get through, with the difficulty ramping up with each of them as new threats and hazards are introduced.
Clear out the bombs or die.
Roger. All units move out and find those things now.
Yes, ma'am.
With the first mission really just trying to ease you into how everything works, with the objective being to destroy these 3 spider walkers so you can gain access codes to a warehouse where the first boss is waiting. The backdrop is a clear, bright, sunny day down by the harbour, and there's plenty of power-ups around if you take too much damage, whilst the boss fight is pretty easy to take out with some blatantly telegraphed attacks that should be easy to avoid. Now this right here was the level that they used for that demo, and honestly, I reckon I played and beat this level alone than I ever spent playing the remainder of the game. The second level is where they start to ramp things up a bit, with them not wasting all that much time either, and getting that whole sewer level out of the way nice and early. And compared to the bright and sunny first mission, now you're moving through these turd-stained tunnels, avoiding explosive proximity mines, along with a boss fight that looks a hell of a lot like the Hermit boss from House of the Dead. I would say that this is easily the worst mission in the game though, and it's probably not helping either that you spend half of it in the dark with night vision mode, which just kind of looks like you're watching someone get a colonoscopy in real time. But it's the third mission though that's really likely to cause the most drama, because for this one, it's against a running clock, where you've got to destroy a bunch of explosives before the time runs out. And this one is absolutely going to take a couple of retries, just because of how some of these bombs are put in really tricky positions, and your radar doesn't exactly tell you if they're above or below. From here on in though, it's smooth sailing, literally. And for the fourth mission, it's like it's suddenly turned into Shinobi 3, as you're riding on like a jet ski or something, going across the ocean and fighting back against all these pursuing vehicles. I mean, it is kind of clunky with you being more or less on rails the whole time, but it's also pretty damn fun, offering up a much needed change of pace. And in fact, they more or less do the same thing for the sixth mission as well, only this time you're going down a highway like the game's just turned into Ridge Racer Type 4.
They're the same picture.
This time there's even like a couple of different routes to the level as well, offering up different hazards depending on which way you want to go. The fifth mission is a whole cat and mouse deal, where you're chasing after another cyborg that's apparently ambushed the player. And this thing hangs in one area for a bit, letting you dish out a bunch of damage before it runs away and you have to chase it down again to repeat the process. And this is like a little bit weird because the premise is that it's trying to get away from us. But then it decides that the best way to do this is just to run like 10 meters away and then just hang out in the immediate area. Yeah, it really puts the eye into AI, doesn't it? Now the seventh mission is the one that I enjoyed the most, and a lot like the first one, it drops you into this larger city environment and just lets you complete your objectives however you want, this time taking out 3 gun emplacements.
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside. Even smarter with smart things.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
And this is the stuff right here where this game is at its most enjoyable, letting you approach these mission goals however you want. Because sadly, the last 4 missions in the game aren't like this at all, and are all set in the one place, inside that big corporate building or whatever it's supposed to be for the remainder of the story.
Man, what a stupid structure to put up here.
With the whole mechanic of being able to run up the walls almost just seems kinda redundant, considering you're often just forced into moving down these narrow linear corridors where there's almost no room to even avoid attacks. Oh yeah, and it also has one of the lamest boss fight tropes of all time. That being the one where you're fighting back against like a computer mainframe or a reactor, server, or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be. And look man, it's a scientific fact that inanimate objects make the worst bosses in video games. Finished all off by that final level on the top of the building, which is the only one that I repeatedly died at, simply because I had a lot of trouble figuring out where I was even supposed to be going. I mean, the boss itself is easy enough, but even just getting there can be really disorienting, considering it's often hard to tell what's up and what's down, and whether or not I'm staring at my asshole or my elbow. Still though, it is a pretty cool little spectacle there at the end where you're both free falling and you have to destroy this guy before he hits the ground. I'd say all up, the main problem this game has is that it's both really easy but also really short, with there only being 12 missions in total and the whole thing being able to be beaten in just over an hour. I mean, you'll probably die a few times here and there, but unless you're missing a limb or heavily intoxicated, overall it's pretty easy.
Please stay on that and see what else you can find out.
Annoyingly too, like when you die, it makes you enter your name at the high score screen before then throwing you back to the main menu. For some reason, there's no button to just simply restart a mission. The boss fights are definitely varied visually, but when it comes to actually fighting them, for almost every instance you can easily get by just circle strafing the entire time and firing back with your missiles. And none of them have strategies that really go much further than just stay mobile and don't eat shit. Even during that 10th mission where you need to fight two at once, you still don't need to do much more than just slide around the entire time. There's also like a training mode on the side which offers up a bunch more cinematics to unlock. And apparently if you beat the entire thing in one go without any continues, you can unlock some kind of exclusive art of the Major, which, yeah, I guess would have been some incentive to keep playing. But I mean, like, if you were someone on the internet at that time, well, let's just say that you'd probably already seen Kusanagi getting fucked by that point.
It's true.
Overall though, a solid little PS1 action game that absolutely deserves all the recognition it deserves. And even now in 2024, damn good stuff. Up next, we got Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex released for the PlayStation 2 in 2004. Yeah, 2004, also known as the single greatest year for gaming we've ever had.
Sure, I'll keep that in mind. Because the worst is yet to come.
With this one being developed by a team called Caviar, with the only other thing these developers really worked on worth mentioning being that they made Resident Evil Dead Aim, which is arguably one of the most underappreciated Resident Evil games, as well as working on the Umbrella and Darkside Chronicles.
Now get out there and start earning your pay, people.
Anyway, this one takes place in the frighteningly close year of 2030, actually letting you play as both Kusanagi and Bato, once again working for Section 9 and fighting back against various terrorist groups that have a real grudge against human augmentation. With the story in this one being even weirder, in that the main thing Section 9 is investigating is some kind of rice developed by micro machines. Yes, rice.
Rice?
Right. And then it has something to do with this terrorist faction trying to use the rice on a global scale to invoke mind control or something? I don't know. Someone help me out here.
Roger that.
Yeah, honestly, like I had a bit of trouble following just what was going on. Not really helped either by how heavy-handed the dialogue is. I do know that at some point they end up in this old military complex, which is where all this mysterious rice seems to be coming from. But from that point on is where I just lost the plot. Literally.
Don't you guys have more important things to do?
I mean, if nothing else, it was very much in line with how I felt about the movies and the anime, where I spent more time just being impressed by how cool everything looks, and a lot less time about worrying just what was going on. Now, compared to the PS1 game, which used hand-drawn art during all these various cutscenes, Standalone Complex instead goes for pre-rendered CGI instead, which really doesn't hold a candle to the 2D stuff, and almost makes Kusanagi look like a completely different character. I mean, Bato still looks like himself, but the Major, she kinda looks like a real doll.
Guess I don't have a choice.
And I also think it's hilarious how she's supposed to be some kind of super high-tech, expensive, state-of-the-art cyborg, designed for all these clandestine military operations, and yet somehow one of the design features was that she had to have a huge pair of knockers.
What do you mean breasts? Big breasts.
Get the mattress of your dreams, hassle-free. Ashley Sleep delivers incredible comfort and convenience.
I also kind of realized about halfway through playing this that the whole idea of everyone being able to communicate by using a radio inside their heads is a pretty brilliant way of getting around having to animate all of this lip syncing.
Rice?
I will say though that for a PlayStation 2 game, this does still look pretty good, even having widescreen support as well. And as far as 2000s era PS2 games go, this one is definitely up there with the best of them. And there's just like an effortless aesthetic that they've pulled off here, really making all of these various areas and environments seem different. Weirdly too, much like the PlayStation 1 game, this one has 12 missions in total as well, and is again relatively short to beat, only taken like a couple of hours. It's a standard third-person shooter otherwise, where you move around with the left thumbstick and then aim with the right, shooting pretty much everything that moves. You're given a starting gun, but can also grab weapons from fallen enemies, like assault rifles, grenade launchers, not to mention a really awesome shotgun, which is really one of the most fun weapons in the game. Especially when you found a stealth camo power-up and can just run right up to people and blast them in the face. The only real difference between playing as the Major and Bato is that Bato is much less mobile, and whereas Kusanagi gets throwing knives as a secondary weapon, Bato doesn't. Not that he's really missing out though, because those knives are kinda piss weak, and she may as well be throwing sporks at people because they seem about as effective.
These guys got some nasty toys.
Along with that, if you're playing as the Major, you've got this whole acrobatic dodge move, which really does seem like it's more for show than anything else. I mean, it does look cool and it lets you avoid damage, kind of, but you lose camera control when doing it and don't really have that much control over where you land. Aside from that, you've got the secondary attack, either throwing grenades or a melee move. With the melee, sadly really just being a simple button mashing affair, where you hit someone over and over until they finally go down. There is a nice little cinematic slow motion effect when you knock someone out, which is pretty rad, but when enemies start getting way more health points, this really becomes a far less useful mechanic. It's kind of a bummer that they didn't try to develop this system any further, considering that history has shown us that Kusanagi really knows how to throw hands during a fight. And when you compare this to the kind of melee combat we got in Oni, which really in a lot of ways was heavily inspired by Ghost in the Shell, well then Standalone Complex looks even more basic.
No one, not even WhatsApp, can hear your personal messages. So your baby's first introductions stay private.
He's beautiful, you guys. Congratulations.
I mean, Oni had all these various combos and moves you could use, along with multiple takedowns that were dependent on even things like the direction you were facing, as well as still integrating the shooting mechanics in a way that felt cohesive. Even that Enter the Matrix game, which came out a year prior to the Standalone Complex, you know, despite being mostly dog shit, had a really developed melee combat system. And again too, like another franchise heavily inspired by Ghost in the Shell. When you're playing as Bato, when you're playing as Bato, you may as well be a goddamn T-800, because you really just blast your way through each of these chapters with almost complete disregard for your own personal safety. Kusanagi's chapters, on the other hand, are a little bit different, as she's able to do a few different platforming moves that he can't, mostly just wall jumping and grabbing onto ledges. Weirdly too, when you want to grab something, you have to press a button to actually do so. Compared to like, you know, almost every other game ever made where your character's going to do it automatically. And I will say as well that I found the wall jumping to be incredibly inconsistent, with there being one section in particular where you've got to scale the side of a building that honestly took me like a good 15 to 20 minutes. There just often doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it, and sometimes Kusanagi's gonna jump super high, but then other times she jumps like she's got a sprained ankle. And it just kind of seems like I'm failing the platforming because the controls are just not cooperating, as opposed to me failing because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know, there's just like this overarching feeling of the movement and the platforming controls feeling kinda clunky. as if you're jumping and moving in small chunks at a time as opposed to it being smooth and more organic. Considering that the benchmark for platforming at the time was really set by titles like Jak and Daxter and Sly Cooper, playing something like this where your movement feels so stilted, yeah, it's definitely noticeable. I will say though that I love that animation when you drop to the ground from a bit of a height. Yeah, the old superhero landing.
Woo! Superhero landing!
And as an almost 40-year-old, the thought of even trying to replicate that movement in real life almost makes my knees cave in automatically.
Jeez, you had me worried.
What also surprised me a bit about the standalone complex is that it is quite a challenging game at times, and it's kind of shocking just how quickly you can be gunned down. Even though the game seems to default to easy mode for a first playthrough, you'll still get your cybernetic ass handed to you a fair bit. The good thing though is that the checkpoints in this are super generous, and you're rarely losing all that much progress when you're killed. Health pickups can be few and far between though, and there were times where I just let myself get killed when entering a new area, because not only does it give you a checkpoint there, but when you restart, it also refills your health back up. And it's often far easier doing that than just trying to play through an entirely new section with only a little bit of health left. Considering that you've still probably got like another couple of dozen bad guys to shoot your way through, which really does just make up the vast majority of the gameplay. Yeah, shooting. I mean, I do think overall that there's a lot of cool ideas in this game. Like when you take out enemy commanders, for instance, you can hack into their corps to reveal all the locations of nearby enemies, even pinging these guys through the walls. At one point, you can even hack into a sniper on a nearby tower, controlling this guy remotely and taking out all the nearby threats.
Sniping's a good job, mate.
But that's about all the creativity the combat's ever got. And it just feels like 90% of the experience is spent running around shooting the same looking dudes over and over. Occasionally you might have to shoot up some robots, and then later in the game they introduce even badder dudes with bigger guns, but yeah, that's about it. There is one area where you actually get to
even though my mic was muted. Oh, dang it, my mic was muted. This entire time I was talking, and my mic was muted. I didn't even realize it. I've been talking for so long. I've been talking for so freaking long. I'm like, why is nobody responding? I'm like literally answering, and I'm like, I looked down at my mic and it's on mute, like for freaking. My bad for anybody who hit me up. To answer, if you're still there, Gundam Dude, which I doubt it. I wasn't trying to ignore you, but it is the Tallgeese. That's what I said. I was wondering what was going on. No, oh jeez. That was about to be bad. That was about to be bad. I mean, it's still bad, but it's not as bad as it would land on the floor. But yeah, my bad, Gundam Dude. I am building right now the Tallgeese. The Tallgeese real grade TV version. So if you're there, that's the answer. My bad. I thought I was I literally thought I was answering you. I was wondering why there was no response. My bad. My bad. My fault. That wasn't on purpose. Okay. Cool, we got that. What is this? A13? A16? A13 and A16? Oh, okay. A13 and A16. Wrong A. Where's this one? A13. A16. 14. You know what? I want some color. I want some. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. I'm gonna be a little different. Oh man. My bad. A13. Wait. Yeah, right. A13. Where's the A1? A1. A13. And an A1. Where is that? Alright, let's go back to this.
Minutes, just as things are starting to get warmed up.
Let's go, Tachkoma.
This must be one of those bloodfests.
If nothing else, unlike the PlayStation game, this one does as well have some kind of replayability. Because after you finish the game for the first time, you unlock the option to get infinite ammo for all of the weapons, along with unlocking tougher difficulty modes. There's a local multiplayer mode with unlockables, again hidden in that single player component. Plus you can also now go back to all 12 missions to find and shoot a bunch of hidden fans, with there being 10 in each chapter, you know, if you really give a shit. So again, all up, this is far from being a bad game. And just one I think that suffered the unfortunate fate of being another title that had to come out in 2004, even launching in the US a week before Half-Life 2. Sometimes I find that when I go back and play something a couple of decades old with games like this, that the experience is often soured by how some of the mechanics have aged. But outside of the controls, often feeling like I'm trying to breakdance underwater, I'd say that time has been pretty kind to Standalone Complex.
Roger that.
I mean, I wish I understood the plot a bit more, and I do wish there was a bit more variety to the combat, but for the short time that it lasts, it's a decent looking and playing experience. And again, dare I say, something of a hidden gem.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here. See it here.
Let's rock and roll.
Which finally brings us onto Standalone Complex for the PSP. Yeah, the 11th best-selling gaming console of all time, right behind the Game Boy Advance. And if you thought the story in the PS2 game was hard enough to follow, well, then wait until you start trying to dig your teeth into this one. But actually what stuck out to me the most here was the hilarious lip syncing and facial animations, where it kind of looks like everyone's made out of clay and have got a trapdoor for a mouth.
That's right.
Which, yeah, to be fair, you almost have to excuse given it's on the PlayStation Portable.
Don't split hairs with me.
But even more than that, the dialogue is still really ropey, even by Ghost in the Shell standards.
That doesn't sound like something that the chief of the Public Security General Affairs section would say.
I mean, there's a lot of talk about stuff like foreign policies, cabinet ministers, and other bureaucratic jargon which just seems nauseating.
Have there been any statements or demands from the criminals?
Not at the present time. However, they seem to be looking for the H-88 report.
The H-88 report? The one that conducted an investigation of General Michiba, the mastermind of the failed Far North Rebellion 20 years ago?
Yes, sir.
It's like that scene in The Phantom Menace when Queen Amidala goes before the Senate.
Because of this, in spite of the fact that waste material, a negative legacy, has been left lying around for decades, these shams of public utilities have been forced upon us under the guise of reconstruction assistance.
Will you defer your motion to allow a commission to explore the validity of your accusations?
And I know that this kind of thing's always been a bit of a hallmark for the series.
I won't say that's not a possibility.
But I find that I enjoy Ghost in the Shell the most when it's delving into all that philosophical shit. Stuff to do with transhumanism, man versus machine, AI dilemmas and all that. No one is talking about corrupt government employees and budget cuts, where it's more like I'm watching a spreadsheet in motion.
This is what he gets for using public funds to come here and go on a sightseeing flight with his grandson.
What the hell did you just say?
Combined with all this squeaky, high-pitched dialogue from all the various touchy-comas, who kind of sound like that noise it makes when you squeeze the air out of a balloon.
Hello? Excuse me, I'm with the police.
Page 20.
Shut up! Shut up!
I do, however, appreciate how one of the main antagonists is a creepy little cyborg girl who carries around a humongous rifle that's bigger than she is, which is a trope that I always find hilarious. And truly, none of this stuff matters all that much anyway, on account of just how addictive it is to play through this overall. Right, so the whole thing's broken down into 6 chapters, with there being one main story mission, along with 3 other side missions to play through as well. And not only can you play through as Kusanagi and Bato, but then also Saito and my boy Togusa. With the idea being that each character has different stats and abilities. Though I noticed very early on that Bato seems to have the most health points, which meant that I ended up playing as him the most. Just swapping over to the Major when I wanted a bit of eye candy. Obviously too, this is a first-person shooter, with there being quite a lot of weapons here on offer as well, all with 3 main stats for damage, range, and rate of fire, letting you customize your loadout depending on what the mission requires, with certain missions even unlocking more guns for you to play around with. You're also being assisted in every single mission by Tachikoma.
It looks as though the bomber burned out his own cyber brain.
Able to choose from 4 different personalities, with there being intelligent, aggressive, balanced, or humorous, with those first 3 being the 3 moods my wife chooses from each morning when she wakes up. And you can even customize these things as well, covering their entire chassis in different weapons, even down to choosing what kind of paint job they've got on the surface. Sadly though, there's no option to shove a sock in that stupid voice hole.
What's up?
Having one around constantly as well also means they take a bit of the brunt away from enemy attacks. And in fact, early on, these things are so effective to the point that it's almost worth telling them to not shoot, considering they're going to often kill everything before you've even had a chance. Later in the game though, when the missions become much tougher, you're going to really rely on this quite a bit. And the right loadout even starts to become essential, along with hopping into one of them to assume control becoming a handy way of mitigating the damage your character takes. If If either of them die during a mission though, it's a game over. And let me tell you man, this shit becomes super unforgiving towards the end. Thankfully though, none of these missions are too long and most of them can be beaten anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, which is really the perfect format for a handheld console. The kind of thing you just want to play on the go, but when you've been turtling a fat shit for the last hour and really need to jump on the throne and do your business.
People are fragile creatures.
It does start to get a bit repetitive towards the end, I will admit, with there being at least 3 missions there where all you have to do is destroy a bunch of enemy vehicles as quickly as possible. And it seems how easy or hard these missions are just depends on whether or not you've unlocked enough missile launchers for your Tachikoma. They also do the most unforgivable thing though, which is where they have not 1, but 2 fucking escort missions. The first of which where you've got to escort your boss, Aramaki, through the train station. And I've seen senior citizens who suffer from crippling arthritis move faster than this guy does. Along with the second one where you're escorting a bunch of repairmen through some back alleys, where guys with missile launchers are going to pop out of nowhere to suddenly ambush you. Still though, it really surprised me just how much fun this thing was to play through, considering that I'd never even played it before this video and went in there with 0 expectations. And I think that constant reward of getting new toys to play with, along with trying to find all those hidden little robots to destroy for bonus gear, is more than enough to hook you in. Most people would agree as well that playing a first-person shooter on the PSP is super clunky, given how the controls for aiming up, down, left and right are all bound to the face buttons. But it seems they found a way to even work around this, by including a really handy lock-on system when firing at enemies.
Perfection.
The only thing that genuinely brings my blood to a boil is that it seems the only way they figured they could increase the difficulty is just to include tougher enemies late game. Along with including those who carry around missile launchers. And I don't know what it was with mid-2000s games, but seems like almost every single one of these 6th generation games tried to pull the same shit.
Okay,
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside.
316, right? Oh, it's over there. This is A. Yep, that's all the A's.
Even smarter with Smart Things and Galaxy AI.
Okay, I'm done. Let's move to another video.
Good evening everyone and welcome to another question of the week, this time asked by Fly2Gun. In Shark's Counterattack we are introduced to a new control stick called the Armraker, but post Shark's Counterattack the Armraker is seemingly phased out without any reason, with the exception of the Xi Gundam. Why did the Federation or other factions in Universal Century abandon the Armraker? And this question immediately caught my attention because I never really thought about it myself, but Fly2Gun raises a good point here. Before Shark's Counterattack, we see mobile suits controlled by traditional joysticks, with the only real outliers being like some Psychoma-controlled mobile suits and mobile armors. Then by Shark's Counterattack, we suddenly see everyone using the Armrakers, which, by the way, are the spherical controllers that you have to put, like, your fingers in. But then by Unicorn, we suddenly see that almost all mobile suits are back to using standard controllers. There are some exceptions that we'll get into later on in the video, but it is indeed striking that even variants of mobile suits that were using the Armrakers are now back to using traditional joysticks, with one very prominent one being the Stark Jagan. Unfortunately, we do have some sources telling us why this change happened. But first, let's talk about why we got to the Armrakers in the first place. The idea with these devices was that more actions could be performed with minimal hand movement, or at least without having to adjust your hands too much. So in theory, these arm rakers were both easier to use, and they supposedly also allowed for more sophisticated controls. I'm not so sure about that last part, but that's what the sources say. They were first tested out on the highly experimental Balls to the Wall S Gundam, which was of course short for the Superior Gundam, and as the name indicates, this thing was built by Anaheim as a state-of-the-art mobile suit that was superior in every single way, including a lot of weapons and other complicated systems. So it makes sense that Anaheim would want to somehow try to simplify the controls of this behemoth. Enter the arm rakers. And while the S-Gundam project itself was halted, the arm rakers were apparently able to make enough of an impression on the Federation to adopt the system in all of their subsequent mobile suits. And then at around the same time, Char's Neo Zeon also got their own version of the system, which was most likely supplied to them by Anaheim Electronics. Live combat, however, would reveal the one big weakness of this system. Especially during close combat, things can get very bumpy inside of a mobile suit cockpit. And pilots quickly learned that it was much easier to lose grip of an arm raker than it was to lose grip of a standard joystick. Plus, I can also imagine that it was a lot easier to grab back onto a joystick than it was to fiddle with your fingers to get them back into the holes of your little trackball there. The difference might not have been huge, but on the battlefield, even a fraction of a second can mean a difference between life and death. So, after the events of Char's counterattack, there were a lot of pilots who complained about the arm rakers and wanted to go back to traditional joysticks, which is then why, for the most part, we do see a return of those traditional joysticks. But now then, let's go over some of the notable exceptions.
Walking my dogs is crazy. Luckily, mealtime.
First up, as Flightigun mentioned in his question, the Xe Gundam is probably the biggest outlier, or the Xi Gundam as you're apparently supposed to pronounce this in English. And the explanation that I've been able to find for this comes from the Hathaway Mecha and World book. According to this book, the design of the mobile suit itself lent it to using the more delicate arm rakers versus the more traditional joysticks. And one thing that might have also had to do with this was the amount of automation that the Xe Gundam had, or more specifically, didn't have. So the thing was that most mobile suits at the time of Hathaway's Flash relied on a lot of automation and AI support systems, but the Xe Gundam didn't, and the AI support systems that it did have were turned off by Hathaway so that he could have more direct control of his mobile suit. Direct control that was then probably possible thanks to the arm raker, and probably also thanks to the Psychoma system, but anyways. Another outlier then were the Jagans that were used in the F-91 movie. Unlike other mobile suits used throughout the movie, even other Federation mobile suits, these guys were still using the arm rakers. And unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, there's no official or even semi-official explanation as to why they're still using it, but every other mobile suit is back to using joysticks. But I can make an educated guess. So the thing is, the F-91 Jagans weren't necessarily meant as frontline fighting mobile suits. They were made at a time of relative peace and were therefore mainly intended as like a peacekeeping force. So the Federation probably wasn't expecting these things to be used in a large-scale war, and therefore, rather than going for the harder to use but better in combat joysticks, they went for the easier to use but less good in combat arm rakers. In Gundam Unicorn then, we get a very interesting difference between the Gira Zulus from the novel and the Gira Zulus from the OVA. In the OVA, they switched over to more conventional joysticks, just like their Federation counterparts, but in the novel, they're still stuck using the Armrakers. And the explanation for this is that apparently, unlike the Federation, the Sleeves didn't have the money to overhaul their cockpits and revert back to a traditional joystick layout. So it's not that they necessarily wanted to keep using the Armrakers, but more that they were stuck using the Armrakers. And those were the official in-universe explanations for the Armrakers, their appearance, and their disappearance. But I also have a gut feeling that there's a much simpler real-life explanation for all of this. After their grand debut in Char's Counterattack, we hardly ever see the Armraker or a similar system appearing in a Gundam series. Other than machines that are made to fit in with the lore of Char's Counterattack, we've got the Phantoma, some machines from Turn A Gundam, and the control system in Gundam Build Fighters. So I've got the feeling that the rule of cool is at play here. Personally, I think that joysticks are way cooler than trackballs, and it seems like the people designing Gundams agree with me. Heck, a joystick was even prominently featured in the first opening of Gundam Wing. But let me know what you think about it down below. And if you have a question you want me to answer in a future question of the week video, you can also leave that down there. As always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters. I hope everyone watching has a great evening, and I'll see you all next time with another question of the week.
Start putting these together. Alright.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back
Alright,
is just the beginning.
let's see. Let's try to put this together.
With no annual fee. Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Hey Jess, we're downstairs. Only one bag, right?
Of course. Hey!
You gotta be kidding me. Jeez, where did you even find this thing?
Custom made.
Out of all of the Gundam things that I wasn't expecting for 2025, a remaster of Gundam Seed Battle Destiny was definitely on top of that list, but here we are. Originally released in 2012 for the PlayStation Vita, Battle Destiny was the 7th and unfortunately also last entry of the long-running Gundam Battle series made by ArtDink. And for the people who think that this series looks a lot like the Macross or Macross Ace Frontier series, that is because Frontier is in fact based on Battle. And another thing that they had in common, unfortunately, is that despite being excellent games, none of them ever made it to the West. Not that that stopped me or other fans, but anyways. This has now finally changed with the worldwide release of Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered on Nintendo Switch and Steam, with all of the footage on screen coming from the Steam version. So let's dive in. The game starts with you making a pilot and a wingman with some limited customization options. Each portrait will give you different starting stats, and you can also choose from a few skills, with more becoming available as you progress through the game. On to the main mode of the game then, which is the story mode. As you've probably guessed by now, rather than playing as one of the main characters, you'll be playing as a grunt belonging either to Zaft or the Alliance, with the option later on to defect to the Archangel/Orb. And your missions just always happen to take place at important scenes from the anime. Or you can imagine that you're actually part of the main cast's crew, because the game never really explains your presence. And what the game also doesn't explain all that well is the story. It gives you an extremely basic rundown of what's going on, and off you go. If you're not familiar with Gundam Seed, you're not gonna have a clue of what's going on. But for the Gundam Seed fans that this game is of course aimed at, I don't think this is gonna bother you at all. What might be a bit of a disappointment though, has to do with the fact that this is a remaster from a game from 2012. Meaning that the story will take you through Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny, with bonus missions from Stargazer, Astray, X-Astray, Versus Astray, Seed MSV, and Seed Destiny MSV. For 2012, this was the full package and then some, especially for the machines you can use. There's over 100 different mobile suits and mobile armors to collect, going from well-known machines to more obscure machines, things like the N-Dagger N and the Jin Assault type. The remaster, of course, still has all of these, but it doesn't add any content from Gundam Seed Freedom, be it the story, the mobile suits, or the characters, so I'm kinda hoping for some future DLC here. Fortunately though, the game does offer you a lot of content to go through, and we've also got some pretty good combat to get you through that content. It's not quite as responsive as something like the Versus series, nor is it as fast paced, but after a bit of button remapping, I was having a lot of fun. My only complaint though is the lock-on system. Despite being supposedly upgraded from the original game, it was still as bad as ever at locking onto what's important. For the most part it functions fine, but it screws up enough for the problem to be noticeable. Things like refusing to switch to a target because it's hidden behind the scenery, or prioritizing pointless targets way off in the distance over active threats that are right next to you. It turns an otherwise fun battle into something kinda frustrating. But now, on to another core element of the game. After each mission, you'll get graded on how you did, and you'll also receive several rewards. Completing certain missions with a certain grade will get you new mobile suits to use and new pilots to use them with. So if you don't like your generic pilot or your generic wingman, you can change them out for an unlocked named character. What you will always get though are 2 currencies for tuning up your mobile suits. And I do like the idea behind these 2 different currencies. One currency is called Tuning Points, or TP, and is exclusively for tuning the mobile suit that you completed the mission with. And the other currency is called Global Points, or GP, and this can be used for tuning any mobile suit you want. So what I suggest you do is tuning up your mobile suit with TP while keeping the GP for when you unlock a better machine, or of course, your favorite machine. And you're really gonna wanna upgrade these things because using an untuned mobile suit is really no fun. They're slow, they're clunky, their weapons are etc, etc. The game really expects you to tune up your machine. And don't worry about investing in the wrong stats either. While there is a limit to how much tuning you can do in the beginning, at any point you can undo this tuning and then use those points on something else. But if you really want to go balls to the wall, once you get an S rank or higher on every story mission, the tuning limit can be removed. Meaning that as long as you have the points, you can max out every single stat of your favorite mobile suit and turn it into one of the strongest machines around. Now, I haven't done this in the remastered yet, but here's some footage of my ultimate perfect strike on the original Vita version. Also note how different the tune-up screen looks. I really like what they did with the remaster.
Welcome to paradise. Our Amex Platinum card got us here. Membership takes it next level. Hottest restaurant in town? Booked with Resi. Event access. Endless vibes. Stay out later. Sleep in longer with late checkout. Platinum card membership for a trip that's nothing less than iconic.
And when you're done with the story missions, you can take your freshly unlocked and upgraded mobile suits to the free missions. First up in the free missions, we have the X missions. These are basically the same as the story missions, but with one change. In the story missions, you'll be somewhat limited as to which mobile suits you can use for which missions. For example, you can't use the Strike Freedom, which is a Destiny machine, in missions taking place during the original Seed series. But in the X missions, no such limits exist. So basically, you can play through the campaign again, but now with your favorite mobile suit. But if you really want to prove that you're the best ace pilot of the Cosmic Era, then you can tackle the Hyper Boss Battles. As the name indicates, these are basically the final boss battles of the game, so if you beat these, you beat the game, so to speak. And the final mode you can play is the Versus mode. Here you play against CPU-controlled opponents with rules that you can change as you see fit. You can compete with up to 3 CPUs for either the most damage dealt, the highest kill count, or the highest kill count again, but now with a bunch of grunts showing up all over the place. This was unfortunately the least fun part of the game, because the AI just didn't seem interested in competing at all. Even with a handicap, my scores were easily 5 to 10 times higher than that of the AI. So I tried every mode once for this review, and then never played him again. Which then brings me to the one thing that the remastered version doesn't have, that the original did have. Local and online multiplayer. The original allowed for up to 4 players to get together and have fun, but in the remastered version, this functionality was axed completely. I can understand Bandai not wanting to make and maintain dedicated servers for this game, but why wouldn't you allow players to host their own matches? And now, let's talk graphics. For a remaster of a 2012 Vita game that, honestly, wasn't all that visually impressive for the time, the graphics are fair enough. They're obviously not going to blow you away, but for the most part, they're not too dated to be a distraction either. However, it is noticeable in certain areas. In cutscenes, the landscape will look particularly barren, and if you pay attention to the movements of the mobile suits, you'll see that they're very stiff, and that they don't transition nicely from one action to another. I noticed these with the original, and they weren't improved for the remake. So in conclusion, Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered knows what it is, and knows who its audience is. It offers a solid combat system, a lot of mobile suits to collect, a lot of somewhat repetitive stages to use them in, customization options to keep things fresh, and a modern coat of paint with some handy quality of life features added in there for good measure. If you're a fan of the Gundam Seed series, this game is pretty much your perfect sandbox, and you'll be able to get a lot of hours out of this. Whether or not you should immediately pull the trigger on it for $40, I'm going to leave up to you. But when it goes on sale, absolutely. And another reason that you might want to buy this is to send a message. In recent years, it's become somewhat of a trend to remaster and re-release old games because, you know, making new games is hard and expensive, and on top of that, we've seen old games that were released only in Japan getting an official English release. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered is Bandai's way of testing out the waters for bringing more old Gundam games to Steam, and of course modern consoles. And with that, I'm off to grind a bit more so that I can unlock my customization limit. As always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters. I hope everyone watching has a great day, and I'll see you all next time.
With AI, almost anything is possible. But that goes for cybercriminals too. They can create threats so convincing, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. Norton 360, advanced tech for advanced threats.
What is a transformer? Where do they come from? How are they created? What makes these robots alive? This special compilation episode of The Basics will answer all these questions and more. Let's start with the big one. How are new transformers made? Well, back in the 80s, the answer was pretty simple. They were built by other transformers. But as Transformers lore has grown and changed, the answer has grown and changed too. Today, it all starts with protoforms. Protoforms are the first stage of the Transformer life cycle, the form in which new Cybertronians normally begin their lives. Featureless mannequin-like robots composed of a liquid metal that hasn't yet been shaped in accordance with an alternate mode. Protoforms were introduced into Transformers lore in the 1996 cartoon Beast Wars, and today they're a staple of the franchise. Transformers don't sexually reproduce, so there are two major ways protoforms come into being. They can be constructed by other Transformers, or they can emerge spontaneously from the substance of their metal homeworld, Cybertron itself. For the last 15 years or so, this has generally been presented as the natural way Transformers are created, but which has died out as a result of the Great War, requiring manual construction to take its place. The exact nature of a protoform is variable. In some stories, they're depicted as a sort of pre-life state. The act of scanning an alternate mode and taking its shape is what brings them online, and they awaken as fully formed Transformers. But in others, they're more like a developmental stage, in which the protoform is a conscious online robot even before their metal has adopted an alt mode, and they may even temporarily resemble a baby or a child before they grow to full size, emphasizing the Transformers' nature not as simply machines to be built and programmed, but as true, living beings. Such protoforms are sometimes depicted as being born with an alternate mode naturally encoded in their systems, which they'll automatically adopt as they go through this maturation. But in other stories, they'll need to scan an alt mode for themselves, and they'll remain walking, talking protoforms until they do so. But like I said, this wasn't always the case. In classic media, such as the original Transformers cartoon and the Marvel comic book, all new Transformer life was shown being built by others. A robot's physical appearance and alternate mode were determined by their creator as part of the construction process, and after their body was built, they would be brought online, usually through the use of a mystical, life-giving relic, such as the Autobot Matrix, or the megacomputer Vector Sigma. But this origin invited the question, if Transformers could only be built by other Transformers, then who built the very first Transformers? Different media had different answers. In the cartoon, the Transformer race was originally created by the evil aliens, the Quintessons, and forced to serve them as slaves, until the robots rose up against their oppressors, forced them off Cybertron, and established their own civilization. But the Marvel comic offered a different, more fantastical origin. In it, the Transformers were the creations of Primus, the God of Light, a cosmic being who dwelled within Cybertron, who created them to aid him in his battle against his evil counterpart, the Dark God, Unicron. Primus's creations were not built, but born, emerging out of the fabric of Cybertron itself, as blank skeletal liquid metal robots that quickly reshaped themselves into fully formed Transformers. Now, only the very first generation of Primus's creations were made this way. These first robots multiplied by dividing their bodies over and over, until the Transformer race reached a predetermined size programmed into them by Primus, whereupon the process stopped and came to be replaced by the familiar method of building new robots and using the Matrix containing the power of Primus to bring them to life. As Transformers lore has expanded in the decades since the end of the original cartoon and comic, the Primus origin story has come to be depicted as the standard origin story for the Transformer race in new series. But the idea that the original Transformers had been born out of Cybertron didn't come up often, being touched
What's
on
up?
only briefly.
Welcome to the stream. My bad, my mic was on mute again. Hope you can hear me. God. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, which right now, as you see, I'm building the Tallgeese. Again, I want to apologize for anybody who wondered if I'm quiet. For some reason, my mic keeps going on mute. I'm going to make sure to pay attention because this is the second time I've done that. But yeah, welcome to the live stream where I'm about to finish up building the real grade Tallgeese and having a good time doing it. And while I'm watching, technically react, but for now watching different videos. So welcome to the stream and thanks for coming through. Definitely appreciate it. Where does this go? I don't get this one. So it goes, what, this way? Oh, I see. I see, okay. Ha! Why is Tallgeese naked? Shoot. That's a good question right now. Trying to finish it up. That's why. That's the truth right now. That's funny. Ooh. Let's see, F28, 29. Alright, cool. But yeah, that's pretty much why it is. Gotta finish it up. No, that goes right here. F28. 27, 28. Alright, yep. That's it. Alright, that. What's next? F24. F24, H2. Jeez. There's F24. Alright. Wait a minute. Where's the H? Where's H? Where's H? Where's the H? Where's the H? D. G. C. H? I don't see an H. B, E2. It says H12. Huh? H12. A, E1. Oh crap. I lost. Oh no. I lost one. Ah. I mean, I know I just do it on here. I know I do it at. Oh, there it is. Alright, hold on. Give me 1 second. Alright. My bad. I'm going to overtime right now. I'm supposed to be done. I was about to be done by now, but this time I won't be B, so. Alright. Let's keep going.
Few places. For instance, Dreamwave Productions comic books identified the spot where the first Transformers emerged from the planet as the Well of All Sparks, while tie-in comics for the live-action film series showed the first Transformers being created out of Cybertron through the power of another life-giving relic known as the All-Spark. But that's jumping ahead a little. Long before that, there was Beast Wars. This series was set centuries after the era of the Autobots and Decepticons, after a technological quantum leap had seen the Transformers develop the ability to adopt organic alternate modes as well as mechanical ones, rather than being built with their appearance and alt modes already decided upon as past generations had been. The new robots created from this technology, the Maximals and Predacons, began life as protoforms, featureless robots composed of nanotechnological liquid metal protomatter that could be shaped into anything.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder.
These dogs might seem like a breeze, but walking my dogs is crazy. Luckily, mealtime doesn't have to be chaos.
Welcome to PetSmart Kitchen with The Honest Kitchen. The Honest Kitchen makes homemade food easy. Just add water to these dehydrated recipes for a complete meal in minutes. And you can customize each meal. The Honest Kitchen clusters are way too good to be called kibble. And they're made with human-grade ingredients.
Beast Wars didn't give a detailed origin for protoform technology, but in subsequent years, various pieces of spin-off media have offered a variety of different possible explanations, ranging from it being a creation of the alien race, the Vok, to the product of an experiment by the scheming Tri-Predicus Council. Whatever their precise origin, protoforms were manufactured on Cybertron, infused with a life-giving spark, programmed to be either Maximals or Predacons, and stored in stasis pods that kept them inert until such time as they were to be activated. All the protoforms featured in Beast Wars were Maximal ones, which had been assigned to the exploration ship Axelon. The ship's mission was to drop the pods on alien planets, where they would scan local life forms to serve as alt modes for the protoforms within, who would then come online to explore the new world. But the Axelon's protoforms never got to fulfill their intended function, as the ship was shot down over Earth by a gang of Predacon criminals in the cartoon's first episode. As it fell, the Axelon ejected its stasis pods into orbit around the planet to keep them safe. Over the course of the series, pods would periodically fall from orbit, and the Maximals and Predacons stranded on Earth would race to recover them and activate the protoforms within to add to their ranks. The evil Predacons often using shell programs to overwrite the protoforms' heroic Maximal programming. Following their introduction in Beast Wars, protoforms rapidly became a fixture of Transformers lore. New stories were quick to drop the idea that they were a new technological innovation, though other ways of creating Transformers would still be shown to exist, including the old construction method, and a variation on the idea that saw the Allspark reformatting ordinary machines into Transformers by infusing them with life. In the 21st century, the majority of new series, comics, cartoons, and films, both brand new continuities and reboots of Generation 1, have come to depict protoforms as the standard first stage of a Cybertronian's life. This widespread adoption of the concept, and with it, the very idea that Transformers had a life cycle that involved them advancing from one distinct physical stage of existence to the next, was a big step in furthering the depiction of the race as more like living organisms than pure machines. Something that the movie universe in particular would add to with its depiction of protoforms as being not so much built as grown. Starting out as small hatchlings nurtured in energon sacs who grew from infant-like forms to full-size protoform robots. Additionally, the 1998 Japanese spin-off series Beast Wars 2nd introduced the idea that it was possible for a Transformer to regress their body back to a protoform-like state, devoid of an alternate mode. This idea would also carry forward into new series, most prominently showcased by the films, in which Transformers would shed their alt modes and revert to a stripped-down protoform base state to travel between planets. As protoforms, they could assume comet-like shapes that they used to journey through space, plummeting down onto new worlds where they would scan new modes. Then, in 2010, came the Aligned Continuity, a new universe which combined ideas from all past series to build a unified vision for Transformers lore. This continuity brought together the concept of protoforms and the concept of Transformers being born out of Cybertron and united them to establish a definitive modern origin story for Transformer life. In the Aligned Continuity, all Transformer life was born within the well of All Sparks. This giant pit was the resting place of the Allspark, which was a conduit for the power of Primus, and which generated new protoforms out of the substance of Cybertron as it saw fit. The well was brought online in Cybertron's ancient past by the Primes, the original 13 Cybertronians created by Primus, who each submitted their schematic data to it. Thus, each new protoform born from the well was made up of some random combination of the different archetypes each of the primes represented, different genders, minicons, combiners, beasts, and more. As a result, the protoforms were born with alternate modes already encoded in them, and they would mature into their fully grown forms in the time it took them to make their way out of the well. When the Transformers later founded colonies on other planets, they used the energy of the well to ignite copies of it on these worlds, so each colony could give birth to its own native Transformers. However, when the Great War between the Autobots and Decepticons began, it became necessary for the Autobots to launch the Allspark into space to put its power beyond the Decepticons' reach, and so Cybertron lost the ability to generate new life, until Optimus Prime found and restored the Allspark to the planet, as seen at the climax of the Transformers Prime animated series. Like most of the lore established by the Aligned Continuity, these ideas about the origins of Transformer life would go on to influence multiple subsequent series, chief among them IDW Publishing's comic books, which put their own spin on the concept of the natural protoform birth. Rather than the singular well of all sparks, in IDW's universe, protoforms emerged from various locations around Cybertron, named hotspots. Sparks would ignite in the ground, and the metal of the planet around them liquefied to form the protoform, which matured from childlike to fully grown forms in a short space of time. In this version of the story, when Cybertron ceased generating new life, the Transformers devised a substitute method. As in the Marvel comic, they manufactured new bodies and brought them to life using sparks generated by the Matrix. For a time, Transformers built in this manner, dubbed constructed cold, were considered to be inferior to natural-born, forged protoforms, but by the present day of the series, these prejudices were largely a thing of the past. Natural protoform births were also prominently showcased in 2022's Transformers Earthspark, though the newborn Transformers featured in this series were formed not out of Cybertron, but from the matter of the Earth, through the power of yet another ancient life-giving Cybertronian relic, the Ember Stone of Quintus Prime. All that said, Other series have continued to offer different takes on how new Transformers come into being. For instance, in the new universe introduced when IDW rebooted their comics in 2019, protoforms were created when the Transformers took sparks naturally released by the Allspark and implanted them in vats of liquid metal harvested from Cybertron. In perhaps the oddest example, 2018's Transformers Cyberverse showed the Allspark creating new Transformers quite literally out of thin air. Thus, the answer to the question of how exactly new Transformers are made continues to vary from series to series, and it remains to be seen what new answers future series will give. That covers how Transformers' bodies are made, but there's a whole lot more to them than that. They aren't just cold metal acting out pre-programmed directives. They're living beings with thinking minds and feeling hearts, possessing cybernetic souls that persist after their physical bodies die. Now it's time to look at that mysterious spark of life that exists in all Cybertronians and makes them more than just robots. These are the basics on sparks.
The 2026 CR-V Trail Sport Hybrid. Introducing the latest addition to the Honda Trail Sport lineup. Our most...
Every Transformer has a spark, a sphere of energy held in a special chamber inside them that serves as their heart and soul, providing the mystical life force that animates their body and mind and makes them truly alive, able to think and feel for themselves. The concept of the spark was introduced in 1996's Beast Wars cartoon, and ever since then, they've been a universally accepted part of Transformers lore, featured in every subsequent series, comics, cartoons, movies, games, and much more, as the core of Cybertronian life.
There it is.
In that time, they've come to typically be depicted as tiny fragments of the essence of the Transformers' god, Primus, the cosmic being who created the Cybertronian race, composed of a rarefied form of Primus's living energy, Energon. The means by which Transformers are imbued with their sparks vary, but usually involve one of several ancient life-giving Cybertronian artifacts that channel them into the world. In a natural Transformer birth, a spark is released directly into the fabric of Cybertron, and the metal of the planet then forms into a body around it, the appearance of which is determined by genetic instructions within the spark itself. It's also possible to implant a spark into a pre-built body, or even into a normal machine or other object, which will be instantly reformatted into a Transformer by the infusion of life. Sparks are fragile. They can't survive outside a Transformer's body for long unless contained in some kind of special storage medium. And if a bot is damaged to the point that they can no longer safely contain their spark, then it'll be extinguished and the Transformer will die. However, it is possible to extract a spark before the point of death and transfer it into a new body, ensuring the bot will live on. Direct injury to the spark itself, though, is almost always fatal. When a spark is extinguished, it departs the physical world, taking with it all the memories the Transformer amassed in life, and reunites with the primal wellspring from which it came, a sort of extra-dimensional Transformer afterlife, where it becomes part of a vast collective consciousness made up of the knowledge and experience of every spark that's ever lived. It's rare, but it is possible to bring a dead Transformer back to life if their spark can be recovered from this afterlife realm. But of course, it wasn't always this way. Before Beast Wars introduced sparks, older Transformers media took a few different approaches to the inner workings of Cybertronian life. Both the Marvel comic book and the original Transformers cartoon depicted a Transformer's brain as their most essential component, containing the programming that made up their mind. In the comic, these components were named brain modules. The only thing that could infuse these tiny clusters of microchips with a living personality was the ancient talisman, the Matrix, which contained the life-giving power of the god of light, Primus. In the cartoon, on the other hand, the supercomputer Vector Sigma was credited with programming all Transformers with their personalities. It was said that the computer was the only thing capable of doing this, but the series would contradict this several times, when the Dinobots, the Technobots, and Trypticon were all created without its use. Two significant vital components were mentioned in the cartoon: the brain-like personality component, containing a Transformer's mind, and the laser core, a vital organ that, when extinguished, meant the Transformer's death.
Oh, man.
Primus wasn't part of the cartoon's story, and the show's version of the Matrix had no life-giving powers. Instead, it was depicted as the resting place of the life forces of dead Autobot leaders, whose combined memories formed a vast repository of wisdom from across the ages. But then came Beast Wars, which, in contrast to the very mechanical ideas of brain modules and personality components, introduced sparks as metaphysical, supernatural things, akin to a human soul. Sparks prominently factored into many Beast Wars storylines, and starting in 1999, were even incorporated into the toy line, with figures sporting translucent colored spark crystals that showcased their faction symbols, a gimmick that would be revisited in several subsequent toy lines. Now, Beast Wars didn't explain how Transformers received their sparks, but it did establish that they came from something called the Matrix. Not an object, as in the original cartoon and comic,
big deal, but I don't
a
care.
place, an other dimensional realm to which they returned when they died. This was expanded on in the 1999 sequel series, Beast
I want to watch this. I want to watch that too. Hold on. Give me a second. I lost the part to the floor below. So now I gotta see where I lost it at. I gotta find it as usual. Is it? I specifically saw it hit. They couldn't have dipped that freaking far. They couldn't have gone that far. Got this. Well, you put it away someplace else. It didn't. Okay. Where could it bounce to? Where'd you bounce to? Nope. Dang it. Oh, because I lost one piece of part. I hate when I do this. One single part. It bounced to. Bounced over here? No way. Nope. Oh yeah. Put that over there. Okay. Why? Okay, you know what? Let me just at least get the other part put in. This sucks. I hate one of those pieces. Dang it, I gotta get that out. Okay. So yeah, no, it's E2. No. Yeah, so I still have 17. Okay. You are still here. Do this real quick. Oh no. Jeez. All right. So this one goes that. Yep, must be. And then you go right in there. All right, yep. There's number one. And now I gotta find number two. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it? No, it's just a stupid little piece. Okay, hold on. Let me get up. Alright. Let's see if it may have dropped below my feet. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can find this part. Well, I'm not gonna be right back. I'm gonna try to clean some stuff. I'm just trying to move stuff out the way. I'll be right back. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Alright, party people, I'm back. But I'm still not back yet. I just... Ugh. So close to being done. Yeah, so far because I look for one stupid freaking part. All because of the bounce in a weird way. I don't see it here. No, I hit it. I had to go this way. No. A white stick. Bounced off. It literally bounced off. And make sense. I literally saw it bounce. I literally saw it bounce. Jesus, this. No. Where could it bounce to? Not it. They had it just bounce. Why is it? Why did one piece? It bounced off the bed. I literally saw it bounce. And it bounced this way. Where's the lot? Okay. Let's get my phone. Oh, jeez. My entire freaking display got knocked down. Ah. One little part. doesn't make any sense. So bounce off of here. I need to clean up this little area right here. Sure. Drop and then just disappear. Alright, so I lost a part on my floor somewhere. I don't even know where I see it. I lost a part. I lost a freaking part. So this building's gonna get done. I'll get almost done, but I really wish kids would have like replacement parts of those little parts. Like even replacement parts of the saber, I'll be happy. Or there's a place where you could buy replacement parts. But as of right now, this kit's not gonna get done. Alright. Yes, I am. What up, Crocky? That's why I didn't respond to you. How important it was it's not that important, but it was part of the weapon. But man, I don't care. Congratulations, you passed your exam. That's way more important than the missing part. Shout out to Crocky for passing your exam. Man, we had a birthday in the stream and we had somebody pass. This is a great day. Forget, I'll get back to the part. I'll have to find it off stream. But it's good to see you, Crocky. Congratulations. Man, I'm glad to hear that. Well, it's fine. I won't worry about the part right now. Man. Shoot. Man, alright. Well, it's fine. It's not that important. It's just this saber. But man, it's good to hear from you, Crocky. And I'm glad to hear that news. Man, that news definitely Hearing you passing and hearing that somebody's birthday today, hey, we're good. I'll find the part later. I'll get it. I'll probably have to get it done off stream. Man. Tuh! I know that feeling. I've been there many times in my life. I know exactly that feeling. You should have saw my teacher when she saw I passed middle school. Listen, even my mom didn't like her, and she was freaking shocked. She was so shocked she gave me a hug, and we did not get along. So I know that feeling really well. Oh, jeez. Did I knock it? Oh, no. I think it's... No, it's just dimming. Okay, let me... Can I... There we go. A little bit of light. There we go. Oh, man, that is good. So what's your plan for the summer, though? Any traveling? Where is F? G113, F34, G113. And yeah, Croc, you gotta let me know if you got any plans for the summer. Alright, we gotta go. Dang. G1 14, 12, 11. Oh man, congrats. That sounds tight. You know what? I've been thinking about going towards that field, but I don't know. Because I'm looking at probably switching up career fields, because my career field sounds like it's going to be a lot more harder to obtain jobs. So computer science was one I was looking into. So I have been looking at switching careers pretty soon here. So if I can't find some jobs, which my job search has not been going well, I may have to start switching. But yeah, no, computer science is where it goes. Programming, oh yeah, you'll be set for life. G111. No. Oh, so you're probably done. So you're probably done with your gen ed. That's good. I don't know if you have it out there, but I don't know. I hear we got general. We got to do general ed first, which I never liked that. I always thought that was a waste of money. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I know that feeling too. I know that feeling very well. Oh, hey, I'll tell you something about me. Anybody knows me knows I always say this. That I wasn't really good at school. I just figured out how to get through it. So, don't worry. I know exactly how you're feeling. That was exactly how I was when I was going to school myself. Is this? Why the right way? It's supposed to be this way. Wait a minute. Huh. What am I doing wrong? I did something wrong here, didn't I? Yes, I did. What did I do wrong? Okay, huh. Let me look. Okay, so this is like this. No, it is right. Alright. So just go like this, right? No, I should go on the outside. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me see where it's going. Okay, so we got this one right here, this right here, and you going right there. You get, alright? Yeah. I can. Trust me, with computer science, I guarantee you're going to be able to find a pretty well paid job. I guarantee that. Why does this feel wrong? Man, you know, I'll say this much. I was too until I got that. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Let me. I was too until I got a good job and had a really great paycheck. That's the best way to put it. Trust me, when you get that. Trust me, if you get that good job coming out and get. Okay. You know what? As long as you're out of school that will help you in that search, you'll be just fine. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like I said, I believe in you. I believe in you, Crockett. I think you'll be just fine. I think you'll be just okay. Like I said, my only recommendation when you start doing your search, the one that I recommend that you do before you leave college, this is my big recommendation that I should have done. Do a bunch of internships. Mark my words, start doing internships. I don't know if you have that where you're at, but do internships. Trust me, that's going to help you in your future. Mark my words. That's the one place I screwed up that you don't have to. Do internships. What's this? Yeah. Honestly, if you're in college, I'm going to tell you something that my mentor told me when I was in college. He told me, when you're in college, and I think I probably told you this before, you're supposed to I'm getting tongue-tied. You're supposed to spend 30% of your time doing schoolwork, but 70% of your time getting to meet people. So my suggestion is, while you're there, try to meet people, because who knows, maybe you might get around a group of people and you guys don't even have to go get a job. You could just make something together. So that's what I recommend you do, is go out there and meet people. Why does this feel off? Yeah. That's my recommendation. If that's your goal, I would absolutely tell you, get into a group, find yourself a group of friends, and try to maybe start building something between y'all. Because I guarantee you, that would take you a lot further, a lot faster. I need to look at the... Alright, what's going on with this crowd? What's wrong with this build? Need to look at this because there's something wrong here. I'm trying to see what I did wrong. Okay. So it's supposed to go this way. That's okay. I got it. All right. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. All right. Back at it. Let's go back to my stream. Yeah, of course not. Like you said, you're just about to enter there. So once you get around there, like I said, find yourself a group and then go from there. I don't. Okay, I gotta relook at this. G2, F32. Yeah. Like I said, don't worry. I have a feeling everything's going to work itself out. Alright, is F32. I mean, like I said, if you can't find anybody, my next suggestions, internships. Trust me, if you do internships, that's gonna get you far. Ugh, can you tongue tie? Dang. And that. G2. Yeah, I wouldn't worry. Like I said, just if anything, just do a couple of internships, and you'll be fine. Actually, huh? No, never mind. I was about to say I might know somebody, but no, I don't. Not anymore. Yeah, like I said, just do. Like I said, if you can't find somebody, just do internships, and that's all you need. Always remember, it's not about what you know; it's about who you know. That's the biggest thing that matters. Or I should say, it's not always about what you know. That's probably the best way to phrase it. Make sure I don't give you all the wrong bad advice. Yep. Or you could do what everybody else is doing and go into crypto. That's another thing you could do. And this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where does this go to? That's this. What? Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, I think I might know what I did wrong. Yep. But it has so much upside. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right. Ooh. Okay, on it. I screwed up somewhere. Well, sorry about that. Well, I'll say this, Crocky, if it makes you feel better. I know of a guy who got into crypto early and made $2 million. And I'm not lying about that. So that is an option. Let's see. Hold on a second. Ooh. Oh, I definitely get you. I have a good friend that's a gambling man. That dude gets so many free stays in Vegas. It ain't even funny. So hey, that is a possibility. Oh, it's my bad. My allergies are going right now. But yeah, definitely. Gambling is a route. I just hope you got big money. Just always remember, man, bet on black. That's it. Bet on black. I just read what you heck no. Slots are the worst. Because those guys could turn it off and turn it off on you anytime that they want. But it is easy and it is fun. I think they said, what is it, once a month somebody gets lucky. So hey, my recommendation, always go for the car. Then we good. Then we good. Like you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just make sure. I don't know if you ever plan to come to Vegas, but just make sure to not find yourself in the sewers. Oh, shoot. I don't know if you heard what I said because I was on mute. What I said, Crocky, make sure you don't find yourself in the sewers. Because if you find yourself in the sewers, if you ever go to Vegas, you find yourself in the sewers, that means you're screwed up bad. I know about Ninja Turtles because they're not in New York, but I did hear, from my understanding, there is like a magical city down there of a bunch of people that didn't want the winning and got stuck out there, and so they went into the sewers and made an entire gigantic city. So, yeah. Oh man. Okay. Wait a minute. Goes right here, and then this one goes right this. Yep. And then when you put it together, it supposedly goes down like this. Okay, then look at this. You put it together. This goes like this. Right? No, hold on. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So this one goes. Man, what the heck? What is wrong with this thing? Alright. So this one is this. There we go. Then it goes up like that, right? And then this. Oh shit! I gotta get that out of there. And then it goes like this, right? Okay. Now we got it. And then it says this one goes right here like this. Okay. And then we go right here. No. This says it goes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I got it now. Alright. There we go. I fixed it. There we go. Alright, there we go. Okay. Now we freaking fixed it. Now this side. This together right here. G211, right? Wait a minute. Okay. Alright, I am tripping. What is going on? Okay. Come here. You turn this. There you go. Okay. Alright. There we go. Okay, G211. I don't know G211. What's going on? G1. Okay, 11. Okay. But you gave me this. What's going on here? There's something wrong. So what is this part? Alright. I'm missing a part. What is going on? Ah. Wow. Okay. G211, right? I don't see anything. What the heck? Okay. Oh! Alright, here we go. Alright, I found it. Okay, hold on. Alright, there we go. This one goes here. Alright. Okay, and then I need to do the. I need to finish. I forgot to do the head. Alright. E1. Let's need E1. What's that? I barely had any. Happened. Don't worry about that. That's actually normal. I'm just going to tell you the advice. If you really want female interactions, you got to put yourself in front of females. That's the only way to do it. If you're really looking for female interaction, you gotta put yourself in situations where you're around females. It's the only way it works. But I know exactly how you feel. Like I said, you ain't the only one. Happens to a lot of people. But as being the male in this situation, sadly that's what you gotta do. You gotta put yourself in that situation. I understand. No comment, but I understand. I have had a couple of run-ins with some women that did crap like that myself. Hey, it's right there. Oh yeah. All right. Woo. Let's try. Oh man. Remind me to tell you about when we have beef. When I had beef with a girl, I didn't even know about it, and she caused rumors all around campus. That was fun. And the funny part, nobody knew about it. None of us knew about it until actually my friend had to tell me. I didn't even know until my friend let me know. Yep. That's how it always happens. Always. People be talking crap about you. Don't like you. The pile on bullying. Yep. And all about that stupid crap. And like I said, I didn't even know about it. One thing about pissing off women is that, especially where you're at right now, when you piss off one, you ain't only gonna be pissing off one. It's never just one. Oh man. Let me see. Honestly, technically how I solved all my beef with women was when I stopped dealing with certain ones. But yeah, most of the beefs I have with women, most of them pretty much moved. That's about it. Either they moved or I wound up getting cool with other girls and they started having my back. That's kind of how I got over. That's how I kind of got resolved for me. It usually was just time. But oh no. One thing you gotta understand, like I said, Go ask any married man. Women can hold a grudge for years. And if you think I'm lying, go ask any married man. They'll tell you. Oh, okay. That's why I said normally with me, I normally became cool with one of her homegirls, and that's when all the bullcrap stopped. That's usually always when it happened. Because then I started having people that would vouch for me, and that's when things change. I don't think I want to. D1. D6, D7. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know the lack of awareness. So I want to know. Oh, yeah. Yes. That's another way. That is another way. If you get outsmart her, yep, that works all the time. That's usually another way to handle it. Oh, crap. What did I do? Oh, see what the problem is. There we go. Now it should be good. Yep. Oh, what the heck? Okay, there we go. All right. Let me do the E122. That is a good, yep. Well, mind you, that mainly used to happen in high school, but yep. When I was going to school, that was normally high school, but yep. Beat them to the punch. That is some real. H11. H1. Like I said, I wish I was that smart when I was in school. Nope, When I was in college, when I was in high school, I had to take it. Shoot. I was not that smart, not that strategic when I was going to school. Like I said, I knew the guys who were, but I was not one of them. So normally I had to take the crap. But I also was living kind of fast too, so I didn't always think when I did stuff. I just did things. And then the consequence would happen, and I'll be like, well, how the heck did I get in this situation? Ooh. Yeah, I can't really. Ooh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't think I ever had that happen to me. But that's the thing though. When I went to school, I think I told you this before, but I had to fight. So, well, okay, I'll be honest. It's two things. One, I would fight, but two, I kind of got lucky, and other people had to deal with that crap. But the other thing too, at my school, the thing is, particularly when I was going to college, high school, everybody people went like. It was I would say, how can I say it? It was more criminal activity because everybody knew when I was going to school not to pick on the nerds because everybody would say those be the guys who would be the ones to do really horrible things. I never saw it. Oh, yeah. I saw many fights. Many fights. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fighting was something I had to do. I'll tell you this one story. I wound up with this one situation where I had to get my bike, and I got surrounded by dudes, and they basically gave me an ultimatum. Either you fight him, or you fight all of us. So, yeah, fighting was the thing at my school. That happened all the time. Bullying would happen, but not so much. Like, it did, and it did, but it's a little different. Like, that outright bullying, people wouldn't do it because, like, again, we were worried about the kids who would do really bad things. So, we always say, yeah, we can't take it that far. And then we also at my school, we had a big criminal activities, I would say. So that took away a lot of that energy. So I'm not saying that's the best path for everybody, but for me, it worked. It worked out for me. Oh no, nope, not my school. Not at all. Shoot. I was in a freaking class. I got suspended. I had to go on school suspension. I literally watched two guys get into a fight off of just looking at each other. I'm not even kidding. Fighting was a very common thing at my school. Like I said, for me, it's weird not to fight, honestly. And again, I'm not always saying that's always the best result, but I'm just saying, me going to school now, fighting was a thing. Like, honestly, me growing up, it's actually a lot more weird to me to sit there and say you never got into a fight. Fighting was something you had to do. And like I said, I'm not trying to act like I'm the tough guy. I'm just saying. That just in case anybody's listening and be like, oh, so you about... No. It's just how it was. You wanted people to leave you alone? Oh, yeah. That's exactly how it would be. I'm not even kidding. Yep, that's exactly how it would be. Dude looked at him. Literally. On school suspension. Dude was like, don't look at me like that. He was not talking to you. Exactly. Tell them your backstory. That's funny. I will tell my backstory when it's time to. I like what you said. Use talk no jutsu. Had to. Did someone pull out a can of spinach? Man. Nope. But I should be saying all this, but there was a riot at the school I went to though, and they would throw all kinds of stuff. That did happen actually. So. Like I said, one day I'll speak on my backstory. One day I will, just not today. But I will. I'll tell my story one day. Why is the sticker being so? That's funny. He said, someone put out a can of spinach. Oh man. Just a 30-second flashback episode. Oh man, that'd be funny. I mean, I'll give you this much. I'll tell you the story about. I always like telling the story because it's the craziest thing. I'll say this much, and I should talk about how the violence, but I'll say this much. I'll tell you about my first day of high school, my freshman year. I never forgot it. I still remember it to this very day. I never forgot it. So, my first day of high school, I had all the confidence in the world. I'm like, all right, I'm cool. I'm going to be the guy on campus because, yeah, middle school wasn't always like the best place for me. But, man, in high school, I'm like, man, everything's going to change. Hold on, give me 1 second. I don't want to lose the sticker. And I remember I had the utmost confidence walking into my high school. Never forgot it. I walked straight past the gate. I kid you not. As soon as I step into school, as soon as I step inside the gate, all I see right in front of my face, here's if I'm in the camera. Dude gets dropped. The dude throws a punch, goes right by my face, and drops the dude. And he starts pounding him into the ground. Day one, my freshman year. I was like, what the heck? And it didn't even stop. It didn't even stop there. So then after that, I remember I think I went to the lunch line. And then a fight broke out when I was trying to get breakfast. I'm like, crap. So I decided to go walk to my first class. I looked towards the left, and there's literally a dude being dragged on the ground, getting punched in his head. This is literally my first, like, I'm not even at my first period. I didn't even hit my class. It's my first day of high school. Then I remember, I got something switched around because there was like 4 fights I saw. There was that one. There was one in the lunch line. There was one. No, okay, that's where I got messed up. So the one at the lunch line, I was actually walking towards class, and then at the lunch line there was a fight that broke out. Yeah, and then I was walking, and across the way a fight broke out, and then I finally get to class, and they said my first day of school, they said about 7 fights broke out. And that was literally my first, that wasn't even my first day. That was my first day walking to class. That's literally how I walked into high school. So all that confidence I had went away. I went from, I want to be the man on campus to, what did I walk into? That was my first day. That was literally the first, like, not even the first hour, just as soon as I walked into school. I'm not even kidding. That was my first day of school. It was the craziest thing I ever seen. So yeah, so there's a flashback for you. Yep. That's how I came into high school. Day 1. I never forgot it to this day. I hard remember it. Man. Yeah, pretty much. A lot worse, but yes. Yes. I mean, I kind of wish it was like a shonen school because at least it would be a lot more funner. You know, I would have came out there with some like special attacks. That place is dangerous. I mean, it's where I grew up at. So, and like I said, it's not the worst. Trust me, I had some friends that went to way worse schools than I did. So my school, it wasn't the worst. I will say it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the worst. I went to worse. I've heard worse. So. Oh my god, this sticker is annoying. Man. Like I said, I'll tell you some more stories at a later time, but there's your flashback. There's your flashback. Like I said, I've heard worse. Pretty much. Okay, well, see, that's the thing, though. It wasn't. On that note, shout out to Neil Rapal's. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the one? I want to make sure that that's the one you were thinking about. Hold on. Is that Neo Nepal? What about what was I gonna say? What about Neil Holland? What do you think about that one? I had to look that one up. I forgot what it's called. Oh, yeah. Like I said, what do you think about that one? He said Neil ain't that bad, silly man. So okay, so oh yeah, so going back, so Crocky, so that's the thing. We didn't have to do you didn't want referee because referees were antagonizers. That was bad. You know what? I'll be honest with you. Neo Malaysia is the one I'm just like, that one is, to me, it's designed horribly, in my personal opinion. Oh yeah, that was a big thing. That was a big thing in school. Trust me, that's how I almost got into a fight with somebody who I knew. But dude was cool. Dude was cool. He helped me out. He calmed me down. But that's how I always was. That is true. He said, "Did you at least start betting on the fights, like $5 on Jimmy?" I mean, if you knew about him, you could. Most of the time, they just popped up. Oh, jeez. I'm never gonna get the sticker on this. I'm never gonna get the sticker on. 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 I'm never ever gonna get the sticker on. Jeez. I can't even tell what side it's on. Doesn't even stick anymore. Great. Oh, jeez. This is the worst. Okay. Out of this kit, I don't think I'm going to get any more kits that are not Gundams again. This Tallgeese sticker is terrible. Yep, it doesn't even stick anymore. I gotta get another one. I gotta get another Tallgeese. What the heck? Oh, okay. I'm so sick of these stickers. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna go with a. I'm never gonna outside of the Tallgeese 3. I'm never gonna. If it's gonna be like this, I'm never gonna go with a non-Gundam kit again. Cause this sticker is terrible. I can't even tell which way it goes on. And it doesn't even want to stick anymore. Yeah, this thing's terrible. Yeah, I'm out. I'm never. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this sticker is trash. Look at this crap. I know you can't see it right now because I'm just concentrating trying to get the sticker on, but this is annoying. Right? I'm done. I'm done. I'm probably never gonna build a non-Gundam kit again. Just because of this sticker. Let me see if they sell Tallgeese replacement stickers, because this is not going well. They have water decals, but they don't have any of this sticker replacements. Yep, just water decals, but they don't have the sticker replacements. Holy crap, I found them. It's only $6. But it's $25 for delivery? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. To get replacements. Should have bought the ball. Right? This is annoying. I'm so freaking fed up. Right? I should have just bought the ball. Been a lot happier. Alright, mess with the sticker anyways. You know, I could probably be fine if they had, you see, this thing sucks. Yep, you see this thing is pretty much done. Yeah, this sticker's done. Yeah, I just read it. Cause I was looking at for some replacement stickers for this thing. Because this sticker doesn't want to stick. I know you can't see it well, but that stupid sticker. Come on, don't be a prick. There you go. Because yeah, it ain't gonna show. I'm gonna show all you. Cause this little sticker will not stick anymore. And it's getting all jacked up. It's $25 just to replace this. After playing, so it's about $31 to replace these stickers. Man, trust me, if this channel ever gets big, I'm big enough where I can actually talk to Bandai one-on-one, I'm totally gonna freaking tell him about this complaint. And I just lost a freaking head. And it's clear. Oh crap. What is going on? God. I still gotta freaking go get dinner tonight too. Oh, wow. Are you kidding me? I dropped the worst part I could drop. I dropped literally the worst part I could drop. Oh, no. Hey, can y'all get me to 100,000 subscribers? Because if you get me to 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to go ahead and freaking go talk to Bandai face to face and be like, hey, yo, man, you guys got to do something about these parts when you be listening or you be missing stickers. Because it's ridiculous. That's what I want to do. I want to go to them directly. Because I literally just lost the worst part. I can't even find it anymore. The worst part I could have dropped, I dropped. Crap. You know what? Forget it. I don't care. Should have just bought the ball. There, I'm done. There's the Tallgeese. There you go. Do we have any complaints? Oh my. I dropped the worst part imaginable. That's it. I am never building a non-Gundam kit again. I'm done. I will never buy a non-Gundam kit again. Ever again. The worst part. This is the worst part I could have dropped. Out of all the parts I could have dropped, I dropped the clear one. I lost the sword and now I lose the clear part. Yeah, I quit. No more. This will probably be the last non-Gundam kit I build. Oh my god. I can't find it. Yep, this hands down has to be one of my worst building experience of all time. This is absolutely one of my first. This is absolutely one of my worst building experiences I've ever had. And it's not a bad kid. I don't want to make it like it's a bad kid, but just losing the parts, the sticker not sticking right, the replacement stickers are freaking a rip off. Yes, worst experience I ever had building a kit. You know what? I wonder how much a freaking used Tallgeese would be. Just curious. How much would it be? $98. Oh, that's not used. This is going horrible. Ugh. cannot find a clear part. What the? Oh. Are you kidding me? I hate building this kit. So not only do I lose the sword, I fucking lose. Never put it on Gundam kit again. I'm done. I'm done. I hate the Tallgeese. I don't hate the Tallgeese, but I hate the build. I hate building the Tallgeese. Oh my. It's beautiful. I can't even see this part. I fucking hate the Tallgeese. I don't hate it. I just this kid's terrible to build. Go away. What the? Like it, I just gone. What the hell? There's nothing. Wow, I think this is going to be the first kit I don't finish on stream. This is going to be the first kit I don't finish on stream. For reals. Yep. First kit I'm not going to finish on stream. Yep, 110%. I'm pissed off. Nope. Piece of plastic. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to finish this. That's incredible. That's incredible. Wow. This is gonna go to... Yeah, I mean I had to put this down incomplete. This build will not get done. Yeah. should just be right here. Really dropped in this area. Yep. I'm not gonna finish this build. This may be the first kit I don't finish building on stream. First one, well, second technically, but I was able to find that part. But I at least was able to build the main thing. I just lost the weapon. This one, I lost the most important part, which is the head. Which technically, I guess, this head would work. But yeah, this will technically be the first kit I don't finish. 110%. This will be the first one. Wow. Found a quarter though. Wow. Wow. I literally saw it drop in this area and it's just like not, it just like drops the void. Like I saw it drop right here. I saw it drop right here. Wow. Did I just know? Oh, I found it. Oh, that's a piece of hair. A receipt. Okay. Oh. lost the fucking Tallgeese. It's gone. It's crazy as crap. Sticker's jacked up. Wow. Yep, that's the one, isn't it? Yep. Wow. Yep, that's it. This kid is gone. Wow. I found a sticker. the heck? Incredible. This is ridiculous. clear. Wasn't clear, we wouldn't have this problem. But it's clear. Wow. All because it's clear. It's the clear part. Why are assemble kits more expensive than a... That's the old Tallgeese. These are old ones. Really? Where did I buy my... Alright, let me look at this. There we go right here. Let me look. What is this? Nope, it's too late now. Damn it. Okay. Alright. So. Alright. So I'm going to try to look for this part. If I can't find it, Bandai said they seem like they will do replacement parts, but it will just take forever before it gets here. I can't see where we could have gone to. Well, I don't know what happened to that part. It had to be a clear part. No, I was hoping. Oh my god! Oh my god, I just found it! Holy crap! Alright. Wow. F clear parts. But I found it. I actually found it. Wow. I was ready to give up too. And I just run my foot across the freaking floor and I find it. Jeez. Oh my god. How much time have I wasted just trying to find one stupid stinking part? Alright, well the sticker's jacked up, but at least it's on there. God. Yep, the sticker's jacked out completely. I wonder if I can. Let's try something. try this. Try something different. Yep, right there though. Alright. Where is the light? There you go. Okay. I'm gonna try something. Let's try this. No, that's still gonna work. Try something totally different I've never tried before. Doesn't need to be perfect. Doesn't need to be perfect, just need to stay on. Oh my god, I can't believe I freaking... Alright. It's the worst. E120. Okay, it was not perfect. I just need to put it on. A111. Jeez. That was ridiculous. A111. All right. That's all right. Okay, I know you shot. No, you're not here. I just know where you shot to. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay. A26. H2. Alright. We are just about done with this freaking kit. Jeez. Dang it. Alright. And then I'm looking for A26. We're finally finished this thing up. Oh yeah. Let me bump this. Wait a minute. Whoa. What are we at? Is that? Oh. God, that's fine. I'll take that stuff. Unit A26. Oh, I don't have A26 on it. That's crazy. Let me look. Oh, there it is. Does that A26? Yes, it does. Alright. And finally, jeez. want to show you this when it happens. There you are. Oh, jeez. There it is. It's done. It's finally freaking done. I still gotta find a sword, but all that looking and I finally got it done. Oh, jeez, that took way too long. All right, and I'll find this. I'll find the other sword off screen. I ain't gotta do it on screen, like I did last time. Either way, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm freaking done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. And I'm done. And I'm done. Done. And I'm super done. And I am done. And I could put the wing on there, but I'm not. I want to keep the shield blank because I'm done. The shield does look kind of blank. Probably should put a sticker on there, honestly, but I'm not gonna do it right now because I'm done. I'm done. I'm super done. I'm ultra done because I'm done, and I'm not gonna do no more because I'm done, and I don't want to done no more done because I'm done. Done doing this. Done. I'm done searching for parts. I'm done. I am 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 done. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not done. No, I'm not. I'm not done yet. I lied to myself. I thought I was done, but oh, that part goes to the sword. I see where that part goes to. Okay, I got it. Okay, so I'm not done. I'm about to be done though. I'm about to be done in 2 seconds. I forgot to put these on. Oh, sound like somebody in trouble. Somebody will go out there screaming. Not like in a bad way, but like she's in trouble. Like literally, like she about to get it. Her dad mad. That's what it sound like. Nothing dangerous. Just sound like a kid acting up. Cause you know I actually got parents in my neighborhood. Alright. And there's the Tallgeese in the back. Okay, now I'm done. My Tallgeese is finally done. Yeah, I'm not perfect, but you don't need to know that. Alright. Whew. So now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get up off of this channel because I need a freaking break. I need to go see if I'm going to get dinner tonight. I got a freaking splinter in my finger. I got to see if I can get out. This one gave me anger issues. I'm very upset. I still gotta find a part though. I'm not complete. I gotta find a part, but at least when it comes to this, I'm done. So I can't believe it took my foot. It took me running my foot across the floor to find the part that I lost. Jeez, that was annoying. Well, it's all right because once I find the sword part, I'm vacuuming up my floor. It's gonna get vacuumed. That's all I gotta say. The floor is going to be vacuumed when I'm done. Anyways, with that being said, can y'all even see it? I don't even think. Oh wait a minute, it's backwards too. I want to thank y'all for checking out this stream. Definitely appreciate it. I know it's dark and dim, but it's that time. Why did I hit that again? Because I wasn't paying attention. Oh, good news! I also got my kickback, so now I can actually go make some changes. So I already changed my kick, so you can go check that out. It's already up to GD Wiz. I also got my Vero. I actually got to fix that. Where is it at? I'm tripping. I need this. There you go. So anyways, I'm done. So there you go. Whew. Sorry if I messed your name, but shout out to Selvila. Apologize, I'm not the best at names. Shout out to Crocky. Man, congratulations on passing your exams. I'm happy for you, man. Shout out to everybody who came on the stream. Some of y'all, I apologize. My mic was off. I was talking, but you just couldn't hear me. I do that sometimes. I also, so I want to apologize, but I want to thank y'all for coming up on the stream. Make sure on your way out, do me a favor. If you're over there on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. We're about what? Last I checked, 51 subscribers from the next milestone. Please help us reach the next milestone, especially if you like to see my live builds, because if you don't hit that, I won't be able to do my live builds anymore. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. You know, that's because we're almost at 500, which that's the next milestone. And the milestone after that is 1,000. Then the goal is to hit 100,000 subscribers, get our first plaque. Oops. Get our first plaque, and then figure out where we're gonna go from there. But I absolutely, one of my goals before I leave YouTube is to do an unboxing, a live unboxing for y'all on a plaque. So I absolutely want to hit that. But of course, it's on me. So again, hit that subscribe button. Make sure to help me build this community. I may also start streaming a lot more. I'm thinking about it. I actually may start streaming at least once a week. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to see if I can do it. I always got so much to do, but I think I may go ahead and do that. What else can I say? Like I said, this is probably one of the worst building experience I've ever had. I'll be honest with you, but it still is a pretty sturdy kit. But yeah, this is one of the worst building experience I've ever had. But even with that being said, I want to thank y'all. I definitely appreciate y'all. Also, happy birthday. Who was the one that told me it was the birthday? Happy birthday to Ray Dive. He told me it was his birthday today, so I want to make sure to say happy birthday to you. You know, that's a good thing. Another year. Every day you wake up, man, it's always a good thing, because that just means you have another day to change things and make yourself better. So happy birthday to you, and thanks for coming on the stream. Definitely appreciate it. And once again, if you can hit that subscribe button, yeah, I'll definitely be streaming again. I'm thinking about, because I do gotta play through Mass Effect. So if I do stream, it'll probably be next week. I gotta see, but I'll probably do it next week. But anyways, I gotta get up off of here. I need to go see where I'm gonna get food at. I need a freaking break, because this one was a pain in the butt trying to look for this part. Shout out to my foot for finding that one clear part. And yeah, it's not much else to say. It's getting dim. It's getting late. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I wish I could have finished that Transformer video on stream. And yeah, there's not much else I could say. I'm just happy to be done. But anyways, all right, I'm gonna go. Y'all have a good one, and I'll see y'all. Yeah, probably. Yeah, most likely next week. Yeah, I'll probably do some gaming. Probably play some SD Eternal. And also, I'll come back with some Gundam content pretty soon here. I got one more gotcha gaming content. But yeah, we're going to do that too. But anyways, 10 hours of streaming. Had a great time. And yeah, I can't believe it took so long just because I was looking for a part. The floor is a black hole. Always remember that. As a builder, always remember your floor is a black hole. Hopefully you can pull your kids out of that. Have a good one.